Dragon King, we have obtained a lot of resources this time. We can help Bei Shuang, Queen Fanlong, and Princess Xiaoyu break through to the level of a level 4 universe overlord. Do you want to help them break through? In the Dragon King Hall of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui asked Wang Xian, who was checking the resources. Let Bei Shuang's strength break through again. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, this time, they had obtained enough resources to allow the mutated divine dragon in the Dragon Palace to reach the peak of the Universe Night Realm. Once they reached the peak of the Universe Dominator Realm, they would truly be comparable to the Masters of the Universe. Their strength was stronger than Wang Xian and Ling Honggu. After all, this was a mutated divine dragon. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded. To elevate Bei Shuang to the peak of the Universe Night Realm, he would need to consume the corpses of 10 Universe Masters with level 3 combat strength. However, it was all worth it. Bei Shuang's elevation did not mean that the Dragon Palace had produced an expert at the Universe Dominator Realm. The Dragon Palace was still unable to elevate to the peak of the race. The symbol of the peak of the race was a Master of the Universe. However, Wang Xian still remembered one sentence. Even if there were a few Masters of the Universe in the Dragon Palace, it was best not to expose them. This was the advice of the elf race to him. Although Wang Xian did not know the reason, the elf race would not lie to him. This time, after Bei Shuang's improvement, the strength of the Dragon Palace would receive another huge improvement. After all, after Bei Shuang's improvement this time, she would not be at a disadvantage if she were to face an expert who was at the level of the Master of the Universe. If the Tai Chi Dragon Plate can achieve a breakthrough, it should be no problem for me to fight against the Archangel Bailey. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the spot in front of him. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was rapidly absorbing the innate spiritual treasures one by one. The yin and yang were reversed. The innate spiritual treasures turned into energy and gathered inside. Every time the Tai Chi Dragon Plate absorbed an innate spiritual treasure, its luster became more profound. Wang Xian was looking forward to the breakthrough of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. In the following period of time, the universe's AI was still bustling with activity. In the Dragon Palace, all the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace were improving their strength. Halfway through, the strong practitioners of the ancestral dragon lineage arrived, but Wang Xian did not see them. Now, the improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc was the most important thing. Once the Tai Chi Dragon Disc made a breakthrough, Wang Xian would have the confidence to face any schemes and tricks of the Holy Dragon lineage. Even if the Angel Clan gave the Holy Dragon King and the rest powerful innate treasures, he would still be able to find more helpers for them. He was confident that he could deal with them. Time passed day by day. The absorption rate of the innate spiritual treasures was very fast. Basically, he could absorb 10 of them in a day. However, it would still take more than half a year to absorb all of them. Wang Xian used the time when the Tai Chi Dragon Plate absorbed the innate spiritual treasures to devour some of the resources on his own. Hence, in the Dragon King's Hall, Wang Xian transformed into a huge divine dragon and was absorbing a huge amount of resources. Above him, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc was absorbing the innate spiritual treasures one by one. Time passed very quickly. 1 month later, Wang Xian's absorption was over. Just as he expected, he was still lacking some resources before he could improve. There were too many attributes. Sometimes, the amount of resources required would also be multiplied. Time passed very quickly. 9 months was just a small amount of time for comprehension and cultivation. On this day, when the Tai Chi Dragon Disc absorbed 2,000 innate supreme treasures, the transformation came. Roar. Roars came from the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. The Tai Chi yin-yang eyes that represented the dragons of darkness and light emitted dazzling light. The surrounding energy surged towards them crazily. The two divine dragons seemed to be absorbing all the light and darkness, absorbing them into their bodies. Following that, the light and darkness were completely absorbed into the yin-yang eye, the body of the divine dragons of light and darkness. Waves of terrifying energy came from their bodies. The two divine dragons slowly intertwined together, slowly fusing together. The strange thing was that the two divine dragons began to merge and slowly merged into a divine dragon. However, the surface of their bodies looked a little strange. Darkness and light were irregularly located on the body of this divine dragon. The 2 eyes and the 2 dragon horns were 1 light and 1 darkness respectively. But the strange thing was that the dragon horns on the Eye of Light were indeed dark dragon horns. The light dragon horn on the Eye of Darkness was indeed a bright dragon horn. It was very strange, but the energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Slowly, the body of this divine dragon started to take shape, and once again took the shape of a Taiji dragon coil. The Taiji dragon coil spun slowly and was slightly illusory. In the next moment, it flew towards Wang Xian's body. Under the gaze of Wang Xian, the Taiji dragon coil landed on his clothes and covered him. A yin-yang divine dragon coiled around his entire body, making him look like a divine dragon. I've made a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at his body with excitement in his eyes. This transformation was definitely a qualitative transformation for the Tai Chi dragon coil. He could feel the strength of the Tai Chi dragon coil. It was so powerful that it was almost indestructible. There was also a hint of strangeness. Good. Among those of the same level, I can be said to be invincible and undefeatable. Wang Xian felt the strength of the Tai Chi dragon plate, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The current him could easily kill the spirit red bone. He had the advantage of speed and an invincible defense. Unless the spirit red bone continued to defend, he would be easily killed by Wang Xian. In addition, Wang Xian realized that the breakthrough of the Taiji dragon plate this time had a few more powerful abilities compared to the past. Offensive power. The current Taiji dragon plate had a strong offensive power. The divine light dragon and the divine dark dragon were not defensive divine dragons in the first place. They were merely the combination of yin and yang. The circulation of yin and yang formed a terrifying defense. In fact, the divine dragon of light and the divine dragon of darkness were extremely powerful in their attacks. Currently, if Wang Xian were to control the Taiji dragon disc to fight, the Taiji dragon disc alone would be able to easily suppress the masters of the universe. Other than that, there was another powerful ability. It was called the yin-yang space. The Taiji dragon disc covered him, making him feel as though he was in another space. This had a huge effect. It was to be free from dust and karma. It was also to be able to ignore any attacks such as curses. Of course, there was a prerequisite. It could only withstand the attacks of an ancestral wizard at the first level of the universe dominator. It's too powerful. The breakthrough of the Tai Chi dragon disc is like the difference between a Khanate numinous treasure and a Khanate supreme treasure. It's powerful and invincible. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement. The current him was in the realm of the master of the universe. He was confident that he was invincible and undefeatable. Who dared to say that he was invincible? Who dared to say that he was undefeatable? He dared. Who dared to say invincible? Who dared to say invincible? In this universe, no one dared to say invincible, no one dared to say invincible. Especially for those below the universe ruler realm, the invincible territory was a name for a domain. To be able to name a place with the invincible territory, one could imagine how powerful this place was. Some people said that there were no invincible enemies in the world. However, invincible beings below the level of universe masters should be in the invincible region. Those who came here were all great beings who had been at the pinnacle level of universe knights for a very long time. In order to break through, they entered this invincible region and pursued their breakthrough. In this place, great beings with level 2 combat power as universe masters were just children. They weren't qualified to speak. There were at least 1,000 universe knights from pinnacle races. They were all looking for a chance to break through. There were more than 10 pinnacle races, and their bloodlines, inheritances, and physiques could help them advance to the universe knight realm. In other words, the core disciples of the pinnacle races. Even if they didn't have much resources, even if they didn't have many opportunities, they could still reach the pinnacle universe knight realm after cultivating for around 10 billion years. The accumulation of time was enough for them to make up for the lack of resources. This was the huge advantage of the core disciples of the pinnacle races. However, despite their advantages, if they wanted to break through to the universe ruler realm, the advantages of the pinnacle races weren't much higher than those of the great beings of the mutated high-level races. However, every pinnacle race had some treasures that could increase their chances of breaking through. However, this improvement was also limited. This caused many great beings of pinnacle races to desperately seek the path to the universe ruler realm. Some came to the invincible region to fight and spar with great beings of the same level, and they even improved themselves. Because the lives of great beings at the pinnacle of the universe night realm were very long, there were many great beings at the pinnacle of the universe night realm in the invincible region. It formed a special region, the invincible region. In the invincible region, there were also some powerful opportunities. These opportunities were enough to tempt pinnacle universe knights. The invincible region was huge and vast. Within the crack in space, there were many horrifying broken god countries supporting it. Some of the god countries were shining like the sun, illuminating this space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An archangel with 12 wings was flying at high speed in the invincible zone. There were more than 20 places where experts gathered in the invincible zone. These places were divided into more than 20 broken divine kingdoms. And the one flying in the invincible zone was Bailey Archangel. He looked at the place in front of him. It was a dark and strange area, covered by a green and blood-red light. It was filled with darkness and strangeness. Bailey Archangel flew forward. The dark energy on his body shone like a bright lamp. However, he did not hide his aura at all. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of many powerhouses in front. At the center of the darkness and strangeness was an extremely dilapidated area. It was filled with dilapidated buildings and some strange broken statues. At the very center stood a tall tower. This was an extremely tall tower. On top of the tower, there was a statue of an eye. The entire statue of an eye was emitting a green light. From afar, it looked somewhat terrifying, and on top of this tower lived a powerhouse. A very famous powerhouse in the invincible region. It was called the Black Tower Magus. The Magus lineage belonged to the Peak race. However, the Magus lineage was very special. Many of them were lonely explorers, pursuers of the truth of the universe, researchers of laws. Magi like to research, like to explore alone. The Magus lineage, they passed down their heritage in the manner of a teacher. The ancestral Magi were the core of the Magus lineage. The wizard clan was very general. Although they were a peak race, only when they reached the level of ancestral wizards could they enter the core of the wizard clan. Ancestral Wizard Tower. The wizard clan was not like other races, and was completely different from the angel clan of the divine dragon clan. In the universe, there were only a dozen known ancestral wizards. It was very difficult to become an ancestral wizard. Of all the cultivation systems in the universe, the Magus lineage was the most difficult. It was difficult to cultivate and difficult to break through. But at the same time, the strength of the Magus lineage was extremely terrifying. If a Magus were to attack after setting up a formation, they would be able to block 4 or 5 or even more. Of course, there were Magi who specialized in the physical aspect. But when a Magus reached the level of an ancestral Magus, the curse of the formation and the physical body would all be involved. The longer a Magus lived, the more terrifying they would become. This was because their accumulation was extremely deep. Magi usually occupied a large portion of Magi of the same rank. Even the great angel Bailey had to admit it. As a peak race of angels, he had no confidence in dealing with an ancestral Magus of the same rank. In the case of a life-and-death battle, the possibility of him being killed was very high. This time, under the orders of the third prince, he came to the invincible region to invite powerful beings to deal with the Dragon Palace. The first person he thought of was this Black Tower Magus. The Black Tower Magus was very powerful. He had a battle record. He single-handedly fought against 3 Fire Phoenixes and 3 Peak Universe Knights of the Black Tortoise race, and defeated them. He even killed a Black Tortoise with powerful defense. This was when the Black Tower Magi did not set up a formation beforehand. Among all the races, the Black Tortoise race was known as the race with the strongest defense. For him to be able to kill a Black Tortoise expert in a 1-on-6 situation, one could only imagine his strength. In the invincible region, there was an unspoken rule that life and death were determined by fate and wealth. Once one stepped into this place, regardless of the peak race or background, one would be killed. The reason why there were such rules was because those who stepped into this place were experts who had been unable to break through in the outside world and wanted to break through here. If an expert had a powerful background and others did not dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with him but avoided him the moment they met him, how would he be able to break through? He had come here to fight and break through. If an expert from your race died, would your race come here to take revenge? Who would still play with the disciples of your race in the future? Not to mention, the disciples of the peak races would also fight and kill. The battles here had nothing to do with race, but with individuals. If you were strong, you would be strong. If you were weak, then you would die. Natural selection. The great beings above the universe ruler realm could not make a move. The arrival of the great angel Bailey was like a bright lamp in the dark night. However, after sensing its power, some of the great beings around did not pay too much attention to it. The surrounding great beings were all existences that could step into the universe ruler realm at any time. They would not fear a universe ruler level 1 great being because of this. They could not be fearful because they wanted to break through. Whoosh! Bailey Archangel flapped his wings and quickly flew towards the towering Magus Tower. His speed was very fast. He ignored the surrounding gazes and stared at the residence of the Black Tower Magus. Whoosh! Very quickly, he arrived in front of the Magus Tower and stopped about 100 million kilometers away. Above the Magus Tower, there was a circular fortress. On top of the fortress, there was a huge eye that was emitting green and blood-red light. He stopped in the air and looked at the Magus Tower in front of him. There was no movement at all, and he frowned slightly. Buzz! His 12 wings lightly trembled, and a wave of energy rushed towards the surroundings. The power of light spread towards the Magus Tower. Buzz! 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 However, at this moment, a green light swept towards the surroundings from the top of the Magus Tower. That incomparably large eye slowly focused on the body of the Archangel. At this moment, the heart of the Archangel suddenly tightened, and a sense of threat enveloped his heart. He seemed to have heard the chanting around him. He could feel countless eyes staring at him from all directions. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of death looming over him. As expected of a Magus from the Black Tower, to be able to bring me such a strong threat of death. Archangel Bailey stared at the circular castle of the Magus Tower and said with a grave expression, "The experts of the invincible region were indeed not to be underestimated. Some old monsters had lived much longer than Archangel Bailey. There were even some old monsters that had lived for around 20 billion years. These old monsters had not broken through for a long time, but they were trying to increase their strength. They had all sorts of strange methods. Even if it was a universe ruler level Archangel Bailey, he would still be careful. Take the Black Tower Magus in front of him. Archangel Bailey was certain that if he dared to attack him here, it was not certain who would die. After all, this was the nest of the Black Tower Magi, surrounded by all sorts of strange formations. An Archangel. I wonder why a little Magus like me is here. A door opened in the center of the Magus Tower Fortress, and an old man slowly walked out. The old man had green pupils and a pair of blood-red wings on his back. The other places looked ordinary. He was the famous wizard of the Black Tower. An Archangel had come in person, and a wizard of the Black Tower who was only at the peak of the universe night realm still had to be respected. Regardless of background, the other party's strength was enough to make him meet. Under the orders of our third prince, we have come to invite the Black Tower Magus to assist a few high-level races and destroy a force. The Archangel, Bailey, did not hide anything and spoke directly. The third prince of the angel race? The Angel of Light. The Black Tower Magus was a little surprised to hear the words of the Archangel. A powerhouse from a peak race actually came to find him to take action. That's right, our peak race cannot interfere in matters of a high-ranked race. Tell me what you want, our third prince can give it to you. The Archangel looked at the Black Tower Magus and continued speaking. The Black Tower Magus stared at the Archangel, his green eyes flashing with light. He made a request to the third prince of the angel race. The third prince of the angel race had an incomparably noble status, and was not an ordinary existence. This was the second generation of the universe. I can make a move. The 12 wings of the universe ruler's realm Dark Angel. The Black Tower Magus pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing as he spoke. Bailey's archangel frowned slightly when he heard his request. He knew that the Black Tower Magus would definitely make a condition because no one at this level could resist such a temptation. But this Black Tower Magus offer wasn't small either. The 12 pairs of wings of the ruler of the universe, the Dark Angel, was a treasure. It was no less than a connate cardinal treasure. I'll tell our third prince your offer. Bailey immediately took out the universe AI and sent the Black Tower Magus offer. Wang Wang. At the same time, at the center of Dragon Island and Dragon Island, the third prince stood quietly in front of the pillars where the divine dragons were. Beside him, the Green River Phoenix was also standing there. The third prince frowned slightly when he received the message from Bailey's archangel. A universe dominator's realm and the 12 wings of the Dark Angel were very precious. However, he immediately responded. A universe dominator's realm and the 12 wings of the Darkness Angel in exchange for the help of a powerful warrior. It's really difficult to invite a powerful warrior from the invincible region. He spoke indifferently and looked at the water phoenix beside him. Your people are too useless. The Green River Water Phoenix glanced at him and said indifferently, It's not that my people are useless. It's that the strength of the Dragon Palace is indeed beyond our expectations. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before a Universe Dominator Realm Warrior is born in the Dragon Palace. The third prince opened his mouth and stared at her. I've already paid a lot. Whether the heart of light and darkness is in there is still uncertain. Qing Jiang, you have to do something. Qing Jiang Water Phoenix stared at him, her eyes slightly flickering. I'll find you a master from the invincible region. Who? The third prince stared at her and asked. The Supreme Water Demon King. The Green River Water Phoenix replied. I've heard of him. Is there anyone else? The third prince nodded and continued to ask. Those who he had heard of were all top-tier existences in the invincible zone. No one. My subordinates only know this one. The Green River Water Phoenix shook her head. Okay. The third prince didn't continue to make any requests and nodded. He immediately passed this news to Archangel Bailey. If we say that the Dragon Palace has given birth to a divine dragon at the realm of the ruler of the universe, it is also good news for us. After a few minutes of silence, the Green River Water Phoenix spoke. The elf race has some interaction with the Dragon Palace. The third prince added indifferently. This caused the Green River Water Phoenix to frown slightly and did not say anything. All right, our third prince has agreed. At the same time, within the invincible region, the great angel Bailey received a message from the third prince and replied to the Black Tower Magus in front. All right. The Black Tower Magus revealed a smile. Which force to destroy? If it's too weak, then it'll be meaningless. Dragon Palace, the other party has 2 experts who can instantly kill a Universe Overlord rank 3 expert. I'll continue to invite experts. You're the first. The second Great Water Demon King has already agreed. Find another one. Do you have any recommendations? Bailey Archangel asked him. Oh? They can instantly kill experts of the same level? Interesting, interesting. I want one of them. The Black Tower Wizard's eyes shone as he said. Don't be careless. The other party does have some ability. Even in the undefeatable zone, he is a very powerful existence. Next, I will find at least another expert of your level. Seeing the Black Tower Magus face full of battle intent, Angel Bailey reminded him lightly. Finding 2 is enough. I will not join hands with others to attack an existence of the same level. The Black Tower Magus said indifferently. His words caused the great Angel Bailey to frown slightly. I'm not afraid of anyone of the same level. Join hands? Then my Black Tower might as well commit suicide. The Black Tower Magus looked at the great angel. If you want to find an expert, don't even think about saying that we will join hands. Of course, joining hands to kill an existence at the Universe Ruler Realm is still possible. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. His mouth was like a black hole. No teeth could be seen and no tongue could be seen. It was really strange. The great angel's eyes flickered as he looked at him, and he was a little speechless in his heart. These old fellows who hadn't broken through all this time, over time, had become somewhat abnormal in their hearts. Good, other than the Supreme Water Demon King, I'm looking for someone to deal with other ordinary universe rulers with rank 3 battle strength. Do you have any recommendations? Archangel Bailey looked at the Black Tower Magus and continued asking. There's an old scholar. He's very strong. An expert from the Saint lineage. The Black Tower Magus spoke. Then let's set off now. Archangel Bailey looked at him and spoke. All right. The Black Tower Magus nodded. With a wave of his arm, the fort behind him closed. With a flash, he brought Archangel Bailey and flew off. Why is the Black Tower Magus following this Archangel? I don't know. He must have something important to find the Black Tower Magus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Could it be to deal with those space beasts? That shouldn't be the case, right? In the surroundings, some experts watched their departing figures as they muttered to themselves. The Black Tower Magus' prestige in this region was very high, and his strength was also unfathomable. Could be seen from the fact that he occupied a towering Magus tower. The Black Tower Magus battle record was extremely terrifying. Black Tower Magus. Tell me about that old scholar's strength. The great Angel Bailey flew beside the Black Tower Magus. Even he had to use all his strength to keep up with the Black Tower Magus speed. One could imagine how deep this old monster's foundation was. Two experts from your angel race died at his hands. One of them seems to be called. Forget it, his name is too long. There's no need for him to leave his name behind after his death. The Black Tower Magus said indifferently. When the great Angel Bailey heard his words, his brows raised. However, at this moment he suddenly thought of something and his eyes flashed. The two of them flew in the invincible region rapidly. After flying for more than a month, they arrived at a relatively bright region. In front of them, there were many mountain peaks. The trees and grass on the mountain peaks were very lush. This was a cosmos god nation left behind by an expert after his death. It had been completely destroyed. Those mountain peaks were left in a mess in this piece of void space. Faintly, the sound of reading could be heard from the surroundings. Among the mountain peaks of their group, there was a mountain peak that was emitting light energy. The mountain peak looked very ordinary. One could vaguely see two old men sitting there, holding a fan in their hands, sitting in front of a chessboard. They were just quietly sitting cross-legged. If one were to get close, one could see that the two old men looked exactly the same. However, one of them had a kind look on his face while the other had a fierce look on his face. This area was called the Mountain of Books, and this old man was called the Old Scholar. He was a famous expert of the invincible region. His battle record was because he had killed two experts of the angel race. Old Scholar, the Archangel of the angel race has come to look for you for a matter. You can claim the reward. The Black Tower Magus flew over and shouted, Black Tower Magus, you've disrupted my chess game. When the Old Scholar heard the voice of the Black Tower Magus, the fierce-looking old man stared at him. His eyes filled with fury and killing intent. What's the matter? Opposite the fierce-looking old man, the kind-looking old man stood up. The fierce-looking old man strangely fused into his body and merged into one. The kind-looking old man looked at Bailey Archangel and smiled, fanning the fan in his hand. However, when Bailey Archangel saw the fan in his hand, he frowned slightly. The feather on the fan was the feather of a pinnacle universe knight of the angel race. If this was not in the invincible region, the angel race would have sent people to kill him. However, he killed a great being of the angel race in the invincible region, so the angel race would not bother with him. This was the rule. Peak races weren't so stingy. Help some high-level races and destroy a force. You'll be the one who gets the reward. If our third prince can satisfy you, we'll try our best to satisfy you. Bailey Archangel said directly. I want books that I've never seen before. Useful books left by universe overlords. Hearing this, the Old Scholar proposed the reward without any hesitation. Wait a moment. Angel Bailey immediately sent this condition to the third prince, and soon the condition was recovered. I can satisfy it. Soon. Angel Bailey replied. Good. I believe that the third prince of the angel race will definitely have books that I need. The Old Scholar laughed. His request wasn't simple. The useful books left behind by masters at the universe ruler realm weren't that simple. All right, after we meet up with the Supreme Water Demon King, we'll leave immediately. Archangel Bailey said directly. Supreme Water Demon King? That warlike guy? In the outside world, which high-level race needs the three of us to help? Is it a powerful force affiliated to that peak race? The old scholar raised his eyebrows and asked. No, the Dragon Palace, the last powerful force of the Dragon God lineage. They have two very powerful experts. The great Angel Bailey replied. The Dragon God lineage? The spoils of war belong to us. If we use the body of the Dragon God to create a dragon chair, TSK. Not bad. The old scholar waved the fan made of angel wings in his hand, his eyes shining. If you have the ability to kill the Dragon King alone, the corpse belongs to you. The Archangel Bailey said directly. The experts of the invincible region were very strong, but he also knew that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was not simple. However, inviting the Black Tower Magus, the Old Scholar, and the Water Demon King should be enough. These three were all famous experts in the invincible region. There were very few who could compare to them in the invincible region. The price of inviting them was too high. Even the third prince had to save as much as he could. Go report to the Supreme Water Monster King, and then we'll go out. Bailey looked at the confident and arrogant Old Scholar and said, The Supreme Water Monster King is in the Supreme Water Palace, and there's a teleportation formation on the Mountain of Books. Let's go through the teleportation formation. The Old Scholar said indifferently and directly flew toward a teleportation formation. The Archangel Bailey and the others immediately followed behind him and arrived in front of the teleportation formation to start the teleportation. Buzz. After they were teleported, they immediately arrived at a slightly noisy place. The Supreme Water Hall. It was different from the place where the Black Tower Magi and the Mountain of Books were located. This place was obviously much more lively. This was a group of dilapidated palaces in the void, and there were many palaces. And around this dilapidated palace, there were many new palaces and many demon beasts were flying around. These demon beasts were all the descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King. In the Invincible Zone, the Supreme Water Demon King was an exception. He loved to fight and he fought very crazily. He had once fought with the Old Scholar, and no one knew the result of the battle. But the experts of the Invincible Zone only knew that both sides had been silent for hundreds of millions of years before they came out. After coming out, Supreme Water Demon Emperor became even more wanton, bringing many female demon beasts into the invincible region. These female demon beasts gave birth to many descendants for him. In the invincible region, only he alone occupied a domain, claiming to be the distant observer. At the same time, in these endless years, after he had not broken through for a very, very long time, he began to nurture his own descendants with potential. Out of all his descendants, 10 great beings with the combat power of universe masters at level 3 had been born, and all of them were extremely powerful. Tai Shui Demon Emperor even had a famous son, who was extremely powerful. He had once killed 5 universe masters with the combat power of level 3. This had also made Tai Shui Demon Emperor's reputation soar. At the same time, he was also amazed at how Tai Shui Demon Emperor had nurtured so many powerful descendants. Archangel Bailey, right? Our monster king of the Tai Shui Empire invites you. Just as Archangel Bailey and the others teleported over, a monster beast flew over and said to them, Lead the way. Archangel Bailey said indifferently. The monster beast nodded and immediately led the way, flying towards a palace in the center. TSK. In the invincible region, only the monster king of the Tai Shui Empire is so high profile. He occupies such a large area. Sooner or later, he will be slaughtered here. The Old Scholar's face suddenly changed. This face seemed to be a lot more ferocious. Maybe one of the descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King will give birth to a ruler of the universe. After all, the probability of having more of them is much higher than ours. The Black Tower Magus looked around. In his green eyes, all the demon beasts around him were filled with dense blood chi. They looked like devils from hell. As the two of them spoke, they soon arrived in front of a large hall. Archangel Bailey, our Supreme Water Demon King, is inside. Please come in. He led the demonic beasts to the front of the hall and gestured at them. The expression on the Archangel's face did not change as he flew forward. Boom! However, just as he passed through a large hall, An incomparably terrifying fist attacked the archangel. Sensing the power of this fist, his expression changed slightly. His 12 wings immediately blocked the front, forming a powerful defense. Hong! The fist landed on the defense of his 12 wings, causing his body to tremble slightly, and his eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. Ha ha ha, as expected of a universe overlord realm expert. This fist of mine is still far from being able to kill him. Right at this moment, an extremely arrogant voice came from the palace. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the great angel, Bai Lai, as he looked ahead with a cold gaze. Provoking a universe ruler was something he could do in the invincible region. His gaze landed on a throne at the end of a long road, where an incomparably burly demon beast was sitting. Its head looked like beef and its body was huge. It had a pair of horns and its body was emitting a blue light. Its face looked ugly as if it had fish scales growing on it. Let me test your strength. Are you qualified? With a cold glint in his eyes, the Archangel Bailey waved his arm, and the 12 wings on his hand condensed into a sharp spear of judgment. The spear of judgment shot towards the Supreme Water Demon King at a terrifying speed. Apart from not using any innate supreme treasures, he did not hold back at all. A full-powered attack. Haha, good. The Supreme Water Demon King looked at this terrifying attack and a terrifying battle intent burst out from his eyes. He extended his arm and as if the starry sea had gathered on his fist, he met the spear of judgment head-on. Boom! The judgment spear collided with his fist and his fist slowly absorbed the judgment spear. The fist absorbed all rivers. Following that, his fist disappeared, but so did the spear. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Bailey Archangel narrowed slightly. As expected of the Supreme Water Demon King, he said with a solemn expression. His full-strength attack was actually blocked by the Supreme Water Demon King. In other words, the Supreme Water Monster King was not weaker than him. He, as expected of the Supreme Water Monster King, twice mutated, strong. The half of the old scholar's ferocious face moved, and he said, "It's okay. Anyway, I will definitely advance one step before the calamity." The Supreme Water Monster King said with confidence, and his eyes stared at the old scholar. At that time, I will use you as a stepping stone. Before the apocalypse? By that time, we will be 2 realms apart. The old scholar said indifferently, his face full of strong confidence. That kind of confidence seemed to make him invincible. Taishui Monster King, have you received the news? Bailey Archangel took a deep breath and said to the Tshui Monster King, I have received it. Leave the Dragon King to me. One-on-one, we will be the Dragon Slayer. The Supreme Water Demon King licked his lips and said, the Divine Dragon Clan is the overlord of the water, the king of the ocean, the Supreme Water Demon King. Can you do it? The Black Tower Wizard looked at the Supreme Water Demon King and said with a smile, the Divine Dragon Clan was once the overlord of the ocean. Even the various space beasts in the mountains and seas were afraid of them. The Supreme Water Demon King was like a small fish in the eyes of the Divine Dragon Clan. It was not worth mentioning. All creatures of the water race respected the Divine Dragons. Magus of the Black Tower, do you want me to give it a try? The Supreme Water Demon King stared at the Magus of the Black Tower, his eyes flashing with battle intent. If you can give me enough compensation, I can train with you. The Magus of the Black Tower calmly replied, his green pupils unusually strange. All right, 2 of you, after destroying the Dragon Palace, you can fight at will. Bailey looked at the Black Tower's Magus and the Supreme Water Demon King, slightly frowning as he spoke. At the same time, he was also somewhat shocked by these old perverts of the invincible region. The Supreme Water Demon King had mutated twice. What kind of concept was this? Once mutated, it was comparable to a peak race. Twice mutated, it was equivalent to the mutated experts of their angel race. Their angel race was also a mutated great being, known as the Fallen Angel. The Supreme Water Demon King had mutated twice, and it was enough to fight someone at his level. And the Black Tower Wizard and the Old Scholar were not afraid of him at all. One could imagine how powerful they were. An old monster was indeed an old monster. He had only been stuck at the Pinnacle Universe Night Realm for a few 100 million years before he broke through, and he had never experienced such a situation before. He had never expected that they would be able to contend against him at the Pinnacle Universe Knight level. Now, he finally understood why this place was called Invincible Region. At the very least, at the level below Universe Ruler, Invincible Region was an invincible existence. The great beings here were too terrifying. This made him think that there were many space beasts living in Invincible Region, and these space beasts had powers that were no weaker than theirs. It could be imagined that the space beasts in the Invincible Zone were also very terrifying. Lead the way. I want to see what kind of experts have appeared outside. The Supreme Water Monster King waved his hand and said directly. He didn't put the Bailey Archangel in his eyes at all. He just put him in the same position. The Bailey Archangel also put away his pride, nodded, and flew out. Little ones, today I will go out and meet some experts. When I return, I will bring some divine dragon meat for you to taste. Ha ha ha. After flying out of the palace, the Supreme Water Demon King laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with madness. So. His voice resounded through the entire void space as demonic beasts flew over one after another. 7 to 8 of them were emitting terrifying auras. The Demon King will definitely return triumphantly, killing the enemy and taking his head. The Demon King will definitely return triumphantly, killing the enemy and taking his head. One demon beast after another roared loudly. Ha ha ha. Tai Shui Demon King laughed maniacally. He followed behind Bailey Archangel and quickly disappeared. Maniacs, they all seem to be maniacs. It's been a long time since they broke through to the Universe Ruler realm, causing their minds to go crazy. Such existences either break through or go crazy. Seeing this, Heavenly Angel Bailey thought to himself. He suddenly remembered something about the Invincible Zone. When he had come here, his father had warned him not to invite some lunatics from the Invincible Zone. Because they were truly lunatics. These lunatics could be regarded as space beasts, because their behavior and style were like wild beasts. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. This Water Demon Emperor was probably not far from such a stage. Time could wear down anyone. To be able to cultivate to the pinnacle of a universe knight, even if one wasn't extremely talented or possessed great wisdom. But to reach this stage, if one didn't break through within 1 billion years or 2 billion years, the long river of time would wear down one's wisdom and wisdom. One had to break through or go crazy. The 2 people he invited were normal, but the one the third prince asked him to contact was a bit abnormal. Buzz. For figures flew quickly in the Invincible Zone. 1 year later, they flew out of the Invincible Zone. Next, you will assist the experts of several high-level races to attack the Dragon Palace together. 2 of them can instantly kill a level 3 universe dominator. Your role is to kill them. After flying out of Invincible Region, Great Angel Bailey said to them, "There's no need for assistance. The 3 of us are enough to kill them." Supreme Water Demon Emperor said directly. The other side has 2 very powerful great beings and more than 50 universe rulers with level 3 combat power. The 3 of you can't do it. Great Angel Bailey said straightforwardly. Ha! The Black Tower Wizard raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this number. There were so many experts on the other side, they were indeed not good enough. That's simple. I'll go challenge the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Give me a confinement circle, and I'll kill him. Great Water Demon King said straightforwardly. Let's move together. Great Angel Bailey looked at him and frowned slightly. He took out 3 feathers and said, "Follow me back to our holy mountain of light first, and then we'll move out." Although the Supreme Water Monster King and the others were very stubborn, they didn't refuse and crush the feathers. Archangel Bailey smiled and sent a message to the third prince. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, they disappeared. Soon, their figures slowly appeared on a mountain peak of the Divine Mountain of Light. "The 3 of you wait here." The Great Angel Bailey spoke to the 3 of them and stood there quietly. The Great Aqua Demon King and the other 2 were very well behaved on the Holy Mountain of Light. After all, this was the territory of the peak races. If they were arrogant, they wouldn't even know how they died. Great Angel Bailey. Soon, the Sacred Dragon King, the Patriarch of the Shepherds, the Patriarch of the Light Giant, and all their experts rushed over. This time, all the great beings of the 6 great races had arrived. Among the 6 great races, there were more than 120 great beings with the combat power of universe masters at level 3. After losing more than 50 great beings, there were still 71 great beings left. This time, not a single one was left, and all of them had arrived. And at this moment, there was an archangel as a guest in their nest. With such a powerful expert guarding the place, it was extremely safe. Bailey looked at them and nodded indifferently. Beside them, the Black Tower Magus, the Taishui Demon King, and the Old Scholar also glanced at the Sacred Dragon King and the others. At the same time, the Sacred Dragon King and the others also looked at the Black Tower Magus trio. What powerful strength! What a terrifying aura! The Sacred Dragon King and the others swept their gazes over. The Black Tower Magus' strange green pupils looked at them, causing the Sacred Dragon King's body to tremble slightly as he transmitted his voice to the Patriarch and the others. The Patriarch and the others nodded in agreement. The strength of these 3 strange experts was extremely terrifying. In fact, their auras weren't the slightest bit weaker than that of Archangel Bailey. Too weak. Supreme Water Demon King glanced at the Sacred Dragon King and said in disdain, "Wang." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. The figure's aura was revealed, and everyone in the area felt their breathing slowed down as a terrifying power pressed down on their bodies. Greetings, Third Prince. The Sacred Dragon King, Patriarch of the God-herding clan, and the others immediately knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. Ka 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 ka. The Sacred Dragon King and the others bowed respectfully. Even the great Angel Bailey also bowed respectfully. However, the faces of the Black Tower Magi, the great Aqua Demon King, and the Old Scholar changed drastically. A terrifying aura surrounded them, resisting the Third Prince's aura. However, even if they resisted, they had no choice but to bend their bodies, covered in cold sweat. Greetings, Third Prince. They hurriedly greeted him as well. The Third Prince's strength was not something that an archangel like Bailey could compare to. Similarly, it was also not something they could compare to. Not bad, your strength is not bad. The Third Prince sized up the 3 of them and nodded his head in satisfaction. He moved his palm and took out a pair of black 12-winged angel wings and a few books of light. This is your reward. I'll give it to you in advance. With a wave of the Third Prince's arm, the 12 wings of the Dark Angel and the Book of Light landed in front of the Black Tower Magus and the Old Scholar. The Black Tower Magus' eyes lit up with joy. The Old Scholar opened the book and flipped through it, a satisfied expression on his face. We can easily destroy a small dragon palace. Don't worry, Third Prince. The Supreme Water Demon King glanced at the book and said respectfully to the Third Prince, I believe that the 3 experts of the Invincible region, the 2 top experts of the Dragon Palace, have been killed. Leave the pure-blooded divine dragon behind. Don't kill it. This is the Light Death region. It can seal a space and doesn't require the control of magi. The Third Prince ordered and threw them a treasure. Yes. The Black Tower Wizards took the Light Death region and nodded respectfully. The warriors of the Invincible region? Hearing the Third Prince's words, the Holy Dragon King, the Patriarch of the Godly Mu clan, and the others were pleasantly surprised. The Invincible region was the place where an old monster at the pinnacle level of a universe knight broke through. The chances of breaking through here were very high, but it was also very dangerous. Only those great beings who had not broken through for a long time would enter the Invincible region. Last time, the Third Prince said to call the great beings from the Invincible region over, but he did not expect them to come so quickly. I'll leave it to you. I don't want to mess it up. The Third Prince warned them, and his figure disappeared again. Sacred Dragon King, tell them about the Dragon Palace. These 3 are respectively the Black Tower Wizard, the Old Scholar, and the Supreme Water Monster Emperor. After the Third Prince left, the Archangel said to them, Supreme Water Monster King? As soon as the Archangel said that, the leader of the Giant of Light let out a shocked cry. He looked at the Supreme Water Monster King with fear in his eyes. Haha, have you heard of my name? The Supreme Water Monster King looked at the leader of the Giant of Light and asked with a laugh. I've heard of the Supreme Water Demon King before I became the leader of the Giant of Light. The leader of the Giant of Light stared at the Supreme Water Demon King with sparkling eyes and said, "That was 10 billion years ago. Let's talk about the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace first." The wizard of the Black Tower looked at them and said indifferently, "There are more than 50 peak powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, which is not a lot. We have 71 on our side, but they have two very terrifying existences. One is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and the other is a woman in red. They can kill us ordinary peak powerhouses in an instant." The light giant said with some fear in his heart, "Oh, are you stronger than me?" The Supreme Water Demon King waved his arm, and a terrifying energy directly charged toward the light giant tribe leader. The light giant tribe leader sensed this terrifying aura and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his arm to block. Boom. But in the next moment he didn't have the strength to resist at all and his body flew backward. The patriarch of the Giant of Light widened his eyes, full of shock. Hiss! At the side, the Sacred Dragon King and the others saw this terrifying power, and their pupils constricted, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was an expert of the same level as them? Wasn't this too terrifying? As expected of an expert of the Invincible Zone, so strong, so terrifying. The clan leader of the God-herding clan was filled with shock when he saw this. Such a great being could send the clan leader of the light giant flying with a casual wave of his hand. If he was serious, wouldn't he be instantly killed? The clan leader of the light giant was much stronger than an ordinary level 3 universe master. They knew that the great beings from the invincible region were very powerful, but they didn't expect them to be so abnormal. "Let's go. Don't waste time. I want to compete with that Dragon King." The old scholar glanced at them and said, "Old scholar, that Dragon King is mine." I said, "I want to bring some dragon meat to my little ones." Taishui Monster King stared at the old scholar and said directly, "Hee, I now have the fan of Angel Feather and the bone armor characters of the Black Tortoise clan. I just happen to lack a dragon throne of the Divine Dragon." The old scholar waved the fan in his hand and said indifferently to the Monster King Taishui, When the Sacred Dragon King and the others heard the old scholar's words, their eyes fell on the white fan in his hand, and their expressions changed again. A fan made from the wings of an angel. Wasn't this guy afraid that the angel tribe would destroy him? It seemed that they were also top-tier existences in the invincible region. They naturally understood the invincible region, but what happened in the invincible region rarely spread to the outside world. Because that was the place where a group of experts broke through, no expert would be so bored as to eat melons there. Looking at the fan in the old scholar's hand, they knew that this was also a terrifying existence, a madman. "All right, let's set off immediately. As for which one of you fights the Dragon King, it depends on which one of you fights the Dragon King. Don't mess up this matter, or our third prince won't let the three of you off." Beside them, the great Angel Bailey frowned as he reminded them. His words caused the old scholar and the great Aqua Demon King to restrain themselves a little. If the angel race wanted to deal with them, even if they did not break the rules, they would still have a way to deal with them. In the invincible region, there were many experts from the angel race. There were also crazy existences. "My lords, let's set off. It will take more than a year to get there from here." The Sacred Dragon King looked at them and said, "All right, let's go." The Black Tower Magus nodded. "Let's go." The Sacred Dragon King and the others were excited. The Pastoralist race, the Light Sound Bug race, and the Giant of Light were also filled with ferocity and excitement. Not long ago, the Dragon Palace had caused great losses to the four great races. And now, the third prince had invited 3 unfathomable experts from the invincible region. This time, they would definitely destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and avenge their disciples, their experts, and their clan leader. "That Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is mine." They teleported away and flew above the heaven-splitting chaotic land. The Supreme Water Demon King roared and took out the universal computer to edit a message. "I heard that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has appeared in the inner land. Ha ha ha, the Supreme Water Demon King, want to experience it. Dragon King, right? In 1 year I will challenge you. Die! I heard that a powerful warrior like Dragon Palace Dragon King has appeared in the inner continent. Ha ha, the Supreme Water Demon King, would like to experience it. Dragon King, right? 1 year later I will challenge you. Accept your death. Ha ha ha. After the Supreme Water Demon King sent out the message, he immediately started laughing maniacally. On the side, Holy Dragon King and the others glanced at the Supreme Water Demon King and were shocked. Why was this Supreme Water Demon Emperor like a madman? Legend has it that the Invincible region is a place where Pinnacle Universe Knights enter in search of a breakthrough. There are many old monsters there. Some of them have lived for more than 20 billion years. The clan leader of the God Mu clan glanced over and transmitted his voice to Sacred Dragon Emperor and the rest. Living for 20 billion years without a breakthrough, time will wear down a great being's intelligence and temperament. Such a great being is terrifying. The light giant's eyes flickered slightly. As a peak expert of a high-level race, they had some understanding of the Invincible Zone. However, none of their race's experts had stepped into the Invincible Zone. The most important reason was that in the past they had heard that many experts of the angel race had fallen inside. This made them somewhat fearful of the Invincible Zone. Even great beings of the angel race had fallen inside. One could imagine the danger inside. I've heard of Tai Shui Demon King. He became a terrifying great being more than 10 billion years ago. I heard that he was the one who destroyed his own race. He was very vicious and cruel. The leader of the light giant race continued. At that time, there were 3 or 4 universe masters and level 3 great beings in Tai Shui Demon King's race. All of them were killed by him. As for why he destroyed his own race, I don't know. Such an existence is the true monster level. I remember that when the Divine Dragon Tribe was still in its glory, a demon beast killed a dragon king of the dragon tribe and escaped to the Invincible Zone. The great beings of the Divine Dragon Tribe couldn't find him. There was indeed such a thing. At that time, a traitor appeared in the Immortal Nation and escaped to the Invincible Zone. However, the Immortal Nation didn't go to find that traitor. The clan leaders of several races communicated with each other through voice transmission. Obviously, they also had a trace of respect for the Invincible Zone. Perhaps in a few billion years, before the arrival of the apocalypse, they wouldn't be able to break through their cultivation bases. They would also go to the Invincible Zone to look for opportunities, to look for battles to break through. The group of people flew in the sky. They weren't as grand and mighty as last time. They weren't followed by the group of disciples like last time. But this time, their strength was even more terrifying than last time. Not a single peak expert of the 6 great races was left. There were also 3 peak experts of the Invincible region. Clan leader, look at the universe's AI. The great Aqua Demon King actually posted the news of challenging the Dragon King on the AI. It has already caused a huge sensation. Time passed day by day. When they were on their way for more than a month, an expert from the Black Fog Spirit Clan suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" The Black Fog Spirit Clan's clan leader, the Shepherd God Clan's clan leader, and the rest of the experts were slightly stunned. They immediately opened the universe's AI to take a look. As expected, they saw an extremely explosive piece of news. The news was that the Great Water Demon King was challenging the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the Great Water Demon King wanted the Dragon King to die. I didn't expect that there would be people who know about me. It seems that my reputation is still very well known. When the Supreme Water Demon King heard the exclamation of the Black Fog Spirit Race expert, he also opened the Universe AI. When he saw that this news had already caused an uproar, he couldn't help but laugh. He was very satisfied with this situation. At the side, the old scholar heard their words and slightly frowned. He took out the Universe AI and looked at it, his gaze slightly flickering. At this moment, on the Universe AI, the information regarding the Supreme Water Demon King caused a commotion. The Supreme Water Demon King hadn't appeared within the eyes of the heaven-opening primal continent for a very, very long time. The people born in the last few billion years had never heard of this existence. Those experts who had lived for 10 billion years had long forgotten about it. But now it suddenly appeared. At first, after the Supreme Water Demon King posted the information on the Universe AI, it didn't attract too much attention. Only a few people knew about the sudden voice of this terrifying existence. But as time passed, this matter gradually spread. And the story of the Supreme Water Demon King was also spread. 10 billion years ago, an extremely terrifying expert had stepped into the invincible zone. Now, he suddenly wanted to challenge the Dragon King and make him die. How could they not be shocked? Especially since this matter was related to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This Supreme Water Demon King is really like some information said. Is he an old monster from 10 billion years ago? Is he an existence that stepped into the invincible zone 10 billion years ago? He actually wants to challenge the Dragon King? He wants to kill the Dragon King. This is already a stone hammer. The experts of the high-level races have confirmed it. He really is an expert from 10 billion years ago. At that time, he destroyed his own race and killed 3 or 4 experts of the same level. His strength is extremely terrifying. Why did the experts of the invincible zone suddenly challenge the Dragon King and want to kill him? Is it because the strength that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace displayed last time attracted the attention of the experts of the invincible zone and wanted to challenge him? Tai Shui Demon King, our race has an ancestor in the invincible region. Tai Shui Demon King is definitely one of the most terrifying existences in the invincible region. He even taught 10 universe masters with level 3 battle strength. Our ancestors said that Tai Shui Demon King can kill a universe master with level 3 battle strength in an instant. He is almost invincible in the same level. This is an existence that has lived for more than 20 billion years. Although he hasn't broken through to the universe ruler realm, he was able to kill 3 or 4 people of the same level with one strike 10 billion years ago. He must be even more terrifying now. Not long ago, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace led his warriors and killed dozens of peak warriors of the 3 great races. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace also had the power to kill warriors of the same level in an instant. The Supreme Water Demon King was attracted by the Dragon King's power. Do you want to spar with him? This isn't sparring. This is a life and death battle. The invincible region. I only heard about it after the Dragon Palace killed a group of experts from the 3 great races last time. After some investigation, that's where the old monster is looking for a breakthrough. It's absolutely terrifying. On the Universe AI, countless expert disciples began to discuss. The invincible region wasn't famous at first, but the last time the Dragon Palace displayed its terrifying strength, when someone evaluated how strong the Dragon Palace was, they used the technology world and the invincible region to compare. Many strong disciples only knew about the invincible zone. After all, it was a place where old monsters sought to break through, so it was normal that many weak people didn't know about it. Not long ago, someone said that there were experts from the invincible zone who were going to fight to the death with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Supreme Water Demon King of the invincible zone was going to fight the Dragon King to the death. When this news spread out, it caused quite a stir. At first, in the heaven-opening primal continent, gradually, experts from the invincible zone also learned about it. In fact, the number of experts in the invincible zone now exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The invincible region was originally a battlefield between a group of great beings at the ruler level and a space beast. In that battle, both sides were fighting to the death because of the innate ability of the space beast and the space left behind by the godly nation of a great being at the universe ruler level. The great beings who died came from the pinnacle race, the Immortal nation. It was said that more than 200 great beings at the universe ruler level and above had died. Many of them were not only at the universe ruler realm, but also had extremely powerful existences. And the number of space beasts that had died there was more than 100, a race of space beasts. Later on, because of time, a large number of desolate beasts were born there. Those desolate beasts were attracted by the flesh and blood of the space beasts. Over time, there were many desolate beasts in the invincible region. Because of the flesh and blood of the space beasts, they mutated and gave birth to many universe masters with level 3 combat power. The invincible region was discovered about 20 billion years ago. As more and more great beings entered, there were now more than 5,000 universe masters with level 3 combat power. Among them, 60% were universe knights at the pinnacle level from pinnacle races. There were not many pinnacle races in the universe, but there were also quite a few, more than a dozen of them. The core disciples of pinnacle races could usually reach the pinnacle of universe knights as long as they had the time to accumulate their power. Some core disciples who couldn't make a breakthrough stepped into the invincible region. They fought and killed. In fact, the experts of these peak races rarely returned to their own races. Breaking through was their biggest obsession. After more than 10 billion years of accumulation, some died in battle, some left after breaking through, and there were more than 5,000 experts who lived in seclusion in the invincible zone. There were all kinds of races. Some ancestors of other high-level races also lived in seclusion and fought to seek a breakthrough. When Supreme Water Demon Emperor challenged Dragon Palace, the leaders of these high-level races would also report this news to their ancestors. Supreme Water Demon Emperor was definitely the #1 figure in the invincible region. He occupied a territory, and he even nurtured 10 universe masters with level 3 battle power, and his disciples reached 1,000,000. He could be considered an exception in the invincible region, but his power was beyond doubt. Many great beings knew that this guy had undergone 2 mutations. If it weren't for the fact that other races didn't have his cultivation path and bloodline cultivation path, he would have been recruited by the pinnacle race long ago. His 2 mutations were comparable to the level of a mutated pure-blooded godly dragon. Take the Phoenix race, for example. If their race gave birth to a mutated ice phoenix that was stuck at the pinnacle universe night level for a long time, the race would give them enough resources without having to fight for a breakthrough in the invincible region. They could make a breakthrough. It was even possible for a being above the ruler level to help you make a breakthrough. This was the power of mutation. A high-level race that had mutated twice was comparable to a pinnacle race. The Supreme Water Demon King was very strong. In the invincible region, only a few lunatics would dare to say that they were stronger than him. Some real lunatics. Some of the old monsters in the invincible region received the news from their own race's disciples. Their eyes shining, they immediately searched through the universe AI. When they saw the evaluation of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King, they were surprised. The Dragon King had the ability to kill a level 3 universe overlord in an instant. This made them very surprised. Other than some old monsters who couldn't break through and tried to increase their strength, under normal circumstances they would first break through. Breaking through was much more fragrant than trying to increase their strength. No matter what, this is very interesting. Tai Shui Demon King and such a powerful battle. We can go and see if we can comprehend some of it. An extremely old man looked at the information of his clan's disciples and murmured, "Eh? Brother Arrow, look at the news from our elf clan. The Supreme Water Monster King wants to challenge the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the outside world. The Supreme Water Monster King's strength is very terrifying. What's more interesting is that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has our clan's companion elf. In a void forest in the invincible zone, all kinds of trees were rooted in the void. It looked very chaotic. An elf said to an elf with a bow on his back in front of him, "Huh? The Supreme Water Monster King is challenging people in the outside world, and he has our companion elf? Is he a companion elf?" On the opposite side, the middle-aged elf named Arrow heard it and had a surprised look in his eyes. What was the concept of a companion elf? Having a companion elf was equivalent to a mutant expert belonging to another race in the Yelf race. He was definitely a royal elf. If he had a companion elf, the queen of the elf race would personally help him break through. Yes. Another lucky person has obtained the favor of a companion elf lord outside, and our elf race has also helped him with some things. The other party is the last hope of the divine dragon race. Shall we go and see his strength? The elf said, "Let's go." The Supreme Water Demon King has mutated twice, so his strength is absolutely terrifying. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has our companion elf, so he is definitely not weak. Let's go and watch this battle. The arrow light did not hesitate at all, and the 2 figures immediately disappeared. They were not the only ones from the elf clan. The elves from other places in the invincible zone also rushed over with great interest. They weren't the only ones. There were also many experts in the invincible zone who knew about this news. For example, the experts from the other peak races. In the invincible zone, the experts from the peak races had a good relationship with their own people. They would also communicate with each other. Therefore, the experts from other peak races immediately rushed over. An existence at the level of the Tai Shui Demon King was a peak expert in the invincible zone. In the battle between experts at such a level, they might be able to gain some insights and make some breakthroughs. To them, this wasn't just a show. As the supreme water demon king was challenging the dragon king of the dragon palace, this caused many old monsters to come out of the invincible zone and rush towards the dragon palace. At the same time, in the dragon palace located in the water in the sky, Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment when he received the news. The Taishui demon king? A top-notch expert in the invincible zone? An old monster from tens of billions of years ago. What was that? Why did he challenge me? Did he send me resources? Wang Xian only learned about the invincible zone not too long ago. That was where the old monsters gathered. That was where the real powerhouses were. As for the exact number of powerhouses in there, the disciples of the ordinary forces had no idea at all. There was no clear answer on the universal AI either. However, that was where a group of old monsters who wanted to break through were active. How could a group of old monsters be weak? Wang Xian opened the universal AI and checked some information about the Taishui demon king. Information about the Taishui demon king from more than 10 billion years ago appeared in front of Wang Xian. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's universal AI trembled. He opened it and saw that it was a message from the devil dragon king of the ancestral dragon lineage. A message about the invincible zone. The message from the devil dragon king was that the former leader of the ancestral dragon had stepped into the invincible zone. Furthermore, he had challenged some experts in the invincible zone. In the end, he was defeated when he challenged the fifth expert and left the invincible zone. The assessment of the leader of the ancestral dragon regarding the invincible zone was that it was not a gathering place for geniuses or monsters. Instead, it was a gathering place for a group of old monsters. A group of old monsters who would do anything to increase their strength. The Demon Dragon King reminded Wang Xian on the universal AI that he had to be careful. Furthermore, the Demon Dragon King said that the leader of the ancestral dragon once told him that there were a few terrifying existences in the invincible zone. These few terrifying existences were not ordinary experts. One of them, the Taishui Demon King, had mutated twice. Wang Xian saw his message and smiled faintly. Mutated twice? He did not take this matter seriously at all. What Supreme Water Demon King, what mutated twice, what invincible zone. In Wang Xian's eyes, all of them were trash. That's right, all of them were trash. This was his confidence. With his current strength, he could fight 3 of them by himself with the help of the Primalist Holy Wings. With the 5 elements grinding, he could fight 6 of them by himself. With the help of the Nether Spirit Avatar, he was able to fight against 7 people by himself. With the help of the Spiritual Spirit, he was able to fight against 8 people by himself. With the help of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, I'm sorry, I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Now that there were no more than 3 powerhouses who were at level 1 of the Masters of the Universe, Wang Xian felt that there was nothing he could do at all. Speed plus defense, his strongest trump card. They're just a bunch of trash who haven't broken through for a long time. Without the ability to break through, they're trying to think of ways to improve their combat strength. Hee. Wang Xian shook his head. They were all trash and did not care about them at all. Dragon King, did you see what happened on the universe's AI? Prime Minister Gui had also received the challenge from the Taishui Demon King and came forward to ask. We are here to deliver resources. Don't take it to heart. Wang Xian said with a smile. In his opinion, the Taishui Demon King was just delivering resources to the Dragon Palace. It was a good demon beast. Putting everything else aside, the Dragon Palace could add another Universe Dominator Level 3 combat strength expert. He hoped that there would be more such fellows. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui smiled. The strength of the Dragon Palace was already strong enough. After absorbing the resources from last time, the number of Universe Dominator Level 3 combat strength experts in the Dragon Palace had already exceeded 100. There should have been more, but 10 of them were Level 3 Universe Dominators and were used to increase Bei Shuang's strength. Now that Bei Shuang was at the peak of the Universe Night Realm, she could fight against a true Universe Dominator. Then, how deep was the accumulation of the Taishui Demon King? An expert from more than 10 billion years ago. Let's talk about it after we get Bei Shuang. The only frost dragon in the Dragon Palace. The strongest mutated divine dragon. As time passed, Wang Xian didn't take the Taishui Demon King's challenge to heart at all. The experts of the Dragon Palace didn't take it to heart either. If they wanted to die, the Dragon Palace would welcome them. Time passed quickly. The breakthrough of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate allowed Wang Xian to witness its strength. Now, he was hoping to see when the 5 elements grinding could achieve a breakthrough. The Taiji Dragon Disc's breakthrough was achieved by absorbing more than 2008 numinous treasures of the light and dark attributes. Then, because the 5 elements millstone had absorbed more innate numinous treasures in the past, it now needed to absorb about 1,508 numinous treasures of the 5 elements to break through. More than 1,500, unless they wiped out another 2 or 3 powerful high-level races, it would be very difficult to gather all of them. Secondly, the current enemies, the ghouls, the Black Fog spiritual race, and the herdsman race were all of the darkness attribute except for the herdsman race, which had a mixed attribute. This was not good. I have to find an opportunity to eliminate these 3 races and exchange resources for the 5 elemental innate spiritual treasures. When the 5 elemental grinding breaks through, my strength will be greatly enhanced. When that happens, I will be able to defeat a level 1 master of the universe. Wang Xian thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Dragon King, we have found traces of some powerhouses around our Dragon Palace. These powerhouses are all at the 3rd level of the Universe Dominator. More than half a year had passed very quickly. Prime Minister Gue suddenly came to report. Ha! When Wang Xian heard this news, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Everyone knew that this was the territory of the Dragon Palace. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any powerhouses wandering around the river. To appear in someone else's territory was equivalent to a provocation to a race. Now that there were powerhouses with level 3 combat strength who were masters of the universe around the Dragon Palace, and they were still lingering here, the Dragon Palace had no choice but to pay attention to them. How many powerhouses are there? What are they doing around us? Wang Xian asked. I don't know for now. The other party didn't go too deep into our territory, but we found powerhouses from the elf clan. There are also other powerhouses from other races that seem to be at the peak. Prime Minister Gui said with a slightly solemn tone. This made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Powerhouses from the peak race. What were they doing here in the Dragon Palace? There were also powerhouses from the elf race? The elf race was considered friendly to the Dragon Palace. Why were they in the surroundings? Reporting to the Dragon King, Prime Minister Gue. At this moment, a halberd dragon guard flew over from the outside. Dragon King, there are 5 powerhouses flying towards us from the outside. Their auras are extremely terrifying. Ha! When Wang Xian heard his subordinate's report, he raised his eyebrows slightly. 5. Let's go. Wang Xian gestured to Prime Minister Gue and immediately flew out. At the same time, in other parts of the Dragon Palace, the leader of the halberd dragon guard, Aoyeka, more than a dozen purebred divine dragons, as well as Bei Shuang and the rest immediately flew out. Everyone stop. This is the domain of our Dragon Palace. Just as they flew out, the voice of the halberd dragon guards was heard. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw 3 angels. One was a blurry shadow, and the other was a terrifying figure with fangs flying over. When Wang Xian saw these figures, he frowned slightly. The 3 angels, the angel of darkness, could be recognized at a glance. If his guess was right, that blurry figure was an expert from the Netherworld race. As for the human-like expert with fangs and wings, he should be a demon. Angels, demons, and the Netherworld race. The powerhouses from the 3 peak races were all at the pinnacle of the universe night realm. They were all exuding a terrifying aura. This aura was not something that the 6 races of the Holy Dragon lineage that Wang Xian and the rest had encountered could compare to. The combination of the dark angels, demons, and the Netherworld race was very strange. Kiki, we are just here for a stroll. We don't have any other intentions. That's right. We are here for a stroll. Let's find a good spot so that we can watch the upcoming battle. The Angel of Darkness, the Demon, and the Netherworld race experts looked at the halberd dragon guard and sensed that Wang Xian and the rest had flown out. Their gazes landed on Wang Xian and the rest as they spoke casually. Watching the battle? When Wang Xian heard what they said, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Dragon King, they might be experts from the Invincible Zone. Prime Minister Gue, who was sitting at the side, swept his gaze across them with a contemplative look on his face. Under normal circumstances, angels, demons, and Hades would not mix together. These three peak races were not that close to each other. It was obviously abnormal for the powerhouses of these three races to come together. There was only one explanation. They were the powerhouses of the Invincible Zone. The Invincible Zone was very special. It wasn't impossible for them to mix with each other. This is the territory of our Dragon Palace. It's not a place for you to watch the battle and wander around. Wang Xian stared at them, especially when he swept his gaze across the three Darkness Angels. He said expressionlessly. The Darkness Angels were also an angel race. Although they had two kings, they were still on the same side. After all, there was still an existence above them who was suppressing them. It was impossible for the two races to have differences. Oh, you're quite bold to reject us. A female Darkness Angel in the middle stared at Wang Xian. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she revealed a bewitching expression. Interesting. As expected of a top-notch powerhouse in the inner land. I wonder how many moves you can exchange with the Tai Shui Demon King. Ha! Those are the demons from the angel race and the netherworld race. I think it's Yu Chao and the rest. It's them. They are a little arrogant. They actually entered the domain of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Palace has more than 50 level 3 universe masters with combat strength. Perhaps they are relying on their own strength to think that the Dragon Palace wouldn't dare to attack them. That's right. There's no need for the Dragon Palace to antagonize them. Let's go. The lords in the clan have said that the Dragon Palace is the last hope of the Divine Dragon Clan. They want us to be on good terms with them. In the distance, more than a dozen experts from the Elf clan were floating in the air. They were observing the situation in front of the Dragon Palace. A few of the elves spoke up. Their figures moved and they flew towards the Dragon Palace. Leave this place. When Wang Xian heard the female angel of darkness words, his expression didn't change at all. He spoke again. The other party was from the Angel clan. He and the Angel clan were enemies to begin with. How could he give them a good look? Could it be that he even invited them in? Just because they were a peak race? They didn't exist. What if we don't leave this place? When the demon heard Wang Xian's words, a teasing look appeared on his face. This is the Dragon King. He can instantly kill someone of the same level? Tsk. He should be much stronger than me. Aksu, you dare to be so arrogant here even if he is stronger than you? Aren't you afraid that the Dragon Palace will destroy you all? As soon as he finished his sentence, more than 10 elves flew over. Among them, some carried bows and arrows on their backs while some held staffs in their hands. When Wang Xian saw the more than 10 elves, his eyes flickered slightly. They were slightly different from the elves that he had seen in the elf clan. The difference was mainly in their temperament. These more than 10 elves were less elegant and calm, but more murderous and cold. However, the elves still looked at the Dragon Palace with friendly eyes. Welcome, elves. Prime Minister Gue looked at them and cupped his hands to welcome them. It was easy to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. Oh, elves, I heard that you are protecting this small force. Without your protection, the Dragon Palace wouldn't exist anymore. An expert from the Angel clan spoke up. The Dragon Palace still needs our protection? It was your Angel clan who wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. After that, your lackeys were beaten up by the Dragon Palace. It seems that you guys are here to cause trouble. Do you want us to spar with you guys and send you on your way? An elf stared at them and spoke indifferently. He swept his gaze across the experts from the Dragon Palace and added, Perhaps the Dragon Palace would be able to destroy you guys even without our help. Oh, our Dragon Palace can take action. Wang Xian heard the experts from the Elf clan saying that they wanted the Dragon Palace to exterminate them twice. He was slightly curious and asked the experts from the Elf clan. In the Invincible Zone, as long as you are not a master of the universe, you can kill as you wish. No matter what race you are from, you can kill as you wish. All the peak races will not say anything. Not only will they not say anything, they will not even care about it. After all, if they continue to care about it, it would be too embarrassing for the peak races. In the outside world, the experts from the Invincible Zone are not only the top races but also the Invincible Zone. In other words, if they were the first to provoke other races, the other races can kill them. The top races won't say anything. On the contrary, experts from the top races like us from the Invincible Zone can challenge those of the same level. We can't kill them indiscriminately. As for the experts from the top races in the Invincible Zone, like the Tai Shui Demon King, there's no such restriction. An elf explained to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian heard that, he nodded his head slightly. This did not conflict with the rules between the peak races. To put it bluntly, the experts from the peak races who entered the Invincible Zone were considered trash in the eyes of the peak races. If they did not make a breakthrough after such a long time, wouldn't they be considered trash? The peak races did not take these disciples to heart. If that's the case, the 5 of you, I'll give you 2 seconds to get out of the Dragon Palace's territory. Wang Xian spoke directly to them. The moment he finished his sentence, the elves were stunned. The 3 darkness angels, demons, and Hades were also stunned. They didn't expect that Wang Xian had changed so much. After receiving this news, he didn't put them in his eyes at all? This was simply looking down on them. After being taken aback, a smile appeared on the elf's face. No wonder our great elven lords value the Dragon Palace so much. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is pretty good. An elven powerhouse couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. They liked Wang Xian's style of doing things very much. Hot, arrogant, so arrogant? No wonder the Tai Shui Demon King challenged you. Your Dragon Palace is really arrogant. When the demon Aksu heard Wang Xian's words, a violent killing intent burst out from his eyes. This terrifying killing intent soared straight to the sky. The killing intent of the demon Aksu suddenly erupted without any warning. The terrifying killing intent caused the surrounding seawater to surge. Aksu, the 3 darkness angels, and the underworld race warriors, although they weren't as strong as the Water Demon King, but they weren't ordinary level 3 universe overlords that could compare. They had lived for a long time and were confident that they could kill 2 people of the same level in a battle. It would be no problem for one person to deal with 3 to 4 people of the same level. Not to mention the fact that the 5 of them were working together. That would be even more terrifying. Is there something wrong with these guys? Wang Xian looked at the demon Akisu and was stunned. He could not help but ask, is this the entrance of the Dragon Palace? This is the territory of the Dragon Palace. Is he that arrogant? When the elves heard Wang Xian's words, they were puzzled. Are they arrogant? Isn't that normal? The 5 of them were an old monster from the Invincible Zone. He possessed the physique and bloodline of a peak race. With the 5 of them working together, they could basically do whatever they wanted without going to the technological world in the inner land. Kill them. After Wang Xian finished his sentence, he sensed that the 3 dark angels and the Hades tribe expert were getting restless. He immediately gave the order. As soon as he finished his sentence, the sky around the Dragon Palace immediately changed. All of a sudden, this place seemed to have turned into a new world. Numerous gigantic dragon pillars appeared around them. There were a total of 45 dragon pillars. On each dragon pillar was a divine dragon. On the body of this divine dragon was a thick chain. When everything began to change, the 45 divine dragons began to move. Without any hesitation, they attacked the 3 dark angels, the demons, and the underworld race experts at a terrifying speed. This sudden and terrifying change made the demon Aksu, who was bursting with a terrifying murderous aura, freeze. His pupils instantly widened as he stared at his surroundings in shock. Not good, this is a formation. There are a lot of formations here. When the 3 dark angels saw this sudden change, their expressions also changed drastically. Panic appeared in their eyes. Only the people from the Dragon Palace were slightly speechless as they looked at the 5 experts from the peak races. They did not understand why an old monster who had lived for so long would be so stupid. This should not be the case. Generally speaking, which old monster who had lived for billions of years was not proficient in calculations and extremely cunning? These 5 were simply idiots, coming to the Dragon Palace's territory to be arrogant. This did not even require the Dragon Palace's experts to act. Just the formation they set up was enough to kill it. Even if they were old monsters, They should never underestimate a formation wizard. Even if you were old monsters, you wouldn't be a match for an ordinary formation wizard who had set up a formation. Once the sky formation was set up, he wouldn't be afraid even if 10 universe masters with level 3 battle strength were to fight him. This was the terror of a wizard. Take the Black Tower Wizard's Lair, where Bailey the Archangel was fighting him. The result would definitely be Bailey's death. The Dragon Palace now had 8 dragon wizards who had reached the pinnacle universe Night Realm, along with the Sky Array. The most important thing was that this was their Dragon Palace's base, and the array set up around it was naturally extremely terrifying. These 5 fellows, weren't they courting death? They're overconfident. There are many powerful wizards in the Dragon Palace. More than 10 elven powerhouses saw this scene and pursed their lips. The formation that appeared in an instant was too terrifying. Even they didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have such a terrifying formation. It was no wonder Aksu and the others were so arrogant. The strength of the 5 of them working together was very strong. Although they knew that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could instantly kill experts of the same level and that the Dragon Palace had more than 50 masters of the Universe Ruler Realm, they could immediately escape if they couldn't defeat them. They were confident that they could escape. However, now they didn't have any confidence. The array formation of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. Oh no! Block it! Break this array formation! How can the Dragon Palace have so many terrifying arrays? The 3 dark angels revealed a shocked expression and roared angrily. They spread out their 10 pairs of wings and blocked the attacks of the 45 divine dragons. Boom! 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 However, in the next moment, the godly dragons attacked them one by one. Each godly dragon was as powerful as a full power attack from a level 3 universe master. At this moment, they were able to withstand the attacks of 45 level 3 universe masters. And they couldn't dodge the attacks. Not good, not good. When the expert from the Nether race saw this scene, a look of shock appeared on his face. His body trembled. Around him, there were actually 4 Nether ghost avatars. Each of them was filled with a terrifying aura. The strength of the Nether race experts was usually related to the strength and number of their Nether ghost avatars. And he had 4 avatars. Each of them had reached the peak of his original body. Ha! Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly when he saw the 4 Nether spirit clones. Trap the expert of the Netherworld race. He spoke to the heaven array behind him. It's the Dragon King. A terrifying attack. 10 of the 45 divine dragons were shackled to the Netherworld race expert and his clones at the same time. No. When the Netherworld race expert saw the 10 divine dragons attacking him, despair appeared on his face. He couldn't withstand 10 divine dragons. Boom! 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 At the side, the impact of the divine dragons had already landed on the 3 angels and the demon. A terrifying explosion rumbled in the space. The energy of the 9 attributes made it impossible for them to see what was happening inside clearly. However, they could clearly sense that the vitality of the 3 angels and the demon was declining rapidly. After a round of attacks, Wang Xian was surprised that their life force didn't disappear completely. Whoosh! 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 At the back, Mu Zixin and the 4 dragon-type archers took out their bows and arrows. The terrifying arrows flew straight into the area. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. The 3 dark angels and the demon were killed immediately. The Dark Clan expert was completely trapped. Immediately, 10 experts from the Dragon Palace flew over and captured him. Arrow Dragon Seed. The elves looked over, their eyes shining as they looked at Mao Zixin and the others. The Arrow Dragon Seed was one of the few existences in the universe that could rival the archers of the ELF race. Of course, in the eyes of the elf race, their archery skills were invincible in the universe. This was because the archery dragon's long-range attacks were powerful, but close combat was not. In a real fight, the archery dragon would not let the elf archers get close, and it was 50-50. Once they got close, the archery dragon would definitely die. Dead, there are magi in the Dragon Palace, at least 10 powerful magi. Glancing at the archery dragon, they looked towards the center. 3 dark angels and a demon were killed just like that. And the experts of the Netherworld race were directly captured alive. The whole process only took 3 seconds. 3 dark angels were killed. a demon was killed, and an expert of the Dark Clan was captured alive. It seemed a bit dramatic in such a short time. However, this dramatic scene often happened. 5 experts died in their arrogance. They had stayed in the invincible zone for a long time. In order to break through, they had tempered their invincible hearts, but they lacked respect. At the same time, they had also underestimated the Dragon Palace. After the formation disappeared, the expert of the Dark Clan was suppressed by the expert of the Dragon Palace. Eh? Where are the 5 of them? Why did they suddenly disappear? Was that a formation? What happened to the 3 Dark Angels and the Dark Clan? Were they killed by the elves? No, this is not the Invincible Zone. The elves can't just kill them. Many experts from the Invincible Zone had gathered around the Dragon Palace to watch the battle between the Supreme Water Monster King and the Dragon King. There were at least 100 of them. The 3 Dark Angels and the Dark Demon flew toward the Dragon Palace, and they all saw it, especially the murderous aura released by the demon Wuxia. It was obvious that there was a conflict. As a result, the Dragon Palace was covered by the array. After a few seconds, Wuxia and the others had disappeared. Our Dragon Palace doesn't care where you come from or how powerful you are. You are forbidden to enter within 2 billion kilometers of our Dragon Palace. Otherwise, you will die together with the 3 angels, 1 demon, and 1 Dark Clan powerhouse. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded around the Dragon Palace and entered everyone's ears. When the experts of the Invincible Zone heard this voice, their faces were filled with astonishment. What? Wuxia Chao and the others were actually killed? Their strength isn't weak. It's a formation. This Dragon Palace has a powerful wizard. TSK. It seems that this Dragon Palace is indeed not simple. No wonder the Tai Shui Monster King challenged the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Impressive. He killed Wuxia and the other 5 experts in such a short time. This Dragon Palace is very powerful. I wonder if the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has made a move yet. The terrifying formation combined with the strength of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, it's normal for him to kill Wuxia and the others. Some of the old monsters in the Invincible region who knew Wuxia and the other 2 Dark Angels were discussing calmly. As for their deaths, these old monsters didn't take it to heart. Wuxia and the other 3 weren't weak in the Invincible Zone, but they couldn't be considered as experts. Compared to the top-tier experts of the Invincible Zone, such as the Supreme Water Demon King, there was a huge gap. However, they completely agreed with the strength of the Dragon Palace. Among the old monsters from the Invincible Zone who came to watch the battle, there weren't many who were stronger than Wuxia and the others. After the Dragon Palace displayed such powerful strength, they retreated obediently. After all, this was the territory of the Dragon Palace. They were already considered a provocation here. Even if you were an expert from a peak race, the Dragon Palace could still kill you. The group of experts retreated consciously. They were here to watch the battle. They couldn't involve themselves in it. Everyone from the elf tribe, come to our Dragon Palace and have a seat. After dealing with the 5 reckless fellows, Wang Xian invited the dozen or so experts from the elf tribe. Haha, all right. We'll be disturbing you then. The dozen or so elves nodded their heads. Wang Xian smiled and brought them in. He asked the Dragon Palace to prepare some food to entertain them. After chatting with them for half a day, Dragon King, some of these elves have a strong killing intent while others have a strong sense of obsession. No wonder there are old monsters in the Invincible Zone who have gone crazy. They are both terrifying and crazy. The elves were brought around by Lady Ao. Prime Minister Gue said to Wang Xian. Indeed, their minds have changed. Wang Xian nodded. This group of elves was different from what he had seen. If all the experts of the ELF race were like this, then the experts of the Darkness Elemental race should be even crazier. Time can wear everything down. He couldn't help but say. Even if you are at the peak of the Universe Night Realm, if you don't break through, your personality will change. Even if you are at the Universe Ruler Realm, you will have the end of your life. Even if you are above the Ruler Realm, you will die. There are so many experts from the Invincible region gathered around. It seems that the Supreme Water Demon King should be here. Send the experts from the Dragon Palace to warn the surroundings. Wang Xian reminded Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Suppress that underworld race expert over here. Wang Xian ordered one of his subordinates in the Dragon King's hall. It's the Dragon King. Soon, the 10 masters of the Dragon Palace with level 3 combat strength suppressed the Hades expert. Wang Xian waved his hand at them and arrived in front of the Hades expert. With a wave of his arm, he broke the suppression restriction around him. Buzz. However, just as he was about to resist, the Taiji dragon coiled around him. Ah, what is this? What is this? The Netherworld race's powerhouse looked at the Tai Chi dragon coiled around him with fear in his eyes. From what he could sense, this Tai Chi dragon coiled could easily destroy him. Buzz. Wang Xian controlled the Tai Chi dragon coiled, and a wave of dragons might crush towards him. Ah! This caused him to let out a scream. Soul Catcher. Wang Xian's mind moved and he activated the Soul Catcher's power. Buzz. Get lost. Ha! The Soul Catcher failed. Wang Xian frowned slightly. The strong ones of the Netherworld race belong to the soul. It's normal for the Soul Catcher to fail. The fastest evolution speed of the Netherworld race is to devour. As he muttered, the Netherworld ghost avatar appeared beside him. Hades avatar? How is this possible? How can you have an Hades avatar? An unbelievable voice came from the Hades powerhouse. However, Wang Xian ignored him. Devour him. Wang Xian's mind stirred. His avatar was about to devour the Hades powerhouse. With the suppression of the Tai Chi dragon plate, he had no way of resisting. Ah! Miserable screams rang out continuously. Soul Catcher! Soul Catcher! Wang Xian kept trying his Soul Catcher. Finally, when the Hades avatar was devouring half of his body, the Soul Catcher succeeded. It's a pity that my original body is not of the Hades race. The energy that I'm devouring can only be stored by the Hades avatar. It won't be of much use. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. The Netherworld ghost avatar of the Netherworld race required resources to be fed. For example, this Netherworld race expert in front of him required a huge amount of resources to nurture 4 Netherworld ghost avatars. Could be said that while others increased the difficulty by 1, he increased the difficulty by 4 times. There were disadvantages to having good friends. Usually, the Netherworld race experts would nurture 2 to 3 avatars. It was rare to see 4 avatars. In addition, the embryo of the avatars of the Dark Clan was not so easy to obtain. It was a very rare and precious treasure. The situation of Wang Xian's Nether Spirit clone was slightly different from that of the Netherworld race. The energy of Wang Xian's Nether Spirit clone came from the ancestral tree. When Wang Xian improved, the Nether Spirit clone would absorb the energy of the ancestral tree and directly improve itself. In other words, there was no need to consume additional resources. It was also because of this that he captured this expert of the Netherworld race alive and kept him alive. The soul capturing technique was successfully executed. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind. However, at this moment, he felt a strange energy preventing him from detecting more energy. Furthermore, the body of this expert of the Netherworld race began to distort. The information that he had detected also started to become chaotic. Summon your divine kingdom. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he hurriedly gave an order. Buzz. At this moment, a strange divine kingdom slowly appeared in the Dragon King's hall. When the divine kingdom was summoned, Wang Xian could no longer search for any information. Is this the inheritance protection of a peak race? Or is it a unique ability of the Netherworld race? Wang Xian mumbled. When he invaded the mind of this powerhouse from the Netherworld race, the energy in his body automatically protected him and directly destroyed his consciousness. Looking at the mass of energy that had lost its consciousness, Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the divine kingdom at the side. Although he didn't obtain much information, his main goal this time was to obtain some treasures. His dragon eyes scanned the entire divine kingdom and soon, treasures flew out one by one. Divine fruits and herbs with darkness attribute, some special treasures and some innate spiritual treasures. They didn't have any innate treasures. Other than that, there was something that Wang Xian was familiar with. Ghost. A ghost that hadn't been nurtured yet. After Wang Xian took it out, a strange and incorporeal child appeared. Drink, drink, drink. He let out a sinister voice and stared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes. With his previous experience, Wang Xian brought the ghost to the front of the ancestral tree. Just like the last time, the little netherworld ghost flew to the branch of the ancestral tree's soul-returning tree. Its blood-red eyes stared at a soul-returning fruit as it opened its mouth to bite it. Buzz! The soul-returning fruit entered his mouth, causing his body to emit gray energy. However, at this moment, a message from the ancestral tree was transmitted over. According to the information from the ancestral tree, the current ancestral tree could only increase the strength of a netherworld ghost without any burden for the time being. In other words, even though Wang Xian had improved, the netherworld ghost had also improved. However, it could only support one. In the future, when the ancestral tree grew bigger, it would be able to support more. Now, if Wang Xian wanted the netherworld ghost avatar again, he would need to provide the resources himself. This made him slightly enlightened. The ancestral tree is the most important. Naturally, I can't delay the advancement of the ancestral tree for the sake of a netherworld ghost avatar. He mumbled and commanded the soul-returning tree branch to wrap around this netherworld ghost. Ah! A terrifying and ear-piercing sound came from the netherworld ghost's mouth. He was slowly wrapped by the soul-returning tree and was soon completely wrapped up. A humanoid soul-returning fruit was formed. This humanoid shape was exactly the same as the netherworld ghost, but it had shrunk by 10 times. It was exactly the same as the last time. Wang Xian swallowed this netherworld soul-returning fruit and had a thought. Wang! 2 netherworld ghosts appeared around him. One of them was exactly the same as him, while the other was a miniature version of him. That miniature version had a very weak aura too, at the level of the Void God Emperor. It just so happens that I still have that netherworld ghost to devour. In addition, my other netherworld ghost avatar still has energy stored in it. I can transfer it to my smaller netherworld ghost avatar. He immediately began to operate. Boom, boom, boom. Very soon, that smaller netherworld ghost avatar began to upgrade. The speed of upgrading was extremely fast. However, the consumption of the improvement was also huge. After the Hades expert who had 4 Hades ghost avatars was completely devoured, Wang Xian's other Hades ghost avatar finally reached its peak. Even so, the speed of the improvement was extremely terrifying. It was no wonder that the Hades ghost clan was the only race that was not harmonious among the peak races. They devoured, fought and fought. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. The speed at which they became stronger was too fast. With the addition of the Nether Spirit clone, I have become stronger again. Wang Xian smiled. He was very satisfied with his gains this time. The current him was simply too strong. He was invincible below the level of a universe master. How lonely would it be to be invincible? He smiled. With a wave of his arm, the surroundings of the Dragon Palace were displayed. Taking this opportunity, he could get to know the experts from the other peak races and the invincible zone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Wang Xian was inspecting the invincible zone experts around the Dragon Palace, more than 70 figures were leaving at a terrifying speed in a city. In fact, some of the experts' disciples couldn't even see their figures clearly. In 5 hours, we'll be able to reach the Heavenly River, the Dragon Palace's nest. The Sacred Dragon King and the others looked at the Black Tower Wizards, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the Old Scholar in the center and said, "Haha, it's been a long time since I've fought with powerful people. I hope that Dragon King won't disappoint me." The Supreme Water Demon King was still laughing arrogantly. "The 3 of you, the Dragon Palace, cannot be underestimated. The Dragon Palace has a woman in red who can withstand the combined attacks of me and my 8 subordinates, and she has the upper hand. In addition, the Dragon Palace has powerful spell formation magi, and that is their nest. Spell formation magi are extremely terrifying in terms of defense." The leader of the Giant of Light spoke to them. His gaze could not help but sweep across the Black Tower magi, because from his aura, the leader of the Giant of Light could sense that he was also a magus. A formation? With the Black Tower magi here, as long as it isn't a formation at the Universe Ruler realm, it can be easily broken. The Old Scholar heard this, smiled, and spoke indifferently. I can also break an ordinary ruler realm formation. Just as he finished speaking, the Black Tower Magus spoke indifferently. His expression was calm, as if he was describing a normal matter. That's good, that's good. When the Sacred Dragon King and the clan leader of the shepherds heard this, their eyes were filled with excitement. Ha! That Dragon King. I'll kill him within a minute. The Water Demon King beside him laughed maniacally once again. It's good that the three lords are so confident. The current clan leader of the Guangming Bug Clan said with a smile, "Don't worry, with our strength, we'll be able to fight against 70 of you without any problems." The old scholar waved the fan made of angel wings in his hand and said casually. His words caused the pupils of Sacred Dragon Emperor and the others to constrict slightly. They looked at each other, some in disbelief, some in disbelief. 3 against 70 of them? Wasn't that too crazy? Only a true 3-universe ruler level 1 warriors could do it, right? Yes. However, the more confident they were, the more excited Holy Dragon Emperor and the rest were. Easy. In front of the River of Eternity, the Black Tower Wizards, the Supreme Water Demon King, the Old Scholar, and the Sacred Dragon King were rapidly approaching the Dragon Palace. Seeing that they were about to reach the Dragon Palace's territory, the Light Giant Tribe leader, the Shepherd God Tribe leader, and the Sacred Dragon looked at each other. My lords, according to the information we received, there is no movement from the Dragon Palace. They probably didn't take the challenge of the Great Aqua Demon King too seriously. In order to prevent them from running away when they see us, we suggest that the Black Tower Wizards and the Old Scholar stay behind and don't go over. There must be a spell formation in the Dragon Palace. The Black Tower Wizards can break the spell formation in secret. After that, we can kill our way over and completely suppress the Dragon Palace. The Sacred Dragon King suggested to the Black Tower Wizards, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the Old Scholar. I don't care, it's up to you. But I want the dragon head of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I want the dragon meat on his body too. The Monster King of the Taishui River said nonchalantly. Sure. The Black Tower Wizard did not reject the words of the Sacred Dragon King and the others. To destroy the Dragon Palace, they had to at least have some strategy. If they escaped and the third prince blamed them, they would also have to bear the responsibility. They could not afford to offend the third prince. No problem. The Old Scholar hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, those two lords, let's slow down a bit. The Sacred Dragon King said. There's no need to slow down. If it weren't for you bunch of trash, I would have arrived half a year ago. The Supreme Water Demon King said loudly. His speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he wasn't any weaker than a true universe ruler. When the Sacred Dragon King and the others saw this, their expressions became slightly unsightly. The Old Scholar and the others smiled faintly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Dragon King and the others were too slow, they would have arrived long ago. And in the Invincible region, the experts that had already arrived because they were much faster than the Sacred Dragon King and the others. The Supreme Water Demon King's speed increased explosively, and he flew towards the Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. He didn't conceal his aura at all. Waves of terrifying pressure rushed toward his surroundings. Blue light circulated around his bull-like head. Boom, boom, boom. He was already very close to the Heavenly River. In less than a minute, he had arrived above the Heavenly River. That's? What terrifying power. The Supreme Water Demon King is here. Hiss. The Supreme Water Demon King. It's the Supreme Water Demon King. He's here. Will the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace accept the challenge? This is an old monster from tens of billions of years ago. An expert of the Invincible Zone. I heard that the experts of the Invincible Zone often fight to break through, and their strength is extremely terrifying. When the Supreme Water Demon King rushed over, some of the experts of the Invincible Zone around the Heavenly Hung River looked over in surprise. The Supreme Water Demon King was definitely the #1 expert in the Invincible Zone. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, come out and face your death. Haha, I'm here to challenge you today. Have you washed your neck? The Supreme Water Demon King rushed over and the surrounding seawater rolled with him. He stared at the underwater Dragon Palace and roared loudly. Is this the power of the Supreme Water Demon King? How terrifying. Hiss, look at the water of the heavenly river. It's actually controlled by him. It's too terrifying. My goodness. A few days ago, when I came here, I sensed that the experts around me were very terrifying. I thought that those experts who should be from the invincible zone were already abnormal enough. I didn't expect this to be even more unfathomable. Fuck. This power. This power. When an archangel of the angel race fought with the space behemoth of the heavenly river, I felt that the archangel was only so powerful. Around the Milky Way, the date of the Taishui Demon King's challenge was getting closer and closer. Some powerful disciples from other races also came to watch. When they arrived, they felt that there were many terrifying existences around the Milky Way. These existences made them shudder, but compared to the Tishui Demon King who rushed over, the Tishui Demon King was even more terrifying. This reminded some of the terrifying existence that they had sensed in the River of Eternity, the Archangel. At that time, the might of the Archangel was only so. Is this the old monster from the invincible zone? Some of the strong disciples from different races mumbled. Huh? He's here. At the same time, in the Dragon King's palace located in the Dragon Palace, he sensed the might that was coming from outside. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Wang Xian had also obtained some information about the Supreme Water Demon King from the dozens of elves. The strength of a twice-mutated powerhouse was extremely terrifying. His body moved and he immediately flew out. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace also flew out when they heard this arrogant voice. At the position where the group of dragon queens were cultivating, Bei Shuang and the rest were chatting and playing with the group of masters' wives. When they heard this sentence, a fierce look flashed across their eyes. Her master was not someone that a mere demon king could provoke. Not far away, Ling Honggu, who was chatting with Xiao Yu and Fan Qinglan, also had a flash of red light in his eyes. He gestured to them and immediately flew out. Wang Xian flew out of the Dragon Palace and looked in front of him. Dragon King, be careful. At the side, more than 10 elves flew over and reminded him. Of course, Dragon King can choose not to accept the challenge. He can just use a formation or get the experts of the Dragon Palace to gang up on him and kill him. However, you have to be careful that he gathers his descendants. One of the elves suggested with a smile. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He stared at the figure in front of him. Boom. The Taishui Demon King who was flying over landed in the water in front of him. His entire body grew rapidly. In just a few seconds, his size had increased by a few thousand times. Come out, you little dragon cub. Do you want me to call you a second time? The Taishui Demon King continued to roar arrogantly at the Dragon Palace. Boom! At the same time he raised his fist. The endless water of the Milky Way gathered around his fist and headed straight for the Dragon Palace. The terrifying torrent of his fist caused all the water in the river to flow to both sides. This attack was so terrifying. Wang Xian looked over and frowned slightly. This Water Demon King was too arrogant. He had to die. You're courting death. How dare you provoke our Dragon King? Little Demon King. How dare you come to our Dragon Palace to court death? Ugly freak. I greet your entire family. The experts from the Dragon Palace who flew over from behind cursed angrily. You are not qualified to challenge my master. At this moment, Bei Shuang, who was standing at the side, looked at the terrifying torrent of water fists and shouted with a face full of killing intent. She also clenched her fists and charged forward. With a wave of her hand, everything in front of her was frozen. It was as if she had entered the ice river world in an instant. Master, let me challenge him. Bei Shuang's figure appeared beside Wang Xian and spoke. Bei Shuang made a move and challenged Wang Xian to a battle. His eyes flickered slightly. That's good too. You have just broken through not long ago. Why don't you temper yourself? I want to see how strong the old monster from the invincible zone is. Wang Xian did not reject. The punch of the Supreme Water Demon King was indeed very strong. It definitely reached the standard of a master of the universe. However, Bei Shuang's move blocked it directly. In addition, Bei Shuang had just broken through not too long ago. It was just the right time for her to give it a try. Let this Taishui Demon King be the whetstone for her disciple. If Bei Shuang couldn't do it, then Wang Xian would kill her. Eh? This is? What a powerful aura. What a powerful ice-sealing force. It's rumored that there's a lady in red in the Dragon Palace who also has the strength to instantly kill a master of the universe with a level 3 combat strength. Is this the one? This lady from the Dragon Palace is terrifying, but it seems to be different from the one in the universe AI. The elves who were watching from the side were shocked when they saw Bei Shuang's attack and how he blocked the attack of the Supreme Water Demon King. This was the disciple of the Dragon King? The other powerful warrior from the Dragon Palace mentioned in the universe AI. Little Demon King, how dare you act so impudently in front of our Dragon Palace? You want to challenge my master? You don't have the qualifications yet. Go through me first. Bei Shuang's eyes were filled with excitement when she saw Wang Xian nodding his head. She moved her body and charged straight towards the Tai Shui Demon King. Roar! At the same time, she raised her head and roared. Her entire body instantly turned into an ice-cold divine dragon. Under the light, she was as beautiful as a diamond. But more than that, she was powerful and terrifying. Mutated dragon. Ice dragon. Mutated dragon. More than 10 elves were shocked when they saw the ice transformation. The mutated dragon was comparable to the royal family of their elf race. This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle race. Ice dragon. Mutated dragon. Ice dragon. This Dragon Palace actually has a mutated dragon? Aren't there only Dragon Palace Dragon King and a lady in red? The disciple of the Dragon King, a peak universe Night Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon is definitely a terrifying existence. When Bei Shuang rushed over, the group of old monsters from the Invincible region revealed shocked expressions. Even some of the old monsters from the peak races had envious expressions in their eyes. When the mutated Divine Dragon was at the peak of the Divine Dragon clan, it would definitely become the overlord of a region. The disciple of the Dragon King? The Dragon Palace not only has the Dragon King and the Lady in Red, but there's also a powerful mutated Divine Dragon. The Dragon Palace's attack on the 3 great races was too far away, and the energy was too terrifying. So the matter of the mutated Divine Dragon was not publicized. Now that Bei Shuang had appeared, many of the powerful disciples who came to watch the battle were shocked. The strength of the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Eh? The disciple of the Dragon King? Are you looking for death, little dragon cub? Are you looking down on me? The Tai Shui Demon King saw a frost divine dragon charging towards him. When he heard her words, a dark expression appeared on his face as he roared angrily. He moved his hand and an azure blue glove appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Bei Shuang. Mutated purebred frost dragon, I will kill you now. The Supreme Water Demon King moved, carrying a terrifying might as he charged towards Bei Shuang. Roar, roar. Bei Shuang transformed into a frost dragon, freezing the seawater in her path. The frost dragon was also skilled in close combat. She swayed her huge body as her dragon claws clawed towards the Supreme Water Demon King. The enlarged Supreme Water Demon King was also hundreds of thousands of meters in size. Her fists and dragon claws collided. Bang! An explosive collision sounded as Northern Frost's body could not help but fly backwards. However, at this moment, she adjusted her dragon might and swept towards the Supreme Water Demon King. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred as the Supreme Water Demon King's arm smashed towards the dragon's tail. This time, the Supreme Water Demon King's body was sent flying backwards. Ka ka ka. Bei Shuang's eyes revealed a serious expression. Without any pause, the surrounding river water condensed into terrifying ice arrows and shot towards the Supreme Water Demon King. Good, good, good. As expected of a mutated divine dragon. You have the qualifications to exchange blows with me. The Supreme Water Demon King felt Bei Shuang's strength and his eyes were filled with brutality. With a loud roar, the ice arrow that was charging towards him turned into river water and shot towards Bei Shuang. Law projection, frozen suffocation. Bei Shuang raised his head and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. A wave of white energy swept forward. Look at my fist. The Supreme Water Demon King roared. The fist in his hand was like the sound of waves as it directly attacked the freezing breath. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of explosions could be heard. See explosion explode for me. He roared again. The surrounding river water started to move and directly attacked Bei Shuang. Freeze! Bei Shuang's eyes revealed a serious expression. An extremely cold aura was emitted from her body. The river water that was surging towards her was slowly frozen. Ha ha ha! Tai Shui is furious. The Tai Shui Demon King laughed maniacally as his body expanded once again. The frozen river water slowly split apart as he charged towards Bei Shuang's melee attack. This time, his attack was even more violent. The river water around him surged up as his every move carried a heaven-shaking might. This guy is very strong. He's not weaker than the 100 bird men. Bei Shuang is in trouble. In front of the Dragon Palace, the Water Touch King looked at the battle in front of him. His pupils contracted slightly as he spoke. He is indeed worthy of being a double-mutated existence. He is indeed terrifying. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful expert at the peak of the universe night realm in the universe. Beside him, Ling Honggu also frowned slightly. She thought that her strength should be invincible at this level, but the appearance of Tai Shui Demon King shocked her. Bei Shuang's strength was not weaker than hers or even stronger. The Frost Dragon of the Dragon Palace is very strong. As expected of Tai Shui Demon King, this strength can indeed dominate an area in our invincible region. It's too strong. However, that Frost Dragon is not weak either. After all, it's a mutated purebred dragon. The disciple of the Dragon King is so strong. Wouldn't he be even stronger? This Frost Dragon's battle is a little immature. It should be because she doesn't participate much in the battle. She is much weaker in the control of the battle. If she cannot show her suppressive power, I'm afraid she is no match for the Supreme Water Monster King. In the surrounding area, the experts of the Invincible Zone stared at the battlefield with excitement in their eyes. Such a great battle between experts was rare. They might be able to learn something from it. It's that Frost Dragon. What's going on? What's going on? How did that Frost Dragon break through? It actually has such terrifying strength. At this moment, in front of the River of Eternity, the Supreme Water Demon King took the lead to challenge the Dragon King and pin him down. If they rushed over again, that expert called Old Scholar would pin down another one. Finally, that terrifying Black Tower Magus joined them in attacking the other experts of the Dragon Palace. With the advantage of having the number of Level 3 Universe Overlords and the existence of the Black Tower Magus, it wasn't difficult to break through the Dragon Palace. But what was going on now? A Frost Dragon was fighting with the Supreme Water Demon King. What was going on? The Frost Dragon and the others knew, the Sacred Dragon King and the others had already seen it. But what was going on? The Frost Dragon King had broken through. This was bad. This is bad. This is bad. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be? The Holy Dragon King growled in a low voice, his face as dark as blood. Why is the Dragon Palace getting stronger every time? Why? The new leader of the Guangming insect clan was on the verge of collapse. They were 100% sure that they could destroy the Dragon Palace, but the Dragon Palace had sent out another expert. How could they survive this? How could the Dragon Palace be so monstrous? That Frost Divine Dragon has just broken through. It won't be a match for the Supreme Water Demon King. If we were to fight, the Supreme Water Demon King would be able to destroy it. The Black Tower Magus Green Eyes stared ahead as he spoke. In our plan, there were only 2 experts of the Dragon Palace's level. Now that one of them has suddenly appeared, the patriarch of the God-herding clan's face was as dark as blood. The foundation of the God-herding clan had almost been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Just as they were about to destroy the Dragon Palace, another expert appeared from the Dragon Palace. So be it. The Supreme Water Monster King killed the Frost Divine Dragon and I killed the Dragon King. Black Tower, you killed the woman in red. Isn't that enough? It's very simple. The old scholar swept his gaze over the Sacred Dragon King and the others and said calmly, Lord Old Scholar, the Dragon King and the others of the Dragon Palace are very powerful. In a battle of your level, it would be difficult to determine life and death. The Giant of Light tribe leader looked at him and said with an ugly expression, What's so difficult about that? Didn't the third prince give us a treasure to seal the space? We'll seal the space and fight to the death. Hehe. In a fight to the death, they'll definitely die. The old scholar said nonchalantly. I already said before I came that I won't attack the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace together with the others. One-on-one, there are exactly 3 of them. Then I'll have some exercise. Old scholar, if you choose the Dragon King, leave the last one to me. The Black Tower Magus said calmly. No problem. The old scholar glanced at the Supreme Water Demon King and muttered, compared to last time, there's really no improvement at all. Oh? Hehe. Old scholar, I'm very curious. Who won last time? The Black Tower Magus looked at him with some curiosity. He has a very strong trump card, making me not dare to kill him. The old scholar said indifferently. The Black Tower Magus smiled and did not say anything else. Was this the old monster of the invincible region? The Sacred Dragon King and the others listened to the conversation between the Black Tower Magus and the old scholar, their expressions changing. They would not join forces and only accept one-on-one attacks. In this universe where the strong preyed on the weak, those who had such views were either crazy or extremely conceited. They took a deep breath and looked at the 2 of them. I'll go over first. Black Tower Magus, break the formation as soon as possible. I can sense that the Dragon Palace's formation is not weak. The old scholar spoke to the Black Tower Magus. It's indeed not weak. 1 minute. Break the formation. The Black Tower Magus' green gaze once again looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace, his eyes flickering with light. So, as soon as the Black Tower Magus finished speaking, the old scholar flew in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Hehe, Supreme Water Demon King, I already said that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King is mine. Now it seems that it's still mine. I, the old scholar of the invincible region, lack a dragon throne made of dragon bones. Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Come. A carefree voice came out of the old scholar's mouth, and at the same time, it reverberated in the sky above the heavenly river. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the old scholar, causing all the surrounding experts to look shocked. Old scholar? The old scholar of the invincible zone? This ghost-faced old scholar is here too. What's going on? The old scholar is here too. What's going on? He wants to challenge the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace too. Another expert from the invincible zone. Why are they all here to challenge the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Is it because of the Dragon King's strength? Hundreds of experts from the invincible zone were shocked when they saw the old scholar. In the invincible zone, there were not many experts who could match up to the great Water Demon King and the old scholar. They felt a little strange when the 2 of them appeared at the same time. Eh? Old scholar, this is an expert who is not weaker than the great Water Demon King. At the side of the Dragon Palace, more than 10 elves heard the voice and looked forward. When they saw the figure of the old scholar, their eyes flickered slightly. Eh? Wang Xian heard the exclamations around him and his eyes flickered. Another expert from the invincible zone came? This was a little strange. Dragon King, this is a little strange. Why are there 2 experts from the invincible zone challenging you all of a sudden? There's something fishy going on. Prime Minister Gue couldn't help but be suspicious when he saw an old monster from the invincible zone appearing again. Wang Xian nodded his head. Wang Xian, I'll do it. You take the back. Ling Honggu moved and said to Wang Xian. All right, be careful. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. If this matter wasn't so strange, then Wang Xian was prepared to do it himself. However, it was still acceptable for a Tai Shui Demon King to challenge him. After all, he wanted to challenge him a year ago. However, another person called the Old Scholar appeared. Was this a coincidence or something? Wang Xian's dragon eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the Old Scholar was flying towards. He could vaguely feel that someone was looking over there. However, he didn't take it to heart just now because there were many experts who were looking at the Dragon Palace. There were at least several hundred of them, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. These were all experts of the invincible zone. Therefore, he hadn't paid much attention to them. But now it seemed that the experts of the invincible zone are related to the race of the holy dragon of the angel race? He murmured. Experts of the invincible zone, let me experience it for you. I want to see what abilities you old monsters have. At this time, beside him, Spirit Redbone was wearing a red dress. He was like a city-toppling beauty that had walked out of the long river of time, carrying with her an elegant and terrifying energy as she directly attacked the old scholar. Eh? Is this the powerful red-clothed woman mentioned in the universe's AI? It's him. The old scholar suddenly appeared, but the Dragon King still didn't make a move. The Dragon Palace still has experts. This Dragon Palace is indeed terrifying. To be able to produce two existences that can contend against the Supreme Water Demon King and the Old Scholar, no wonder the subordinate races of the angel race were beaten up. The appearance of the Old Scholar surprised everyone. The attack of the red-clothed spirit didn't shock them too much. This was because she was an expert of the Dragon Palace. They were curious about how strong this red-clothed woman was. I want the dragon bone, not a pink skeleton. The old scholar looked at the red-clothed spirit, and half of his face slowly became ferocious as he said, "Humph, a cultivator of the sage's lineage hasn't broken through for so long. He must be a trash with ill intentions. If that's really the case, with such a temperament you still want to break through." When the spirit Redbone heard his words, he coldly snorted and spoke with a face full of disdain. The sage's lineage was the peak race's lineage. The old scholar's temperament could be seen at a glance. "You're courting death. I'm going to skin you, rip off your bones, and create a pink skeleton to hang on the wall." His words made the old scholar's half-ferocious face become even more ferocious, and one of his eyes roared furiously. He held the wings made of angel wings in his hand, and with a gentle wave, waves of terrifying golden light appeared. These golden lights condensed into characters and rushed toward the red spirit bone. A single word from the line of saints could kill evil. A painting could trap mountains, rivers, and rivers. A song could transform countless lives. This was the attack method of the saints' lineage. As for the fan made of angel wings in his hand, it was just a decoration. The cultivation method of the saints' lineage was somewhat similar to that of spell formation magi, but it was not the same. Their attack methods were also very unpredictable and powerful. Every word and action was a terrifying attack. Pung, pung, pung. Seeing the old scholar's attack, Red Spirit Bone waved his skirt, and a sea of blood-red fire headed toward the golden characters. The old scholar was a metal-attributed expert. The employer was killing. Pung, pung, pung. The sea of fire that was like fresh blood was burning one character after another. However, the golden characters seemed to contain a terrifying power and did not immediately dissipate in the flames. They continued to attack Ling Honggu, and only gradually disappeared 100 kilometers in front of him. When Ling Honggu saw this scene, he slightly frowned. The other party's strength was very strong, not weaker than that monster King Tai Shui. In fact, he had to be even more careful in his attacks. Mountain of Books, suppress him. When the old scholar saw that his attack was blocked, his eyes revealed a cold expression. He waved the fan in his hand and drew a golden book in front of him. More and more books condensed into the shape of a mountain and directly attacked Red Spirit Bone. Burn books. Red Spirit Bone saw the flame between his eyebrows jump, and a wisp of flame directly flew toward the golden mountain of books. Boom! When it came to the sky above the mountain of books, a terrifying flame instantly burst out and covered the entire mountain of books. At this moment, the same scene as the battle between the Archangel and the Space Beast appeared. The water of the River of Eternity stopped falling. The entire River of Eternity seemed to feel a tremendous terror, and the water stopped falling from the sky. So powerful! Is this the Invincible Zone's expert? He's really powerful. My goodness, these old monsters are comparable to the Archangel who fought here last time. They're too terrifying. The experts of the Dragon Palace are also terrifying. Whether it's the Frost Dragon of the Dragon Palace or this red-clothed lord, they are both very powerful. When the disciples of the experts within the heaven-opening primal continent saw this, they were all so shocked that they couldn't extricate themselves. This battle felt no different from a battle between masters of the universe. However, at this time, in the battlefield between Red Bone Spirit and the Old Scholar, the flames were burning the golden mountain of books. However, they weren't able to completely burn it at this moment. Spirit Red Bone waved his arm, and surges of blood-colored energy poured onto the mountain of books. The flames flourished, and only then did it completely burn. Hee, with such strength, you're still slightly inferior to that frost divine dragon. I can kill you within 10 minutes. The old scholar stared at Spirit Redbone and said indifferently, I want to kill him within 5 minutes. However, just as the old scholar finished speaking, his savage half-face suddenly spoke. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. His half-face seemed as if it was about to be torn apart, and it started to break free from his head. Slowly, the old scholar's body was torn into 2 halves. One looked extremely ferocious, and the other looked extremely benevolent. Jie, I want you to die, the paradise of death. The ferocious old scholar's body slowly healed, turning into a complete human. In his hand, he took out a golden paintbrush and drew in front of him. Eh? When Spirit Redbone saw the strange scene, her eyebrows jumped. Crimson, bone-splitting. She waved her skirt, and terrifying blood-red bones appeared behind her, attacking the sinister-looking old scholar. Golden Spear Iron Horse. At the side, the benevolent old scholar also took out a paintbrush and waved his arm. One after another, golden iron horses seemed to instantly revive, heading towards the blood-red flaming bones. Bang! 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 The sound of bones colliding could be heard continuously. When Spirit Redbone saw this scene, he slightly frowned. Paradise of death. Success. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the incomparably savage old scholar roared loudly. Spirit Redbone instantly felt the space around him begin to change. She was completely in a battlefield, surrounded by golden humans and warhorses, each and every one of them filled with ferocity, boundless and endless. They attacked her crazily. How can the old monster of the invincible zone be so strong? I'm still a little lacking. My experience is a little lacking. Redbone Spirit swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Compared to the old monster that had gone through countless life and death battles in the invincible zone, she was still a little lacking. Her strength was still a bit lacking. That red-clothed woman is no match for the old scholar. The former ghost-masked scholar was very terrifying. The battle was very exciting. It was not in vain for us to come here. The experts of the Dragon Palace are very powerful, but their experience is still a lot weaker, whether it's the red-clothed woman or the Frost Dragon God. The Frost Dragon God is also gradually losing. After all, the old scholar and the Tai Shui Monster King's battle experience is too crazy. They have lived for another 10 to 20 billion years. The battle had already erupted for a few minutes, and Spirit Redbone and the old scholar had already been fighting for a minute. The surrounding experts of the invincible region were commenting. As for the disciples of the experts who came from the surroundings, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. They were too powerful. All right, the formation can be broken. At this moment, in front of the Eternal Sky River, the Black Tower Magus' green pupils shifted as he spoke indifferently. It's done? They actually cracked the Dragon Palace's spell formation so quickly? Isn't this too terrifying? The old scholar said that he could destroy the Dragon Palace's red-clothed woman in 5 minutes. Is that true? The Dragon Palace's Frost Divine Dragon is already at a disadvantage. Hiss! The 3 lords are too terrifying. The Holy Dragon King, Patriarch of the God-Herding Clan, and the others were shocked when they heard the Black Tower Magus words. The Black Tower Magus, the Water Demon King, and the old scholar were too terrifying. They couldn't understand why such a powerful expert hadn't broken through to the Universe Ruler realm. Let's go and completely seal off the Dragon Palace. The old scholar and the Water Demon King's strength can kill the Frost Dragon and the Red-Clothed Woman. The Dragon Palace can be destroyed. The Black Tower Magus said calmly. Yes, 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 my lord. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is also very strong. The Sacred Dragon King and the others said excitedly. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Hehe. Leave it to me. I'll kill him. The Black Tower Magus said indifferently, not putting the Dragon King in his eyes at all. The Black Tower Magus was confident that his strength was a little stronger than the Water Demon King and the old scholar. As he spoke, he flew straight ahead. The sacred Dragon King, the patriarch of the god-herding clan, and a group of over 70 experts followed behind with excited faces. Hee, old scholar, Water Demon King, you two are fighting with each other. I'll be the one to destroy the Dragon King. The Black Tower wizard flew forward and spoke with a smile on his face. His calm voice resounded throughout the sky above the heavenly river. At the same time, he also calmly flew towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. Surrounded by energy, he easily withstood the aftershocks of the battle between Northfrost, the Supreme Water Demon King, the Old Scholar, and the Red Spirit Bone. Roar, 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 Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Today is the day you die. Kill my herdsman clan's disciples. Today I will make your lives a living hell. Dragon Palace, kill our clan leader. Today is the day you die. Our Light Sound Bug clan will torture all your disciples for hundreds of millions of years. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, die. Kill our Light Giant's powerhouse. I will make you pay hundreds, thousands of times. The Black Tower wizard's sudden appearance didn't wait for everyone to react. Behind them, the Holy Dragon King, the Light Giant clan's clan leader, the Pastoralist clan's clan leader, the Light Sound Bug clan's new clan leader, the Black Fog Spirit clan's clan leader, and the Ghoul clan's clan leader. They flew over with over 60 universe masters with level 3 battle power, and their bodies were filled with an incomparably violent killing intent. Waves of terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, and the entire heavenly river instantly darkened. The space was slightly distorted, and their auras instantly became incomparably solidified. The killing intent of 71 universe masters with level 3 battle power converged into a terrifying river. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. HM? What's the situation? Who's that figure that suddenly appeared? He's actually so familiar with the Old Scholar and the others. And what's the situation with the 70 or so experts that suddenly appeared behind him? That figure, that green pupil, is a Black Tower Magus. A Black Tower Magus from our invincible region. Hiss, what's going on? The appearance of a Black Tower Magus and the sudden gathering of the 3 strongest experts of our invincible region in the Dragon Palace. And that group of experts, are they trying to destroy the Dragon Palace? This is premeditated. The Supreme Water Demon King and the others have been invited here. As the Sacred Dragon King and the others roared, the surrounding experts of the invincible region saw the figure of the Black Tower Magus, and their faces were filled with shock. Another top-tier expert of the Invincible Zone. Their gathering was not as simple as challenging the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. They wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. The Sacred Dragon Bloodline, the Shepherds, and the other 6 races. Aren't they the subsidiary races of your angel race? It seems that the Supreme Water Demon King and the others were invited by your angel race to destroy the Dragon Palace. At a place in the Heavenly River, a few old monsters of the Divine Tiger race looked at the old monsters of the angel race not far away and said, "We don't know that either." The old monsters of the angel race shook their heads. Although they were the disciples of the angel race, they had not reached the universe ruler realm, so they were not qualified to participate in the affairs of the angel race. Interesting, it can be considered a one-on-one battle. The old monster of the Divine Tiger clan muttered, his gaze looking over. Even the Black Tower Magus has come. It seems that the Dragon Palace is going to be destroyed. If the Dragon Palace doesn't have any trump cards, it should be finished. The Black Tower Magus can be ranked in the top 3 amongst the Invincible Region Magi. In other places, some experts saw the Black Tower Magus appear and spoke. They did not expect that the Supreme Water Demon King's challenge to the Dragon King was not a simple challenge. Instead, he was invited by the Angel Clan to destroy the Dragon Palace. What's going on? These experts are all invited by the Holy Dragon Clan. The Holy Dragon Clan's 6 great clans should not have the strength. The Angel Clan must have intervened and another expert appeared. Is the Dragon Palace going to be destroyed? The Angel Clan must have intervened. It seems that the Angel Clan will definitely lose the Dragon Palace. If the Angel Clan wants to destroy them, what can the Dragon Palace do to stop them? Hiss! The Dragon Palace is probably doomed today. The disciples of the powerful forces around looked shocked when they saw another super expert from the invincible region appear. Another super terrifying expert had appeared. "Oh no, Dragon King, you're in trouble. Black Tower Magus, this is an extremely terrifying Magus. He specializes in formations and curses, and his body has been modified. He's definitely a terrifying existence." At this moment, in front of the Dragon Palace, more than 10 elves saw the Black Tower Magus, and their eyes narrowed as they spoke. The Black Tower Magus had actually come. There were also more than 70 powerhouses behind him. They were obviously here to destroy the Dragon Palace. "Dragon King, we cannot interfere in your grudges." More than 10 elves could not interfere in this matter. They spoke to Wang Xian. It is indeed the Angel Clan. It is indeed the 6 great clans." However, when they looked at Wang Xian, they saw that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was not worried at all. Instead, he laughed. "What the hell was this? But is the Angel Clan looking down on me this time? They only brought 3 old men from the invincible region." Wang Xian continued to mumble. When the elves heard that, they opened their mouths slightly. What did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace mean? "A bunch of lackeys of the Angel Clan. They have been torturing you since the start of the day. Now, they are not willing to give up. They even asked your master to bring 3 old men. Are these the only 3? Anyone else, come along. Don't waste time." Wang Xian swept his gaze across the wizards of the Black Tower and landed on the experts like the Holy Dragon King. He asked indifferently, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Wang Xian's words stunned everyone. Be it the Black Tower's magi or the experts from the invincible region, they were all slightly stunned. So arrogant? So arrogant? Did he have a trump card? The Holy Dragon King and the rest were also slightly stunned. Their pupils contracted as they sized up the surroundings of the Dragon Palace. Their gazes landed on the elves. This was their territory. The elves were not allowed to participate in the war between them. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Very arrogant. I also want to ask if your Dragon Palace still has any trump cards, and if there are any powerhouses at the level of the mutated Divine Dragon. The Black Tower Wizard stared at Wang Xian. With a move of his palm, he took out a compass. There were only 6 red dots on this compass. He glanced at it indifferently and smiled. "That's all. It's all on display. What about you guys?" Wang Xian smiled and replied truthfully. "We're gone too. I'm the last one, so you guys are going to be destroyed." The wizard from the Black Tower stared at Wang Xian with his green eyes. He then looked at the elves and said, "The elves are not allowed to participate in our war, right?" "Of course." The ELF experts nodded their heads. They were not allowed to participate, even if it was an excuse to be a guest in the Dragon Palace and not to disturb us. This was because there were old monsters from the Angel Clan around. They were allowed to participate. However, the old monsters from the Angel Clan would also participate. "Dragon King, take care of yourselves. If there's no other way, just run away and come to our elf clan." They spoke to Wang Xian before flying to the side. "Everyone, don't worry." Wang Xian gestured to them with a smile on his face. How could he not be happy when someone came to deliver resources to the Dragon Palace? The experts from the Invincible Zone were indeed very strong. However, if there were only 3 words, then sorry, none of them would be able to leave. If there were 4 of them, none of them would be able to leave. However, if there were 5 words, they would be able to leave. This was because Wang Xian could only fight against 3 at most. This was his limit. The strength of the Supreme Water Demon King and the old scholar had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, not long ago, Wang Xian's strength had increased a little. He now had an additional Nether Spirit avatar. Therefore, he did not panic at all. "Are you very confident?" As the Black Tower Wizard spoke, he approached the Dragon Palace. The Holy Dragon King and the clan leader of the Shepherd God clan followed behind him. "The spell formation of your Dragon Palace is indeed very strong. It seems that you have many spell formation wizards who are at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. If this spell formation were to unleash its full power, even the Supreme Water Demon King would not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, you have encountered a wizard from the Black Tower. Therefore, your trump card is useless." The wizard from the Black Tower stared at Wang Xian and said with a smile. However, coupled with his green pupils, his smile gave off a sinister feeling. "What? Wang Xian didn't seem to have changed much after hearing his words. However, at the side, the expressions of the sky formation and a few dragon wizards changed drastically. They were dragon wizards who specialized in formations. How could the wizard from the Black Tower say that their formations were useless? How is this possible? The formation we set up actually failed. When did the other party break it? A dragon wizard sensed it and his expression changed. He couldn't help but exclaim. As top-tier dragon wizards of the Dragon Palace and Peak Universe Knights, they didn't even know that the formation they set up had been broken. The other party's methods shocked them. The other party's control over the formation also shocked them. Even the sky formation was filled with a solemn expression. This Black Tower Magus was extremely terrifying. He was not a match for him at all. The Dragon Palace's spell formation can actually fight against an expert like the Grand Aquatic Demon King. The Sacred Dragon King and the others followed behind. When they heard the Black Tower Magus words, their faces were filled with shock and excitement. They were shocked by the power of the Dragon Palace's spell formation, but they were excited by how terrifying the Black Tower Magus was. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was so confident. It must be because of the Dragon Palace's spell formation that he dared to be so arrogant. Now that the spell formation had disappeared and the Black Tower Magi were so terrifying, the Dragon Palace was just waiting to die. Their faces were filled with malevolence. When the experts and disciples of their race were killed, they would capture all the non-purebred divine dragons of the Dragon Palace and torture them continuously. They would torture them for tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, to pay tribute to the experts and disciples of their race. In the invincible region, other than that crazy old witch, the Black Tower Magi are probably the strongest in terms of formations. For an old monster of his level, unless the ancestral Magi arrive, even the disciples and grand disciples of the ancestral Magi are no match for him. The Black Tower Magi are truly terrifying. They took care of the Dragon Palace's formation in the dark. The Dragon Palace's formation should be one of their trump cards. Now that it's gone, they're probably finished. Some of the old monsters of the invincible region discussed and evaluated. The battle has begun. Seal, and open a new space. The Black Tower Magus continued to speak with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a round ball flew out. This was a sealing treasure given to them by the third prince. Even the Black Tower Magus was slightly envious. It was a pity that they could only use it with the third prince's restrictions. This treasure was an innate true treasure that could seal space. After the new space was opened, if they wanted to close it, they had to master this innate true treasure. Of course, there was another way to break it by force. If one wanted to break it open by force, more than 10 universe masters with level 3 combat power could do it. However, they needed to attack for dozens of seconds. Obviously, they wouldn't give Dragon Palace this chance. Usually, the supporting innate true treasures were all very powerful. If the third prince himself controlled the innate true treasure to open the new space, then even a true universe master wouldn't be able to open it. The power of the innate true treasure was related to the strength of the user. Damn it, they want to use a powerful true treasure to seal this space. We can't see anything. A good challenge turned into extermination. The Black Tower wizards naturally want to seal the entire space. But unfortunately, we can't see anything. Disappointing. I was thinking of watching the battle of top-tier great beings, but now I can't see anything. When the Black Tower's wizards took out their innate treasures to seal the space, all the old monsters from the invincible zone shook their heads helplessly. Naturally, they couldn't let the Dragon Palace's strong disciples escape after their entire clan was exterminated. It was normal for them to seal this space. However, it was such a pity for them. They hadn't seen much of this battle yet. If it was a life and death battle, they could still see some powerful combat abilities and techniques. But now, they couldn't see anything. Oh! Wang Xian saw that the other party had sealed off this space. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Very good, he liked it. A group of guys came from thousands of miles away to deliver their heads. They even added a door to prevent him from escaping. Good guy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A space covered an area of 2 billion kilometers around the Heavenly River. The entire Dragon Palace was completely surrounded. Even Monster King Tai Shui, Northern Frost, the old scholar and red-bone spirit, who were fighting on the side, paused for a moment and looked in their direction. The entire Dragon Palace had been sealed inside. Ha ha ha, Dragon King of Dragon Palace. Let's see how you can escape. With the 3 lords of the invincible zone here, prepare to die. Dragon King of Dragon Palace. I want you to watch your disciples being killed and the experts of your Dragon Palace die. When the seal-type innate supreme treasure completely enveloped the Dragon Palace, excited voices came from the mouths of the sacred Dragon King and the others. How could they not be excited? Ever since the sacred Dragon Clan prepared to deal with the Dragon Palace, they had suffered a lot. The experts of the sacred Dragon Clan were killed one by the Dragon Palace, and it was even more so for the Mu God Clan's Light Giant Clan and the others. Originally, the 6 great clans assisted the sacred Dragon Clan, but the Sky Plant Demon Beast Clan was directly destroyed by the Dragon Palace. The other 5 great clans, the elite disciples of the Mu God Clan, were all destroyed and killed. The Giant of Light and the Light Sound Bug Race were even more miserable. Only a few experts were left. It was extremely tragic. Now it was time for them to take revenge. HMPH. You think you can destroy our Dragon Palace? The experts of the Dragon Palace stared at them, their eyes filled with coldness. We are enough. The Black Tower Magus glanced at the experts of the Dragon Palace, his face full of mockery. Great Water Demon King, old scholar, get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't let anything happen to them. He looked at the Great Water Demon King and old scholar beside him and said calmly, TSK, I don't want that Dragon King. I prefer the Frost Divine Dragon, the mutated Divine Dragon. The Great Water Demon King's eyes flashed with excitement as he stared at Northern Frost like a hunter. I still have 4 minutes. The 2 old scholars floated in the air as they spoke. All right, let's do it. The wizard from the Black Tower said coldly as he locked his gaze on Wang Xian. Come on, 1v1. Let me see the strength of a Dragon King like you. Ha ha ha. Good. When Wang Xian saw the confident expressions of the wizards from the Black Tower, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The incipient holy wings appeared directly behind him. On his clothes, 2 divine dragons of light and darkness, which looked like ink paintings, appeared slowly. Today, I'm here to experience the old monsters of the invincible zone. Speaking of which, I would like to see what qualifications you have to call yourselves invincible. Wang Xian smiled as he flew slowly into the sky. His gaze slowly turned sinister. The invincible territory is just a name for a domain. No one dares to claim to be invincible, and no one can be invincible. I can't be invincible either. However, killing you is enough. The wizard from the Black Tower said faintly. To put it bluntly, all of you are just a bunch of trash who can't break through for a long time. Naturally, you don't dare to claim to be invincible because you bunch of trash are not qualified enough. Wang Xian flapped his wings slightly. However, you bunch of trash don't dare. But I dare. As soon as he finished his sentence, his figure charged towards the Black Tower's Magus at a terrifying speed. His speed was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian flew over, but he didn't reveal the 5 elements grinding mill or the accompanying elf. Similarly, he didn't even reveal his nether spirit avatar. Just like that, he attacked Wang Xian at the speed of a level 1 master of the universe. Arrogant. A hint of anger flashed across the Black Tower's wizard's eyes when he heard Wang Xian's words. He moved his palm and 5 black fingers appeared out of thin air around Wang Xian and attacked him. What a fast speed to set up the formation. It was almost completed in an instant. When the Heavens formation saw the Black Tower Magus making his move, a solemn expression appeared on his face. This Black Tower Magus had a huge impact on the Heavens formation and the Dragon Magi. Get ready to reap the rewards. Our Dragon King's Tai Chi Dragon Disc has already made a breakthrough. They are here to deliver resources. Heavens formation, you and a few Dragon Magi should hurry up and set up the formation. Don't let them escape later. King Aquatouch said to the Sky Formation with a smile on his face. His gaze didn't land on Wang Xian and the rest. Instead, it landed on the body of the Tai Shui Demon King. If I eat this fellow, I should be able to completely recover. The energy in this fellow's body is so dense. He has accumulated so much energy, yet he still hasn't broken through. What a waste! What a waste! She mumbled as her eyes were filled with a fiery aura. Yes, she had already begun to consider if she should devour the Water Demon King. That was because the Water Touch King knew how terrifying Wang Xian was. This group of people was merely a dish. Around them, Prime Minister Gue and the rest also smiled. There was not the slightest trace of worry on their faces. Oh, those people from the Dragon Palace are actually so calm. Clan leader, should we make our move now? No need. As long as the 3 lords from the Invincible region kill the Dragon King and the rest of the experts from the Dragon Palace will not be able to achieve anything. The Holy Dragon King and the rest saw that the Black Tower Magi were about to collide with the Dragon King and spoke. They were not in a hurry to make their move. Today's crucial victory and defeat was still at the hands of the 3 experts from the Invincible region. Boom! At this moment, the 5 gigantic fingers of the Black Tower Wizard attacked Wang Xian. The terrifying power of his attack was no weaker than that of the Taishui Demon King and the Old Scholar. The 5 fingers smashed heavily at Wang Xian. Ha! However, when the 5 fingers landed on Wang Xian, the Black Tower Wizard did not see any resistance. The attack landed directly on his body. However, at this moment, the Black Tower Magus sensed a terrifying energy attacking him. This energy made him feel as though his attack had landed on his body. Pooh! At this moment, he was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. That's it? Trash is trash. At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. He saw the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace pass through his attack easily and arrive at a distance of 10,000 meters in front of him quickly. This distance was already very close. If this is the case, die. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly accelerated. In an instant, he was only a few meters away from the Black Tower Magus. The Black Tower Magus expression changed slightly. Under his pitch-black Magus uniform, numerous hands suddenly appeared. Each of the hands looked extremely terrifying and ferocious as they grabbed towards Wang Xian's body. You're courting death. His eyes were filled with malevolence, and his expression was no longer as calm as before. Wang Xian's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. However, as an old monster who had lived for a very long time, the Black Tower Wizards were no longer ordinary wizards. Ordinary wizards were either good at formations, body modification, or something strange. As for him, due to his long history, he had no flaws. He was good at everything. Ferocious and terrifying claws flew out from his chest. His body had undergone a terrifying transformation. These claws were demonic claws. The demonic claws had fused with the claws of the space beast and were transplanted into his body, possessing terrifying attacks. The terrifying claws were so close to Jian Yun that he didn't even have time to react. He didn't even try to block it. Instead, he took the initiative to meet it head-on. The Tai Chi dragon disc around his body slowly materialized and rotated. The Black Tower Magus was still able to withstand this attack head-on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The densely packed, ferocious, and terrifying claws made a strange sound. This was the strangeness of a Magus. Bang, bang, bang. However, when the claws landed on Wang Xian's body, he felt his speed slowing down slightly. Following that, the densely packed claws seemed to have met with a great terror. The pitch-black claws actually began to shrivel slowly and began to break. Ah! The pain was transmitted to the Magus from the Black Tower. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His attacks were still unable to break through the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. The backlash from the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was directed at him. Invincible defense. Invincible. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene. Unless there were 3 to 4 Black Tower Magi attacking him at the same time, he wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. I'm invincible, so you must die. Wang Xian stared at him and said with a face full of mockery. At such a distance, he instantly arrived in front of the Black Tower Mages and raised his right arm. On his right arm, the divine light dragon of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc coiled around him and threw a punch at him. This punch was comparable to the power of a divine light dragon at the first stage of the Universe Dominator realm. In short, it was the power of a dragon. Bang! At such a close distance, the Black Tower Magus, who was already suffering from the backlash, did not have the slightest ability to resist. His head exploded and turned into strange creatures that looked like bugs. However, the attack was not over yet. The impact of the power of light was not over yet. These strange bugs died instantly. The Black Tower Magi were killed instantly. However, Wang Xian could still sense a transfer of energy. This was a life-saving treasure. He could only imagine it. For such a terrifying powerhouse from the invincible zone, he had to have some life-saving treasures. What? How is this possible? At this moment, the Holy Dragon King, the patriarch of the Godmu clan, and the rest of the people behind him saw this scene. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What the hell was going on? Awesome! A Black Tower Magus who could break the Dragon Palace's formation from a distance. A top-tier expert of the invincible region. He was killed by the Dragon King. One move, just one move. He flew over, and with one punch he died. In the middle, the Black Tower Magus tried to block twice, but was ignored by the Dragon King. All of this was done in an instant. And then the confident Black Tower Magus had disappeared just like that. Gone. The difference was too great. This was too terrifying. Impossible, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace can't be this strong. The Sacred Dragon King and the others were on the verge of collapse, feeling a little terrified. This was impossible. What? On the side, the Water Demon King and the Old Scholar had yet to battle the Northern Frost Spirit Red Bone and the others. They still wanted to see the Dragon King's strength. They did not need to see much to understand the situation. But one move, and the Black Tower Magus was instantly killed? The Black Tower Magus. Even if the Old Scholar and the Grand Aquatic Demon King had not called him over for a long time, they all knew that this was definitely a terrifying fellow. If he had set up a formation beforehand, they would definitely not be a match for the Black Tower Magus, and might even be killed by him. However, the Black Tower Magus could not withstand a single move from the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The first life is gone. There's still the second. However, at this moment Wang Xian's voice rang out. His body moved. Without any hesitation, he flew to the right. His speed was still extremely terrifying. There, the figure of the Black Tower Magus appeared strangely. His aura was not much different from before. No, how can your strength be so strong? How can the defense on your body be so strong? At this moment, when the Black Tower Wizard saw that Wang Xian was able to lock onto him in an instant, he revealed a shocked expression. He stared at Wang Xian in horror. How could this be? He was a top-notch expert of the Invincible Zone. He even dared to touch a real ruler of the universe. What kind of monster was this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? How many lives do you have? Wang Xian stared at him and asked with a mocking tone. He came to the front of the Black Tower's wizard. The green pupils of the Black Tower's wizard widened slowly. The entire green strange eye almost shot out. Flame of life, extinguish. His two green pupils really flew out. The green light was burning strangely. This was the karmic fire of life. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the attack unleashed by the Black Tower Wizard using the sacrifice of his two eyes. Buzz. In front of him, the Taiji Dragon Disc was spinning. The Divine Light Dragon and the Divine Dark Dragon were intertwined together. A heavy aura was emitted from the Taiji Dragon Disc. The two attacks from the Black Tower Wizard landed on the Taiji Dragon Disc. Flames bloomed in an instant. However, the Taichi Dragon Plate started to revolve. Light and darkness quickly extinguished the green flames. The flames started to become smaller and smaller. Ah! At this moment, the scream of the Black Tower Wizard could be heard. The backlash began. It was as if he had suffered a terrifying curse. His body started to collapse. Wang Xian looked over and smiled. He flew over directly. This time, it was a light punch. The Fist of Annihilation. The second life of the Black Tower's Magus was gone in an instant. However, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. He still had the life-saving treasure. You really have quite a lot of life. Wang Xian looked in one direction. His body moved and he continued flying. In that direction, the body of the Black Tower Magus condensed once again. However, this time, he had already lost his eyes. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you killed me twice. I will curse you. I will curse you with my life. I will exchange my life for your life. You and I will fall into the cycle of reincarnation and be buried in the stars together. Twin curse. I will die. You will die. The moment the Black Tower Magus appeared, his somewhat crazed voice was heard. The curse spell was a curse spell that the Black Tower Magus was more proficient in. The Dragon King had killed 2 of his lives and was tainted by karma. He could curse. This. However, the Grand Aqua Demon King and the old scholar who saw this scene were completely shocked. They were shocked by Wang Xian's strength. Similarly, they were also shocked by the Black Tower Wizard's curse. How can the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace be so terrifying? This. The Supreme Water Demon King watched as the Dragon King killed the Black Tower Magi as easily as killing a dog. He opened his mouth in disbelief. The Black Tower Magi used their strongest curse. It is said that the Black Tower Magi have many life-saving treasures. After death, they can revive and directly curse to kill their own people. This time, the Black Tower Magi actually used their lives to curse to kill the Dragon King. Is it because the Dragon King gave him too much pressure? When the old scholar saw this scene, he suddenly became nervous. This Dragon King was too terrifying. The Black Tower Magi didn't even have the strength to resist. Casually killing. This made them extremely nervous. The Black Tower Magi were being beaten up like this. They didn't even have the strength to resist. And now, he even used such a terrifying curse. If that Dragon King didn't die, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old scholar and the Tai Shui Demon King stared at him in a panic. As for the Saint Dragon King, the clan leader of the God-herding clan, and the other 70 or so level 3 masters of the universe, they were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Wang Xian flew towards the 3rd life of the Black Tower Wizard. The number of life-saving treasures this fellow had was beyond his expectations. And this curse of his actually came at the price of sacrificing himself. This caused his eyes to flicker slightly. Buzz. At this moment, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate seemed to have felt a surge of energy invading Wang Xian's body and started to circulate automatically. Wang Xian looked at it and revealed a smile on his face. This made him think of an ability of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. Yin-Yang Space. Located in the Yin-Yang Space, Wang Xian seemed to be in another space and could ignore the curse. Not only could he ignore curses, but this move could also withstand a terrifying attack. Crack, crack, crack. When the Yin-Yang Space was activated, sounds of cracking could be heard. This surprised Wang Xian a little. The curse of the Black Tower's Magus was a little terrifying. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was almost unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the curse didn't last for long and the Yin-Yang Space stabilized once again. No. This is impossible. In front of him, the Black Tower Magus saw Wang Xian standing there safe and sound. He was on the verge of collapse and was roaring in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the life force in his body seemed to have been sucked away. He died again. Wang Xian sensed another wave of energy appearing on the right. This time it was very close to him. He immediately rushed over. Before his body was fully formed, he grabbed Wang Xian's neck and surrounded him with the Tai Chi Dragon Coil. You still have a lot of dog lives. I'd like to see how many lives you still have. As he spoke, a surge of energy rushed into the body of the Black Tower's Magus. This time, before he could even speak, he was easily killed by Wang Xian. Still, with the help of the Primalist Sacred Wings, he could sense that the Black Tower's Magus had resurrected once again. Whoosh! The Primalist Sacred Wings were flapped, and he flew at a terrifying speed towards the other place where the Black Tower's Magus had resurrected. No, don't kill me. The Black Tower's Magus roared in despair. Bang! However, what greeted him was Wang Xian's fist, which killed him with a single punch. This Black Tower's Magus had already lost his will to fight. After a few consecutive deaths, Wang Xian managed to block his strongest spell. He was already in despair. After his 5th death, Wang Xian sensed that the Black Tower's wizard was completely dead. 5 corpses were left behind. The energy contained in each of these corpses was more terrifying than the corpses of an ordinary level 3 master of the universe. In other words, killing 1 was equivalent to killing 5. Not bad. Wuxia was very satisfied. Cough, 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 cough. When the Black Tower Magus was completely killed by Wuxia, the sinister-looking old scholar let out a horrified cry. He looked as though he had encountered a great terror as he watched in astonishment. The Black Tower Magus had 5 lives. Such a large number of lives shocked them. However, every single life was instantly killed by the Dragon King. This was too terrifying. Was this a powerhouse on the same level as them? Even those old freaks from the Invincible region who had gone crazy couldn't be this strong, right? This was too terrifying, too terrifying. All right, it's your turn now. Supreme Water Demon King, didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? You wanted to kill me? After Wuxia finished off the Black Tower's Magus, his gaze landed on the Supreme Water Demon King. This fellow was very arrogant. Very arrogant. Wuxia was extremely displeased with him. Dragon King, kill him and give him to the little brother of the water tentacles. I'll devour him and I'll be able to recover. At this moment at the back, the water tentacles king roared loudly. All right. When Wuxia heard it, he nodded with a smile on his face. After devouring him, the water tentacles king would be able to recover? That's right. If that was the case, the Dragon Palace would have another powerhouse at the first stage of the Universe Dominator realm. Very good. Eat me? Tai Shui Demon King saw the Dragon King lock onto him and heard the words of the Water Touch King behind the Dragon Palace. His body trembled violently. He was actually going to be treated as food? However, looking at this incomparably terrifying Dragon King, he felt some fear in his heart. So, Bei Shuang saw his master lock onto him. His body moved and came to the side of the spirit red bone. His gaze locked onto the old scholar. Today, none of you can think of leaving. The second one to be killed is you, the Supreme Water Demon King. Wuxia said coldly. His body moved and he attacked the Supreme Water Demon King directly. His speed was still extremely terrifying. This Dragon King's defense is very terrifying. Can I break through his defense by myself? It's not just his defense. Attacking him seems to cause a strange backlash. The Taishiei Demon King was no longer as arrogant as before. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. He was not crazy yet. He had witnessed the Dragon King's terror just now. However, they were not far from each other. Now that the space was sealed, even he had to use his full strength to break through the sealed space. However, the moment he broke through the space, he was already dead. Roar! I don't believe that your defense is invincible. He roared with a ferocious look on his face. With his gigantic body and the innate treasure-grade gloves on his arms, he charged straight at Wuxia. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, he could only fight. The Taishui Demon King did not hesitate at all. Boom! Wuxia flew over. Without any resistance, he crashed straight into him. Break the formation and escape. At this moment, the kind-looking old scholar saw this scene. Without any hesitation, he roared loudly. The lady in red from the Dragon Palace and the Frost Divine Dragon were attacking him. The old scholar knew that he was no match for them in a perilous situation. Not to mention, there was also that terrifying Dragon King. At this moment, he had to escape. Escape? Escape! The Sacred Dragon King, the Patriarch of the God Shepherd tribe, the Patriarch of the Light Giant tribe, was stunned. They gulped. Escape! This Dragon King is too terrifying. A roar came from the Patriarch of the Black Fog Spirit tribe. Run! Run! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was a monster and an existence that could not be provoked. Now, they could not understand why they had encountered such a terrifying enemy. Could it be that the other party had inherited the halo of the entire Divine Dragon clan? Run! Can we escape? Prime Minister Gue wanted to escape when he saw them. His face was cold. Ha ha ha! The 6 great races. Our Dragon Palace wants to see where you can run to this time. Ba Chi Ao and the others laughed crazily, and a terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. Can you escape? This time, I'll let all of you die here. The experts of the Dragon Palace roared with murderous intent. You think you can kill us and leave so easily? Then you underestimate the Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. All the members of the Dragon Palace roared angrily. Waves of energy shot up into the sky. Hiss, what's going on? Why are there so many experts of the Dragon Palace? When all the great beings of Dragon Palace released their full power, the 71 great beings were stunned again. The power of Universe Masters with level 3 power was very obvious. From the great beings of Dragon Palace, they could feel more than 100 waves of this terrifying power. What did this mean? It meant that Dragon Palace had more than 100 Universe Masters with level 3 power. Oh my god! Do they still need to live? How is this possible? Why are there so many experts in the Dragon Palace? Why? How is this possible? I don't believe it. The experts of the 6 great races were all stunned. They were completely stunned. Ha ha ha, that Magus is dead. The array formation of our Dragon Palace has been restored. At this moment, a dragon Magus roared and shouted excitedly. Because of the existence of the Black Tower Magi, the spell formation they had set up had lost its effect. And after the Black Tower Magi died, the spell formation had been restored. No, no, no. When the Sacred Dragon King and the others heard this, they felt their vision go black. The Black Tower Magi had once said that the Dragon Palace's spell formation was their trump card. After the spell formation exploded, even experts like the Grand Aquatic Demon King had to be careful. Now that the array formation had been restored? Ha ha ha. We can finally use the equipment of the Fire Hammer clan to guard the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the leaders of the Fire Hammer Dragon clan of the Dragon Palace laughed crazily. Terrifying holes appeared out of thin air around the Dragon Palace, especially the 18 holes in the center. Each hole gave them a horrifying feeling. The 18 cannon holes were surrounded by all sorts of complicated engravings, and the aura they gave off was terrifying and strange. This was Devil Dragon Cannon. It was the masterpiece of the Fire Hammer race. One cannon could threaten a Universe Master Level 3 great being, and it was suitable for a defensive battle. Not good, not good. We have to break the restriction as soon as possible. We have to escape immediately, or we will be finished. An expert from the Light Giant race said in panic. Boom. Ah. A woo. At this moment, a sudden scream came from the side. When they heard the scream, their bodies trembled violently and they looked to the side. They saw the flesh and blood on the arms of the Supreme Water Demon King flying everywhere. They saw his body flying backward. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace continued to attack the Taishui Demon King. Just like the performance of the Black Tower's Magi, killing the experts of the Invincible region was like slaughtering a dog. Crash! Wang Xian flapped his Primalist sacred wings. When he saw the severely injured Taishui Demon King, he flew over and transformed his arm into a dragon claw. The divine light dragon on the Taiji dragon disc attached itself to it and charged heavily at the Taishui Demon King. Ah! The Taishui Demon King roared. The flesh on his chest bulged out and formed a flesh and blood defense. Bang! The attack landed on his flesh and blood defense. His flesh and blood split apart. However, the Taishui Demon King managed to block this attack. I blocked it. The Taishui Demon King was pleasantly surprised. He could block the Dragon King's attack even if he would be injured. However, before he could be proud of himself, Wang Xian launched a series of heavy punches at him. The bright dragon had kept on attacking and biting at his defense. The most terrifying part of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was its defense and backlash. As long as the attack power of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was not broken, it was best not to attack Wang Xian. Otherwise, all the attacks would backfire on him. Since he could not break through Wang Xian's defense, his own defense was the best choice. However, it was a pity that with the support of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, Wang Xian's attack power was at the level of a true ruler of the universe. Therefore, under Wang Xian's continuous attacks, the Tai Shui Demon King could not hold on for long. Especially in such close combat, he would not be able to withstand the attacks even if he had 10 lives. Bam! With a heavy blow, the dragon claw entered the body of the Tai Shui Demon King. Waves of energy dissipated his life force. Hee hee, you dare to challenge me with this strength? Silly dog. Wang Xian raised his head and spoke calmly to the Taishui Demon King. Silly dog, you're here to die. The Taishui Demon King stared at Wang Xian with its huge eyes, and its aura slowly disappeared. I'm invincible below the level of the universe's ruler. Wang Xian said again indifferently. The Monster King opened its mouth and its eyes were blood red. There is no invincible in this world. Explode. After saying that, the terrifying energy in its body began to brew. It's too late. Wang Xian sensed that the Taiji dragon, coiling dark divine dragon, had also entered his body. A corpse quickly fell down. Mine, all mine. The king of water tentacles looked at the corpse of the Taishui Demon King and roared with excitement. Then he flew over quickly. The corpse was hers. It's over. It's over. From the side, these two words appeared in the minds of the Saint Dragon King and the rest of the experts when they saw the Tishui Demon King being killed. It was completely over. The Supreme Water Demon King was actually killed within a few seconds. Oh no! When the old scholar saw the scene, his face changed drastically and his face turned pale. Wang. At this time, the Dragon Palace's array formation started to operate, and terrifying dragon pillars appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, the surrounding sky also changed, and nine-colored energy enveloped it. Under the forbidden sky of the innate supreme treasure, another array formation appeared. This was the Dragon Palace's forbidden sky ceiling array formation. Another seal appeared in this space. How could they escape? Didn't the experts of the Invincible Zone say that they wanted to take the Dragon Palace's head? Why aren't they taking it anymore? Are they all trash? The Sacred Dragon King couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene. Are the experts of the Invincible Zone all trash? Aren't they all very confident and arrogant? Didn't they say that they wanted to take the Dragon King's head easily when they came? What happened now? All of you only know how to fucking brag, and now you actually put yourselves at risk. At this moment, they even hated the third prince of the Angel Clan in their hearts. Why did they look for trash like them? Did they call you old scholar? Now it's your turn. Are you ready to die? After Wang Xian killed the Supreme Water Demon King, he looked at the old scholar and asked indifferently. In fact, Wang Xian could sense that the Supreme Water Demon King had escaped a calamity through his life-saving treasure. However, his resurrection was different from the Black Tower's wizards. He returned to his divine kingdom directly. He looked at the last expert of the Invincible Zone with a hint of mockery on his face. These three arrogant fellows. Today, Wang Xian was going to kill all of them. They were too arrogant. The old scholar's body trembled as he glared at Wang Xian. At this moment, it was difficult for him to escape. Redbone Northern Frost, leave him to me. You guys go and destroy the experts from the 6 great races of the Holy Dragon lineage. Wang Xian said to Ling Redbone Northern Frost and the rest. He flapped his incipient holy wings and flew towards the old scholar. Come on, one-on-one. He smiled and extended his hand towards the old scholar. One-on-one. The old scholar's gaze swept down and saw that the body of the Taishui Demon King was being rapidly devoured by an expert from the Dragon Palace. His body trembled violently. The wizards of the Black Tower and the Taishui Demon King were destroyed so quickly. How could they fight against the Dragon King? Let's fight it out. If I can break through, I still have a chance to survive. If I can't, I will die here today. The old scholar's eyes showed his determination to die. Kill, kill, kill. The old scholar with a ferocious face roared and attacked Wang Xian directly. Naturally, he could tell that Wang Xian possessed a terrifying defensive ability and the ability to backfire. However, what else could he do if he didn't attack? Could he defend? Was it possible to rely on defense to make the final breakthrough? Therefore, he could only attack and rely on the breath in his heart to try to make a breakthrough. This was his last hope. If he couldn't break through, he would definitely die. Most importantly, he didn't have any life-saving treasures. He only had one life. The old scholar with a ferocious expression charged over. He used his body as the word of slaughter and charged at Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian didn't resist at all. He continued to use the Tai Chi Dragon Plate as a defense. Bang! The old scholar with a ferocious expression charged over and charged at the Tai Chi dragon plate. But very soon, the golden word of slaughter began to break. The fierce-looking old scholar died. The kind-looking old scholar spat out blood heavily from his mouth. He knew that he was completely finished, because the Dragon King didn't retaliate at all and allowed him to attack. In the end, the backlash was enough to heavily injure him. Under such circumstances, how could he use battle to break through? This was similar to him smashing his head into the ground and killing himself. How could he break through in such a way? Obviously, it was impossible. I don't understand. How can you be so strong? With your strength, even those old freaks in the invincible zone can't compare to you. The kind-looking old scholar felt some despair in his heart. He stared at Wang Xian and asked, "You guys are very strong, but to put it bluntly, you're all useless. You can't even break through. I'm stronger than you guys, isn't that right?" Wang Xian looked at him and said calmly. His words made the old scholar's face extremely awkward. Shouldn't that be right? Shouldn't that be right? They had gone through the trials of time and were trying to improve their combat strength. You are a Dragon King of the same level. You are obviously not an old monster. What right do you have to compete with us? However, there was nothing wrong with what the Dragon King said. You can die now. As Wang Xian spoke to the old scholar, he flapped his incipient saint wings and charged forward. The old scholar's expression changed drastically. He charged forward and attacked Wang Xian. However, he couldn't break through Wang Xian's defense. The backlash caused him to be severely injured. Wang Xian killed him easily. Kill! At the side, the 71 experts from the Holy Dragon King and the rest did not launch an attack just now. This was because the Dragon Palace had more than 100 masters of the universe with level 3 combat strength. They had powerful formations and terrifying weapons. Coupled with the Frost Dragon God and the Lady in Red, they were no match for Wang Xian. Therefore, they did not launch an attack. However, if they didn't launch an attack, the Dragon Palace would. When the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace saw Wang Xian killing that pretentious old scholar, they immediately launched an attack. It's your turn, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. He flapped his incipient saint wings and charged toward the Holy Dragon King and the rest. Bei Shuang and Ling Honggu also charged forward. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the bunch of beasts of the Holy Dragon lineage. If they want to destroy our Dragon Palace, leave no one alive. Kill them all. Ha ha ha. The experts of the Dragon Palace roared with excitement. At this moment, the Holy Dragon King and the others were in despair. What could they use to resist? The people of the Dragon Palace were too terrifying. They were completely no match for them. They couldn't even escape. Kill, kill, kill. Kill as many as we can. Let's kill. The Holy Dragon King's body trembled as he roared with blood-red eyes. He roared loudly as a few of his subordinates rushed over as well. We're all going to die no matter what. Kill. The leader of the Giant of Light roared crazily as he charged over as well. The experts from the other 4 races could only charge over as well. However, the aura on their bodies was much weaker compared to the members of the Dragon Palace. This was a battle that meant death. They knew that they wouldn't win. The Dragon Palace was too terrifying. Without any fighting spirit, coupled with Wang Xian's frenzied hunting, the lives of 71 powerhouses from the 6 major races were quickly harvested. The Dragon Palace will be able to increase a lot of resources this time. This is a great harvest. The treasures obtained this time around should be able to help the Dragon King achieve a breakthrough by selling some of them. The experts from the Invincible Zone are really good people. The 6 great races are also good people. In front of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue and the weaker disciples of the Dragon Palace looked up at the battle in the sky. They looked eager and helpless. However, without exception, they were all very excited. Prime Minister Gue and the civil officials of the Dragon Palace in particular had begun to calculate how much they would be able to obtain this time. Wang Xian was killing quickly. The experts of the 6 major races had lost their fighting spirit. It was easy for him to kill them. He could kill 4 to 5 of them in a second. Coupled with the other members of the Dragon Palace, it was an easy massacre. There was no need for the Dragon Palace's formations or anything like that. What's going on in there? I originally wanted to watch the battle between the top-notch experts. Now I can't even see anything. At this moment, around the Heavenly River, more than 200 experts from the Invincible Zone had come. They looked at the Dragon Palace that was covered by the supreme treasure and felt a little helpless. They couldn't see the battle between top-tier experts. In the heaven-splitting chaotic land, some other disciples who came to watch the battle were even more shocked when they saw the Dragon Palace covered by the supreme treasure. The supreme water monster king suppressed the frost divine dragon and continued to fight. With the experience of the supreme water monster king, he was able to kill it. The old scholar obviously had the confidence to kill the red-clothed woman, not to mention the Black Tower wizards. It's extremely strange, so we can be sure that the Dragon Palace will be destroyed. It should be. It must have cost a lot to invite the Monster King, the Black Tower Magus, and the old scholar here at the same time. TSK, did the angel race intervene? The few experts from the Dragon Palace are indeed strong enough. It's a pity that they met the 3 top-notch experts from our invincible region. That's true. The top-notch experts from our invincible region can easily wipe out over a dozen experts of the same level. The innate supreme treasure covered the Dragon Palace, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. The experts of the Invincible Zone also spoke out in boredom, their voices echoing in the sky above the Heavenly River. When they spoke, there was a hint of pride. They were proud of the strength of the experts of the Invincible Zone. Of course, this pride came from their powerful confidence. Is it really as they say? Is the Dragon Palace really going to be destroyed? It should be. Did you feel it? The experts of the Invincible Zone are all very terrifying. We must not provoke them. The experts at their level are absolutely right. You should know that there are top-tier races like angels, demons, dark clan, divine tiger, black tortoise, and other experts in their group. The Dragon Palace is finished. This is the will of the angel race. After all, the angel race is too terrifying. Even if they don't go out, they still have thousands of ways to destroy the Dragon Palace. Some of the experts' disciples heard the experts of the Invincible Zone talking and also whispered. They were in awe of the Invincible Zone and the experts of the Invincible Zone. Some of the disciples of the experts took the universal AI and posted the information immediately. Some experts directly edited the information. The Dragon Palace was currently sealed by the 3 terrifying existences of the Invincible region. Although they couldn't see the situation inside clearly, there were experts of the Invincible region around. Many experts from the peak races said that the Dragon Palace was about to be destroyed. The 3 experts of the Supreme Water Demon King were extremely terrifying. After he finished editing the information, he sent it out. At this moment, the universe AI was boiling. An old monster like the Tai Shui Demon King from a long time ago had challenged the Dragon Palace Dragon King, and it had already attracted the attention of countless great beings' disciples. However, when the Tai Shui Demon King arrived, not only was he alone, but there were also 2 terrifying beings from the Invincible region, and there were more than 70 universe rulers and level 3 great beings from the 6 great races of the Holy Dragon bloodline. The universe AI was shocked. They knew that this wasn't a normal challenge, but to destroy the Dragon Palace. This attracted the attention of all the disciples from all the factions in the universe AI. Countless people were discussing. The Dragon Palace would be destroyed by the Invincible Region warriors? The Dragon Palace wouldn't be destroyed? All sorts of discussions were going on. But when the latest news was sent, everyone was even more shocked. Is the Dragon Palace really going to be destroyed? Is that really what the experts of the Invincible Zone said? Then it seems like the Dragon Palace is doomed. The Dark Horse of the Dragon Palace's counterattack will end here. After all, destroying the Dragon Palace has the will of the Angel Clan. On the universe's AI, some powerful disciples couldn't help but feel sorry for the Dragon Palace. With the last hope of the Divine Dragon Clan, the strongest force of the Divine Dragon Clan was going to be destroyed in the end. Many of the powerful disciples discussed, and at the same time they felt the terror of the Invincible Zone. The strength of the Dragon Palace could only be so terrifying. The strength of the Dragon King could only be so strong. The mutated purebred Divine Dragon, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, was still no match for the old monster of the Invincible Zone. One could imagine how terrifying the Invincible Zone was. It was worthy of the name of the Invincible Zone. While the disciples of countless races were discussing on the universal AI, the experts of the invincible zone were still chatting in the sky above the heavenly river. While the disciples were waiting for the news, waiting for the dragon palace to be completely destroyed, below, the energy that enveloped the dragon palace slowly began to dissipate. The dissipation of the energy enveloping the dragon palace immediately attracted the attention of the old monsters of the surrounding invincible region. They looked over in astonishment. 10 minutes, it's only been 10 minutes and the Black Tower's Magus, Taishui Demon King, and the Old Scholar have already destroyed the Dragon Palace? An old monster of the Divine Tiger clan asked in puzzlement. It's about the same. The Old Scholar said that after destroying the red-clothed woman of the Dragon Palace in 5 minutes, it'll be simple. His companion nodded, but he didn't say anything. His eyes instantly widened as he stared down in disbelief. What did he see? The Dragon Palace was intact and the disciples of the Dragon Palace stood there indifferently. Top-tier experts of the invincible zone? In my opinion, they are trash. Too trash. Haha, that's right. They even showed off to our Dragon King and said that they would take our Dragon King's head. Just those 3 trash? They're really 2 good-for-nothings. Our Dragon King gets 1 good-for-nothings every time he moves. They all say that the experts of the invincible zone are powerful. I think they're just that. They're 2 good-for-nothings. Haha, it's mainly because our Dragon King is too powerful. However, the invincible zone is indeed worthy of its name. Our Dragon King can casually kill this top-notch expert. Invincible zone? Hee. I think our Dragon Palace can change its name to the Invincible Dragon Palace. Haha, that's fine. Those 6 great races still dare to besiege us. Now TSK, clean up the corpses and bring them into the Dragon Palace. Under the realm of Universe Ruler, our Dragon King is invincible. Everything else is trash. 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 At this time, a leisurely voice was heard, full of mockery and disdain. All the old monsters of the invincible zone stared wide-eyed at the figures of the Dragon Palace who were speaking. Their bodies trembled violently. What was going on? The Supreme Water Demon King was dead? The Black Tower Magi were dead? The Old Scholar was dead? The 3 top experts of the invincible zone had died just like that? Cough, cough. How is this possible? How is this possible? It's only been 10 minutes and all of them are dead. The Supreme Water Demon King, the Black Tower Magus, the Old Scholar, and the others are the top experts of our invincible zone. An old monster from the angel race widened his eyes and growled in disbelief. 10 minutes, 71 Universe Ruler Level 1 warriors and 3 top-tier old monsters from our invincible region. How? How strong is this Dragon Palace? How strong is the Dragon King? An old monster from the godly tiger race, a pinnacle race, opened his mouth and said in shock, "Is there really an invincible enemy in this world?" An old monster from the Saint clan murmured. Everyone around was shocked. Invincible under the Universe Ruler? Really? Could it be that there really are unrivaled enemies in this world? The words of an old monster from the Holy Dragon bloodline caused all the experts from the unrivaled region to tremble. Could it be that there really were unrivaled enemies in this world? In the unrivaled region, the Supreme Water Demon King, the Old Scholar, and the Black Tower Magi were definitely the most powerful people. It was not that there were no people stronger than them in the invincible region, but most of them had already lost their rationality and mind. Similar to desolate beasts, it was very difficult to communicate. They were known as crazy demons. But even those crazy demons found it very difficult to kill the Supreme Water Demon King and the Black Tower Magi as well as the Old Scholar. Even if the Black Tower Magi were not killed by the Dragon Palace Dragon King alone. It had a lot to do with the Dragon King, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the Dragon Palace's Frost Dragon. They had witnessed the battle between the Old Scholar and the red-clothed woman of the Dragon Palace. The 2 powerhouses of the Dragon Palace weren't as strong as the Supreme Water Demon King and the Old Scholar. Then, after the innate true treasure sealed the Dragon Palace, the 3 of them disappeared within 10 minutes. According to the great beings of the Dragon Palace, they were all killed. Similarly, along with the 3 great beings of the invincible region, there were also 71 Universe Masters with level 3 combat power. To be able to kill them all at the same time, How powerful was the Dragon Palace? And how powerful was the Dragon King? Was it really, as they said, invincible below the Universe Master level? The great beings of the invincible region were extremely shocked. That Dragon King's strength is absolutely terrifying. The elves looked at the Dragon Palace with their eyes wide open, their faces full of shock. The Black Tower Wizard had already broken the array of the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Palace was still able to kill them even after losing such a trump card. There must be a big reason for this. It was because of the Dragon Palace Dragon King. It's definitely very terrifying. If that Frost Dragon God called the Dragon Palace's Dragon King his master, then the Dragon King's strength is definitely very terrifying. Moreover, I estimate that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King is a mutated divine dragon. One of the elves' eyes flickered as he spoke. There's an 80% chance. Let's go back and ask the Lord of the clan. They should know that if he's also a mutated divine dragon and has our elf clan's companion Elf Lord, he might really be able to easily defeat the Black Tower Magi and the others. The other elves nodded slightly. Compared to the shock of the great beings of the invincible region, the disciples of the great beings of the inner continents were even more shocked. Although they didn't know how to describe the power of Tai Shui Yao Emperor and the others, they knew how powerful the Holy Dragon bloodline, the God-herding race, the Ghoul-eating race, the Light-Sound Bug race, the Light Giant race, and the Black Fog Spirit race were. This time, they had 71 universe rulers with level 3 combat power. They were universe rulers with level 3 combat power. But now they had no aura at all. Obviously, they had all been annihilated by Dragon Palace. In just 10 minutes, 71 universe rulers with level 3 combat power, plus 3 old monsters from Invincible Region, had all been annihilated by Dragon Palace. The strength of the Dragon Palace was simply invincible. With this strength, are they invincible among the races below the peak? More or less. I feel that the Dragon Palace is almost invincible among the races below the peak. I feel that even in the technological world, they are not as strong as the Dragon Palace, right? It's too terrifying. Just now, we thought that the Dragon Palace was going to be annihilated. In the end, all the experts from the Invincible Zone were killed. How strong are the Dragon Palace's Dragon King and the rest? The strong disciples from various races were discussing in shock. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace's Dragon King Hall, Wang Xian was counting the spoils of war. There were 6 innate treasures. 1 from the Supreme Water Demon King, 1 from the Black Towers Wizards, 1 from the Light Giant Tribe, 1 from the Black Fog Spiritual Race, 1 from the Ghoul Tribe, and 1 from the God Shepherd Tribe. There was 1 from the Water Attribute, 1 from the Darkness Attribute, 1 from the Light Attribute, and 1 from the Metal Attribute. There were 6 innate supreme treasures. And as for the number of innate spiritual treasures, there were more than 400 of them. Speaking of which, the number of innate spiritual treasures obtained this time was completely incomparable to the previous harvest. The previous harvest was more than 2,000, but the value this time was higher than the previous harvest. Even 1,000 Khanate true treasures for a Khanate true treasure might not be enough to make a great being willing to trade. Other than these treasures, there were also corpses. These corpses could give birth to more than 80 level 3 universe masters in Dragon Palace. Just the Black Tower Magus alone could give birth to 5 or 6 level 3 universe masters in Dragon Palace. The accumulation of these 3 old monsters in the Invincible Zone was too abundant. Although the harvest this time is huge, it can't allow me and the 5 Elements Millstone to make a breakthrough. I need to exchange these innate supreme treasures for resources. Wang Xian looked at the harvest this time and mumbled. The harvest was extremely rich, but it couldn't be used. For example, the resources that Wang Xian had improved himself, the 5 Elements Millstone needed to improve the 5 Elements innate supreme treasures. There was 1 innate spiritual treasure of the metal element, but at the moment, the 5 Elements Millstone could not absorb it. Prime Minister Gue, send out an announcement on the universe's AI. 2 years later, our Dragon Palace will hold an auction. At that time, we will auction the innate spiritual treasures of the light, metal, and darkness elements. We will auction all kinds of innate spiritual treasures of the light and darkness elements. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and gave an order to Prime Minister Gue. There were many treasures in the Dragon Palace now, and many of them were useless. The Dragon Palace also had the Divine Light Dragon. Innate supreme treasures were also very useful to Ao Yao and the rest. However, for now, Wang Xian's own strength was the most important. He wanted to auction some treasures so that the 5 elements millstone and his own strength could achieve a breakthrough. As long as the 5 elemental grindstone and his own strength achieved a breakthrough, he would be even more terrifying. When the time came, someone at the level of the Supreme Water Demon King would be instantly killed. He would not be able to resist at all. Even the Archangel, Bai Lai, could be easily killed by Wang Xian. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded immediately. With a move of his body, he immediately flew out of the Dragon Palace. Many experts of the Invincible Zone hadn't left the sky above the Heavenly River yet. In 2 years, our Dragon Palace will hold an auction. There will be 4 or 5 innate supreme treasures for sale. They are mainly of light, darkness, and metal attributes. We welcome the experts of the Invincible Zone to come. The experts of the Invincible Zone were good customers for the auction of innate supreme treasures. In addition, many of the old monsters in the Invincible Zone came from the peak races, so this matter could be spread to the peak races. Ordinary high-level races couldn't afford innate supreme treasures. Only existences like the Mu God race could barely afford them. However, there weren't many powerful races like the Mu God race, so the peak races were the main customers. While the experts of the Invincible Zone were still discussing around the Heavenly River, Prime Minister Gui's words stunned them. The Dragon Palace was going to hold an auction. 4 or 5 innate supreme treasures. This made them all look shocked. The Dragon Palace is actually going to auction innate supreme treasures that are hard to get even for us. Not to mention us, even a true universe ruler would find it hard to obtain it. Out of the 3, Tai Shui Demon King, the Old Scholar, and the Black Tower Wizard, at most 2 of them have a Khanate True Treasure. Khanate True Treasures can only be encountered by chance but not sought after. A treasure of this level can definitely cause a life-and-death battle between universe rulers. The Dragon Palace actually took out 4 or 5 of them to sell. This is truly terrifying. It is indeed terrifying. After all, they are innate true treasures. The Dragon Palace is simply too rich. Including the 6 great races today, I heard that they have exterminated 7 or 8 top-tier high-level races. It is very terrifying. When the great beings of Invincible Region heard Prime Minister Turtle's words, they were shocked. Innate true treasures were treasures that even a true universe master might not have. Although the Mu God clan and the Light Giant clan each had their own true treasures, they were all true treasures. However, these were their race's most precious treasures, inheritance true treasures. They were a true treasure that their race had built up over 20 billion years. To only have one true treasure after such a long time, one could imagine how precious it was. It was hard for 1 out of 100 old monsters in the Invincible Region to have a true treasure. There might not even be more than 10 Khanate cardinal treasures in the entire Invincible Zone. However, the Dragon Palace was going to auction 4 or 5 of them this time. It was extremely terrifying. After Prime Minister Gui spoke to the surroundings, he immediately took out the Universal AI and made a statement in the name of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, in 2 years, the Dragon Palace will hold an auction in the Heavenly River and the Dragon Palace's territory. There will be light, dark, metal elemental Khanate cardinal treasures as well as a large number of Khanate numinous treasures and other treasures. After the announcement, Prime Minister Gui immediately distributed the resources. After the announcement was made, all they had to do was wait. With the title of innate treasure, it would definitely attract many experts and powerful forces. However, when the news of the Dragon Palace was released, many people in the Universal AI were dumbfounded. What was going on? What was going on? Just a moment ago, the Universal AI was saying that the Dragon Palace was going to be destroyed. However, the Dragon Palace suddenly announced that they were going to hold an auction, and they were going to sell their innate supreme treasures. What was going on? Wasn't the Dragon Palace supposed to be attacked by the 3 old monsters of the Invincible Region and surrounded by more than 70 experts of the Saint Dragon King? Some disciples in the Heavenly River said that the Dragon Palace was going to be destroyed. But this was the result? At this moment, everyone was stunned and shocked. But at this time, A piece of information quickly swept through the entire universe's AI. The Dragon Palace had destroyed the 3 old monsters of the invincible region like the Supreme Water Yao King. The Sacred Dragon King and his group of over 70 universe masters with level 3 battle strength had all been killed. When this news spread, everyone's faces were filled with shock. What? The Dragon Palace actually killed 3 old monsters of the invincible region and 71 universe overlords with level 3 combat strength. Hiss! How is this possible? Didn't they say that the Supreme Water Demon King and the other 2 old monsters of the invincible region are not weaker than the true universe overlords? How could they be killed by the Dragon Palace? And how long has it only been? No way. What? What happened in the Heavenly River? If the Dragon Palace didn't announce that they were going to hold an auction, I wouldn't have believed it. This Dragon Palace is simply heaven-defying. Some of the strong disciples in the Heavenly River said that the Dragon Palace destroyed all the experts of the Monster King and the others within 10 minutes. The weakest one is a universe dominator with level 3 battle strength. Such experts, other than the peak races, are the overlords of a region. How many high-level races have universe overlord level 3 warriors guarding them? However, more than 70 of such warriors were annihilated by the Dragon Palace. Terrifying. Terrifying. All the powerful disciples looked at the latest news with shock on their faces. Universe Overlord Level 3 warriors were definitely overlords within the split Heaven Primal Continent. Even the powerful 100 Cities Alliance only had one Universe Master with Level 3 combat power, the Alliance leader. A Universe Master with Level 3 combat power would be an honored guest no matter where he went. However, more than 70 of such level experts had been killed by Dragon Palace within 10 minutes. Especially the 3 old monsters from the invincible region. Dragon Palace's power is simply unfathomable. Among the high-level races, which one of them is a match for them? Even the technology world can't do that, right? Dragon Palace is simply invincible below the pinnacle race. Invincible below the peak race? I agree with that. The strength of the Dragon Palace is too terrifying. You have no idea where their bottom line is. On the Universe AI, a powerful person commented, "Invincible below the peak race?" A powerful person from the invincible region said that the Dragon King is invincible below the Universe Ruler realm. At this time, another message came from the Universe AI. An old monster from the Saints' bloodline murmured, "Is there really an invincible person in this world?" They also interpreted it as being invincible below the level of a Universe Master in the Dragon Palace. Many experts agreed with this statement. The 3 old monsters from the invincible zone are no match for the Dragon King. The Dragon King can be said to be invincible. I'm sure that the Dragon Palace has an 80% chance of reaching the peak of the race. The Dragon King can lead the Dragon God's bloodline back to the peak of the race. On the universe's AI, countless disciples of the race were discussing. The battle at the Dragon Palace had completely exploded. No one dared to look down on the Dragon Palace. No race dared to look down on the Dragon Palace. And the Dragon Palace was being called invincible below the peak by more and more experts of the race. However, the Dragon Palace had destroyed the peak experts of the 6 races, the light giant of the Holy Dragon lineage, which caused the disciples of the 6 races to feel grief and fear, and despair. All the peak experts of the race had been killed. How could they not feel despair? Despair due to the strength of the Dragon Palace. The Divine Mountain of Light, the lair of the Divine Dragons, was located below a divine mountain. There was an enormous divine kingdom. This was the divine kingdom of the Divine Dragon King. In the center of the divine kingdom, a bright divine dragon egg slowly cracked open, and a small divine dragon crawled out. The eyes of this small bright divine dragon were filled with fear and anger. He was the sacred Dragon King, and he had witnessed the terror of the Dragon King with his own eyes. Invincible. How could that Dragon King be so terrifying? How could he be so invincible? The sacred Dragon King's body trembled violently as he emerged from the dragon egg. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. He had witnessed Wuxia's invincibility with his own eyes. He had witnessed the death of the Supreme Water Demon King, the Black Tower's Magus, and the Old Scholar. He had witnessed the Dragon King's terrifying strength. In his opinion, Even the strength of Archangel Bailey was not as strong as the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Facing such an enemy made him feel fear, and despair. With such strength, even if I broke through to the universe ruler realm, I wouldn't be a match for him, right? The sacred Dragon King muttered, his expression constantly changing. Yes, at this moment he felt that even if he broke through to the universe ruler realm, he wouldn't be a match for the Dragon King. As the leader of the sacred dragon lineage, he knew how strong a true universe ruler was. He was sure that he wasn't as strong as the Dragon King. I have to tell this matter to the third prince. I hope the third prince has a way. The sacred Dragon King hurriedly took out the universe AI, his arm trembling as he sent the message. This time, the 6 races were completely defeated. All the pinnacle warriors were killed by the Dragon Palace. Even if there were pinnacle warriors who were protected by treasures like him, it would be difficult to recover to the pinnacle within a few 100 million years. Could be said that the 6 races were completely finished. After the news was released, the Holy Dragon King lay there quietly. He had lost all his fighting spirit. Wang! In less than 10 minutes, the third prince's figure appeared directly in the sacred Dragon King's Dragon Palace. He appeared in front of him. He frowned and looked at the sacred Dragon King in front of him. There was an ugly expression between his brows. Greetings, third prince. The sacred Dragon King sensed the third prince's arrival and immediately bowed respectfully. Is that Dragon King really as strong as you said? The third prince stared at him and asked with an ugly expression. Lord Third Prince, I don't dare to hide anything. That Dragon King is too strong. He is definitely stronger than the true ruler of the universe. The old scholar, the Black Tower Wizard, and the Tai Shui Demon King couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Lord Third Prince, our 6 great races are completely finished. 71 universe rulers with level 3 battle strength have all died, Lord Third Prince. It's our incompetence. It's that Dragon King's strength is terrifying. The sacred Dragon King kneeled there and said with a sorrowful face. This time, their sacred dragon lineage was completely finished. Even he himself needed a large amount of resources to recover. Who? The third prince stood there and took a deep breath, his eyes shining with light. He was also very shocked by the Dragon King's strength. The third prince knew the strength of the old scholar and the Black Tower Wizard. This was definitely an existence that could rival a universe ruler. However, being killed by the Dragon King, he was sure that the Dragon King was comparable to a level 2 universe ruler. Is the Dragon King a universe ruler? He stared at the sacred Dragon King and asked expressionlessly. This was a very important point. If the Dragon Palace Dragon King had the power of a universe dominator, then everything would be simple. He would send the experts of the angel race to directly destroy him. No, the Dragon King doesn't have the aura of a universe dominator. He has an extremely terrifying treasure defense. Neither the old scholar nor the Black Tower Wizards could break through his defense. Even the Black Tower Wizards who used their lives to curse couldn't break through the Dragon King's defense. As the sacred Dragon King spoke, his eyes were filled with fear. That Dragon King is almost invincible below the realm of a universe ruler. He couldn't help but say another sentence. In his heart, it might not be almost invincible, but invincible. Invincible. The third prince slightly raised his eyebrows and stood there quietly. Third prince, what should we do? What should we do? The sacred Dragon King could not help but ask. The third prince did not answer, but stood there quietly. Now, the third prince did not have any good ideas. It seems that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has inherited some of the fortune of the Divine Dragon clan. There is a mutated Frost Divine Dragon in the Dragon Palace. So the Dragon King should also be a purebred mutated Divine Dragon. As he spoke, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. And his mutation is probably not a simple mutation. The sacred Dragon King lay there, respectfully waiting for the third prince's order. You should recover as soon as possible. Don't bother with the other matters. The third prince glanced at the sacred Dragon King. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The sacred Dragon King sensed that the third prince had left. He raised his head in shock. The third prince actually didn't have the next order? What was going on? Could it be? A trace of surprise and shock flashed through his eyes. Could it be that the third prince couldn't do anything to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The sacred Dragon King pondered. The possibility was really high. Green River. Not long after, the figure of the third prince appeared at a place on the Dragon God Island of the Divine Dragon Clan. Not far in front of him, the Green River Water Phoenix was standing there quietly. Failed. The Green River Water Phoenix obviously knew about this and turned to look at him. This Dragon Palace didn't expect it to be a trouble, and that Dragon King shouldn't be a simple mutated purebred divine dragon. He should be able to fight 4 or 5 level 1 masters of the universe, or even more. The third prince opened his mouth and said with an ugly expression, "If you have no way, then I have no way." The Green River Water Phoenix heard his words, and its expression also slightly fluctuated. Before reaching the Universe Ruler realm, he was able to contend against 5 or 6 Universe Ruler level 1 experts. What kind of concept was this? The special and powerful mutated phoenix among their phoenixes, the Flame Phoenix, was only SOSO, and the Flame Phoenix of their Phoenix clan, there were only a few in the entire clan. With such strength, the Dragon King's talent and bloodline could probably be comparable to their Flame Phoenix. Then we can only wait. With the strength that the Dragon Palace Dragon King displayed, he should be able to break through to the Universe Ruler realm soon. The third prince said, "Wait? Who knows how long we'll have to wait?" The Green River Water Phoenix frowned and muttered, "But there are existences below the Universe Ruler realm that can kill him? I saw on the Universe AI that the Dragon Palace Dragon King is invincible." Invincible? The third prince's eyes revealed a look of disdain. He can't be invincible below the Universe Ruler realm. Not to mention the mutant monsters of the peak races, even the space beasts can kill the Dragon King. In the invincible region, there are also old lunatics that can fight and even kill the Dragon King. Unfortunately, whether it's the space beasts, the mutant monsters of the peak races, or those old lunatics, they are not something we can move. Xinjiang Water Phoenix shook her head. The third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix didn't think that the Dragon Palace Dragon King was invincible under the Universe Ruler. Not to mention the abnormal space beasts in the universe, the freaks of the peak races. Take the invincible region for example, there were some old guys who could be the opponent of the Dragon Palace Dragon King. They stood at the core level of the peak races, they knew a lot of things. They also knew many secrets of the invincible region. For example, there was an old monster who once killed a pure-blooded dragon when the Dragon God race was still around. In the end, he was chased by the Dragon King of the Dragon God race. After fleeing for his life, he hid in the invincible region, and now he was still there. For example, the invincible region was a special space formed from the battle between a group of universe masters and the space beast. In fact, not all of those great beings died in that battle. They knew that one of them was still alive. However, because his foundation was completely forced, he would never be able to recover to the Universe Ruler level in his entire life. Once a Universe Ruler level great being was trapped at the pinnacle of Universe Knights forever. In addition, he had lost all his family members, which made him a crazy demon. At the same time, he was the biggest mad demon in the entire invincible region. His power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His realm would limit the power of a great being, but it was not impossible for him to try his best to improve his combat power. Take the Dark Race, for example. There was an old monster of the Dark Race in the invincible region, and he had a large number of dark ghost bodies. One dark ghost body was almost as powerful as a Universe Master Level 3 great being. Because he had lived for a long time and he had thought of ways to improve his power, he had nurtured a large number of dark ghost bodies. What kind of concept was this? If a Pinnacle Universe Knight had 20 dark ghost bodies, he could become a Universe Master Level 1 great being. What if he had 30, 40, or 100 or 200? Even a Universe Master at Level 2 had to be careful. After all, a few changes could cause a change in quantity. Unfortunately, this level of great beings was not someone they could invite. Those old lunatics would not give face to the third prince and Phoenix. Therefore, the third prince and the Azure River Water Phoenix had no choice but to wait. Wait for the Dragon King to break through and for the Dragon Palace to become a peak race. This way, they would be able to make a move, even if the other party had the support of the elves. Did you hear? The old scholar Tai Shui Demon King and the Black Tower Magus were killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace outside. Hiss, is this true? The 3 Black Towers Magi were all killed by the Dragon King? 1 killed 3. With this strength, with the personalities of the Black Towers Magi, they shouldn't be joining forces. They also temper their invincible hearts and are always looking for a breakthrough. It's impossible for them to join forces. But even so, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was able to kill the 3 Black Towers Magi. With this strength, those old lunatics shouldn't be able to do it, right? I don't know. But the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is definitely not to be underestimated. 2 years later, the Dragon Palace will be holding an auction. At that time, they will be auctioning off innate supreme treasures with light, darkness, and metal attributes. This is an innate supreme treasure. 2 years later, let's go take a look and see what the Dragon King looks like. Let's also see if we can buy an innate supreme treasure. The news within the heaven-opening primal continent spread very quickly. At the same time, this news also spread to the Invincible region. There weren't many pinnacle great beings in the Invincible region, but there were definitely many. Several thousand pinnacle universe knights. Many of them had paid great attention to this when they heard that Tai Shui Demon King was going to challenge the Dragon King from the outside world. A few hundred of them rushed over, but some didn't. However, when they heard the news, they were all shocked. They were shocked by Dragon Palace Dragon King's strength. However, some of the pinnacle old monsters in the Invincible region didn't think that Dragon Palace Dragon King was invincible, because they had seen many terrifying existences during this long period of time, especially in the deepest part of the Invincible Zone. They were very interested in the auction held by the Dragon Palace. An auction of a treasure at the level of a Khanate true treasure would definitely attract huge attention and create a sensation. At that time, even experts from peak races would come and bid for it. The old monsters from the Invincible Zone were naturally very interested. Khanate true treasures were extremely precious. I have gained a lot of resources, but they are all corpses. The Holy Dragon lineage, the Light Giant tribe, the Light Soundbug tribe, the Black Fog Spirit tribe, and the Ghoul tribe are all light and dark attributes. The treasures of the experts are also light and dark attributes. They did not improve themselves enough. The other treasures were also placed in the Divine Kingdom. However, at this moment, when the entire heaven-opening primordial land and even some of the experts from the peak races were discussing the Dragon Palace, they were discussing the Dragon King. As the Dragon King, Wuxia had checked all his gains. The corpse had been absorbed by the Dragon Pool. Next, it was time for the experts of the Dragon Palace to improve. And the improvement of his own strength would only take place after the auction. The auction 2 years later. As long as he sold some innate supreme treasures, his strength and the 5 elements millstone would be able to improve. By then, he would be able to contend against even a level 2 universe overlord, let alone a level 1 universe overlord. Wuxia thought to himself. He opened the universe's AI to take a look and a smile appeared on his face. Next, he would be waiting for the auction 2 years later. Dragon King, a group of Dragon King powerhouses from the ancestral dragon lineage are requesting an audience. They said they want to join our Dragon Palace. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, 13 Dragon Kings from the ancestral dragon lineage suddenly came to pay a visit. When Wuxia heard Prime Minister Gui's report, he raised his eyebrows slightly. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Summon them over. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "We pay our respects to the Dragon King." Soon, the 13 Dragon Kings from the ancestral dragon lineage walked into the Dragon King's hall. They looked at the Dragon King on the dragon throne and felt the power emanating from him. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Not long ago, they had already decided that once the Dragon King broke through to the Universe Dominator realm, their ancestral dragon lineage would immediately submit and join the Dragon Palace. But now, even though the Dragon King hadn't broken through, they had unanimously decided to join the Dragon Palace. The battle half a month ago had given them a huge shock. 3 top-tier experts from the Invincible Zone and 71 experts from the Sacred Dragon Tribe had all been wiped out by the Dragon Palace. It had only taken 10 minutes. Compared to the Dragon Palace, the Ancestral Dragon Tribe was nothing. All the disciples of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe knew that the Dragon Palace was their last hope. There was an 80% chance that the Dragon King would lead their tribe back to their peak. So they've decided to join the Dragon Palace. All Dragon Kings, please take a seat. Wuxia looked at the 13 Dragon Kings who were standing respectfully below and congratulated them. A smile appeared on his face. He gestured at them with a smile on his face. We don't dare. The current divine dragon lineage will have you as their king. We don't dare to call ourselves kings. The water god Dragon King who was in the middle bowed his hands and spoke with unusual respect. Yes, they respected the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace very much. The Dragon King's battle record and the strength of the Dragon Palace didn't allow them to offend him. They had witnessed the rise of the Dragon Palace with their own eyes. They had witnessed the Dragon Palace kill their way to this position step by step. Especially the current Dragon Palace, which was called the strongest existence below the peak race. This made them a little proud. This was the hope of their divine dragon clan. Moreover, this hope was very, very great. They also believed that it wouldn't be long before the Dragon King would lead them to the ranks of the top races in the universe. This was their lifelong wish. At the same time, it was also the greatest wish of their former leader. Thank you for your trust. You are willing to join our Dragon Palace and you are willing to call me king. However, once you join the Dragon Palace, you will join the purebred divine dragon tribe of the Dragon Palace. Similarly, all the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage will join the various departments of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia looked at them and said, We will naturally listen to your instructions, Dragon King. The 13 Dragon Kings of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe naturally had no objections. Before they came, they had already thought of everything. All right, then we welcome all the strong disciples of the Ancestral Dragon Tribe to join us. Let the last divine dragons and dragon species of our divine dragon tribe roar once again in the starry sea and regain the might of the peak race. Wuxia was also slightly excited about the joining of the ancestral dragon lineage. The heritage of the ancestral dragon lineage was very deep and the number of strong disciples was huge. With their joining, the Dragon Palace would be able to receive a decent upgrade. Of course, the most important upgrade was the heritage of the Dragon Palace and the number of disciples of the Dragon Palace. Currently, the number of disciples of the Dragon Palace was less than 2 million. With the joining of the disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage, this number could reach around 8 million. 8 million was not a lot for a race. Could even be said to be very little. Any peak race had tens of millions of disciples. These tens of millions were the number of core disciples. They did not count the number of ordinary strong disciples in the logistics department. The increase in the number of disciples in the Dragon Palace could make the Dragon Palace even more full of vitality. After all, the most important thing for the development of a race was reproduction. As the number increased, the chances of a great being born would increase. Currently, the Dragon Palace didn't have the ability to create a universe ruler. And for a pinnacle universe knight to break through to the universe ruler realm, the chances were very small. Even for a pinnacle race, there was only a 10% chance. Regaining the power of a peak race will make our divine dragon race roar once again. The 13 experts of the ancestral dragon lineage also roared with excitement and excitement. Prime Minister Gue, send the experts of the Dragon Palace to help the ancestral dragon lineage migrate. Wuxia looked at them with a smile and instructed Prime Minister Gue. Yes. Prime Minister Gue nodded and looked at the 13 future experts of the Dragon Palace. He smiled and said, Everyone, let's go. Move your Dragon Palace to the Dragon Palace. We will create the glory of the divine dragon tribe together. Yes, Prime Minister Gue. Please take care of us in the future. The 13 experts naturally knew Prime Minister Gue's position in the Dragon Palace. He was the head butler of the Dragon Palace other than the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen. Even though his strength was much weaker than theirs, he was in charge of all the overall planning of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue was a scholar and they were martial artists. Don't worry, Everyone, as long as you join our Dragon Palace, we will be a family. We will never allow any disharmony in our family. We will work hard together in the future. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile and left with them. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. From today onwards, our ancestral dragon lineage will join the Dragon Palace completely. There will be no more ancestral dragon lineage in the future. We will carry the will of the leader of our ancestral dragon lineage and become the Dragon King's right-hand man. We will follow the Dragon King and restore the glory of our divine dragon tribe. The Dragon Palace is invincible. Dragon King invincible. Not long after Prime Minister Gue led them away, the declaration of the ancestral dragon lineage caused quite a stir in the AI of the universe. The strength of the ancestral dragon lineage was not weak. It could even be said to be very, very strong. A while ago, the ancestral dragon lineage was still competing with the holy dragon lineage and had attracted countless attention. Now, their declaration shocked the powerful disciples of the race, but it was also somewhat expected. This was because the will of the leader of the ancestral dragon clan was to restore the glory of the divine dragon clan. Although the leader of the ancestral dragon clan was dead and the ancestral dragon clan was greatly weakened, their will did not change. Since the Dragon King can bring the divine dragon clan back to glory, it is normal for the ancestral dragon clan to join the Dragon Palace. The will of the leader of the ancestral dragon clan is to restore the glory of the divine dragon clan. He doesn't care whether it is the ancestral dragon clan or the Dragon Palace. As long as it is the divine dragon clan, it is enough. The Dragon King has the strength to make them submit. After the ancestral dragon clan joined the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace's power has become much stronger. It's truly invincible among the races below the peak. On the universe's AI, all the disciples of the powerful races were discussing when they saw this news. The power of the Dragon Palace had increased again. Who else among the high-level races could compete with the Dragon Palace? No one. It wouldn't take long for the divine dragon clan to regain its glory. Of course, there were some experts who didn't think highly of the Dragon Palace because the Angel clan was the mastermind behind the 6 great races' destruction of the Dragon Palace. Of course, most of the disciples believed that the Dragon Palace could regain its glory because the Dragon Palace also had the help of the Elf clan. Is this the Dragon Palace? It doesn't look very powerful from afar. The Dragon Palace doesn't look very big. It seems to be smaller than the Dragon Palace of our 13 Dragon Kings. It's true. I don't think the Dragon Palace is very powerful. What do you know? Isn't there a saying in the lineage of saints that the mountains are not high, but the immortals are famous, and the water is not deep, but the dragons are spirit? This is the Dragon Palace of our Dragon King, and the strength of these lords is really terrifying. The Dragon Palace casually sent 10 Universe Masters with level 3 combat power to help us move. Time passed day by day, and 2 months later, the 14 incomparably huge dragon palaces of the ancestral dragon lineage slowly flew toward the Dragon Palace. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, the 6 million great disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage were inside. They looked at the Dragon Palace in front of them with shock and awe in their eyes. This was the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace that had shaken the inner parts of the heavenly desolate continent and annihilated the 6 great races. In the future, the Dragon King will be the only king of the divine dragon clan. The order of the Dragon King has to be obeyed. If you join the Dragon Palace, we will also be a part of the Dragon Palace. We will stand side by side with the Dragon King. Under the leadership of the Dragon King, we will strive to restore the glory of the divine dragon clan as soon as possible. The 14 huge dragon palaces flew toward the Dragon Palace. Looking at the Dragon Palace under the water in the sky, the 13 Dragon Kings reminded all the disciples again. Yes! The disciples shouted. Their eyes were full of passion. There was their new king ahead, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, an existence much more powerful than the leader of the ancestral dragon clan. He was also an expert that all the godly dragon clans worshipped and admired. Dragon King, our new clansmen have arrived. There is good news. The ancestral dragon lineage has 14 powerful dragon palaces. 13 of them are the true masters of the universe. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue reported to Wang Xian excitedly. Ha! When Wang Xian heard Prime Minister Gui's words, his eyes lit up and he revealed an excited expression. They have 13 dragon palaces of the universe overlord level. What are their attributes? He quickly asked. As he spoke, he immediately flew towards the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, they have all 9 attributes, Prime Minister Gui said with some excitement. The current Dragon Palace belonged to the acquired realm. In other words, it was equivalent to the divine kingdom of a Universe Knight. Of course, a Universe Knight couldn't break through the Dragon Palace's defense. If the Dragon Palace wanted to advance from the Hotian level to the Xiantian level, it needed to absorb 9 types of god countries. The Dragon Palace was naturally a god country too. As long as it absorbed them, the Dragon Palace would be able to advance to the Xiantian level. At this level, it could withstand the attacks of a universe ruler. At the same time, the spirit energy, cultivation speed, and various other functions in the Dragon Palace would directly double. Once the Dragon Palace was upgraded, they would have the ability to protect themselves. By then, they would be able to withstand the attacks of a level 4 or 5 master of the universe. Good. Good. Wang Xian flew to the east gate of the Dragon Palace and looked at the 14 Dragon Palaces in front of him. His eyes were filled with excitement. The upgrade of the Dragon Palace was very important. But Wang Xian valued another point more: the improvement of the ancestral tree. The ancestral tree was now Wang Xian's biggest trump card, and it was also the biggest trump card of the Dragon Palace. After such a long time, he had also reached his current level. He had a vague feeling. That was, the ancestral tree was originally left behind by the seniors of the Divine Dragon Clan for the inheritor of the Divine Dragon Clan. Including his own system, it was all created by the seniors of the Divine Dragon Clan to assist the inheritor of the Divine Dragon Clan. And he was this inheritor. The bloodline of the ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord might have been left behind on Earth. He even had some guesses about the current system. This might be the product of gathering the final strength of the entire Divine Dragon Clan, all the technology of the Bug Clan, and the Divine Dragon Palace merging into one. This was also the reason why he could quickly improve and the Dragon Palace could quickly improve. After all, the other Dragon Palaces didn't have a dragon transformation pool. It was impossible to say that they could easily transform into a peak dragon seed. This was the ability of the insect race. The insect race was extremely terrifying. As long as the Dragon Palace can devour these 9 Dragon Palaces, it will be able to level up. At that time, there might be new changes to the ancestral tree. Wang Xian mumbled. The Dragon Palaces of the 13 experts of the ancestral dragon lineage weren't built by them. Instead, they were obtained by a great opportunity. After all, there were many dragon kings who were masters of the universe in their glory days. It was not impossible for some of the Dragon Palaces of masters of the universe to be preserved. All members of the Dragon Palace, come and welcome our new members. Prime Minister Gui came to the back of Wang Xian and gave an order to all the members of the Dragon Palace. After all, the Dragon Palace would be adding 6 million dragon species this time. They still needed to give a grand welcome. Yes, Prime Minister Gui's name was announced, and a group of experts from the Dragon Palace flew over. There were a total of 2,000 purebred divine dragons. Each and every one of them was at the peak of dragon species, and each and every one of them was exuding a powerful aura. Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu, Tang Yinxian, and the rest of the dragon queens also flew out. They came to Wang Xian's side with smiles on their faces. Among them, Xiao Yu and her husband, Feng Lingtian, were also following them. Xiao Yu and Fan Qinglan were exuding a dark and terrifying aura. This was the terrifying aura of the Bone Dragon. Their strength had already reached the peak of the Universe Knight realm. They were on par with Bei Shuang and could fight against a true level 1 Universe Dominator. The gains from a few months ago and the improvement of the Dragon Palace were exceptionally terrifying. Besides them, there were also 150 Universe Masters and level 3 Great Beings of Dragon Palace who were at the back. Around them, the pinnacle races were lined up neatly. HM? This is such a terrifying aura. This. Just as all the Great Beings of Dragon Palace came out, the 13 godly dragon great beings of universe masters and level 3 great beings of Dragon Palace who were at the front saw Dragon King, the great beings of Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Seed. Their faces were full of shock. They glanced around and found that there were 150 to 60 great beings with the same aura as them. What did this mean? Including the 10 great beings beside them, there were 150 to 60 great beings of the Dragon Palace. In addition, they could vaguely feel that there were 3 to 4 great beings who were stronger than them. My God! Look over there. There are so many purebred dragons. There are at least 2,000 purebred dragons, right? At this moment, the disciples in the 14 dragon palaces were filled with disbelief. What did they see? More than 2,000 purebred dragons. In their eyes, there were at least 200 to 300 purebred dragons in the entire universe. However, there were at least 2,000 of them in the dragon palaces. Furthermore, every single one of them was extremely powerful. Not only are there pure-blooded dragons, but there are also the thorn dragons, the berserk dragons, the imperial dragons, and the arrow dragons. Oh my God! This. At this time, the 13 Universe Master Level 3 godly dragons were looking at them in shock. They were looking at over 2,000 pure-blooded godly dragons, and they could sense the various pinnacle dragon-type legions. They were slightly dazed. Was this the peak time of the Dragon Clan? It wasn't their first time coming to the Dragon Palace, but it was their first time seeing all the members of the Dragon Palace. It could only be described as unbelievable. All disciples, pay respects to the Dragon King immediately. The Universe Master Level 3 Water God Dragon shouted and flew out of the Dragon Palace first. Pay respects to the Dragon King. Pay respects to the King. At this moment he kneeled in the water and made a formal bow. Dragon King. Dragon King. All the other disciples flew over and kneeled in shock. Greetings to the Dragon King, greetings to the King. At this moment they had completely submitted to him. The Dragon Palace was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This made them excited and proud. Everyone stand up. Welcome to join our Dragon Palace. In the future we will be a family. We will share the joys and sorrows, rise to the peak together, and build a glorious future together. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the strong disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage and revealed a satisfied expression on his face. Among the 6 million strong disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage, there were dozens of pure-blooded divine dragons. The rest were all of the divine dragon lineage. Thank you, Dragon King. All the strong disciples responded excitedly. Now, let's cross the dragon gate and enter, Wang Xian instructed with a smile. After breaking through the Dragon Palace, they would truly become a member of the Dragon Palace. They would respect Wang Xian as their leader. Wang Xian's will was their life. After breaking through the Dragon Gate, they would obey him 100%. The strong disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage nodded their heads and glanced at the group of top-notch dragon species in the Dragon Palace with slight respect. The strong disciples of the ancestral dragon lineage all possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon and had stayed in the powerful Dragon King Dragon Palace before. Breaking through the Dragon Gate was an easy task for them. Wang Xian watched the group of people with the bloodline of the divine dragon enter the Dragon Gate with ease and nodded his head slightly. Prime Minister Gui sent Heiyu and the rest to float the Dragon Palace with 9 attributes above the Dragon Palace. Seeing the 13 Universe Masters with level 3 combat strength passing through the Dragon Gate, Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head with a burning gaze. Soon, under Prime Minister Gui's orders, 9 Masters of the Universe Dragon Palaces floated in the sky above the Dragon Palaces. Ding! 9 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, wind, and thunder have been discovered. Master of the Universe Divine Kingdom, do you wish to devour it? At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Wang Xian immediately agreed in his heart. Wang. Just as he finished his sentence, a terrifying vortex suddenly gushed out from the Dragon Palace below. The vortex seemed to have an endless devouring force as it sucked towards the Metal Element Dragon Palace. The Metal Elemental Dragon Palace couldn't resist at all as it was being absorbed rapidly. The entire dragon palace was emitting surging energy. Roar! 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 A dragon's roar suddenly sounded as a golden dragon god slowly appeared in the sky above the dragon palace. The golden dragon god directly merged into one of the dragon pillars of the dragon palace. The metal elemental dragon palace was completely absorbed. Then, the wood elemental dragon palace was quickly swallowed by the dragon palace. Every time a dragon palace was swallowed, a dragon shadow would appear and merge into the dragon pillar of the dragon palace. Buzz. 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 What happened to our dragon palace? What a terrifying dragon pressure. Our dragon palace is evolving. Great, our dragon palace is finally evolving again. In the dragon palace, all the powerful disciples looked up at the sky and watched the changes of the entire dragon palace. The energy of the dragon palace became more and more vast. The dragon pressure also became more and more intense. One by one, the dragon palaces with different attributes were devoured. Buzz. When the last thunder-type dragon palace was absorbed, 9 divine dragons soared into the sky from the dragon palace below. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 divine dragons hovered above the dragon palace, emitting waves of vast elemental energy. The energy started to sprinkle into the dragon palace, making the entire dragon palace sacred, ethereal, and vast. The 9 divine dragons slowly turned into light and the energy ember landed below. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Dragon Palace has been upgraded to the Innate Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, Innate. Dragon Master, Wang Xian. Universe Knight Level 6 Yin Yang Wind Thunder 5 Elemental Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace. Innate. Increases the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 6,144 times. Dragon Transformation Pool Innate. Absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon. Dragon Gate. Innate. A fish can only become a dragon if it leaps through the Dragon Gate. Effective against the heaven origin creatures. Ocean Pacifying Needle. Xiantian. Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Set 8 billion kilometers of the Dragon Palace to calm down and increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Dragon Cave. Xiantian. With 1 billion dragon caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the dragon cave will be increased by 4,096 times. Dragon Field. Xiantian. Practice martial arts in the dragon field. Increase comprehension by 2,048 times. Dragon Array. Xiantian. Dragon Palace Array. Concealment. Defense. Gathering of spiritual energy. Wormhole. Detection. Attack. Spiritual items. Ancestral Tree, Heavenly Creation. Attached. Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon species. Current dragon species. Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Strange Demon, Light Thorn, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yuksha, Clam Girl, Golden Lobster, Starwood Dragon Species, Fire Phoenix Dragon Species, Mad Dragon Species, Venom Dragon Species. Special Buildings. Dragon Nest. Dragon of Devouring None. Dragon of Devouring. Consumes energy to create its own insect-like species. Mother insect feeds on all kinds of metal materials. Ancestral Tree. Heavenly Fate. Branch. Soul Returning Wood Branch. Ruler Level. With Soul Returning Fruit. Currently able to return to life below the ruler level of the universe. Parasol Wood Branch, Night Level, the wood where the phoenix resides, the phoenix nest, the land of nirvana. Endless Wood Branch, Night Level, with endless fruit. Currently able to increase the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 800%. Constant Tree Branches, Night Level, with constant embryo fruits. Activating the sentience of living beings. Thunder Tree Branches, Night Level, with thunder embryo fruits. 800% speed of thunder element cultivators. Advanced Seed, Ruler Level. Able to allow a pinnacle universe knight to complete a breakthrough. Fruit. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Ruler Level. Currently able to nurture 4 types of universe knight. Level 1. Immortal Slaying Sword. Ability 1. Able to revive all wood-related plants. As the ancestral tree's energy level increases, it can increase the upper level of the branches. Subsidiary. Ancient Lake Moon Bay, Night level. Able to quickly recover from injuries. Able to recover irreversible injuries. I've improved. As the system improved, Wang Xian checked the attributes in his mind and looked at the majestic dragon palace in front of him. His eyes were filled with excitement. The dragon palace had finally been upgraded again. After the upgrade, the dragon palace was almost at its peak. It would be extremely difficult to break through again. Wang Xian looked at the dragon palace below and thought of something. Buzz! The next moment, the entire dragon palace underwent a change. He was expanding and expanding. Under the control of his mind, it expanded by 5 times easily. All the buildings inside were also expanded by 5 times. This made the entire dragon palace look even more vast. This was the biggest change after the upgrade of the dragon palace. This energy was also called change. Change could be big or small. The smallest one could reach tens of thousands of kilometers and the largest one could reach tens of billions of kilometers. This change was very terrifying. Swoosh! Prime Minister Gue. Settle the new disciples first. He moved and immediately flew into the Dragon King Palace. When he arrived at the Dragon King Palace, he immediately saw the ancestral tree that had undergone a huge change. The ancestral tree was 10 times larger than before. It was obvious that the improvement this time was very, very big. The fruit on it was emitting a sparkling luster. The fruits on the ancestral tree were emitting a rich energy. The ancestral tree was now filled with fruits. There were soul-returning fruits, endless fruits, nirvana fruits, and so on. Each of them had more than 1,000 of them. Especially the soul-returning fruits. They were definitely the most precious treasures in the universe. The seed of advancement has also undergone a huge change. The improvement of the ancestral tree has greatly shortened the time it takes for the seed to grow. Now it can mature after 1,000,000 years. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement. 1,000,000 years was not a long time for a high-level race or an expert. Could even be said to be very short. And the Dragon Palace could produce a seed of advancement within 1,000,000 years. What kind of concept was that? 100,000,000 years could produce 100 masters of the universe overlord realm in the Dragon Palace. 100 might not seem like a lot, but one must know that these seeds could be used by the warriors of the Dragon Palace who had difficulty advancing. If the Dragon Palace had developed for 10 billion years, then the Dragon Palace could produce 10,000 universe ruler realm warriors. This number was terrifying. In addition to the warriors of the Dragon Palace who could break through on their own, there were even more. There was another prerequisite for this. Under the current situation of the ancestral tree, if the Dragon Palace had the opportunity to improve once again, the ancestral tree would absorb a huge amount of energy and the time needed for the seed of advancement to be born would be shortened once again. The seed of advancement was definitely a rare treasure. In the current Dragon Palace, even if the experts from the angel race were to charge over, they would still be able to put up a little resistance. Of course, it would only be a little resistance. Wang Xian muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The current Dragon Palace was getting stronger and stronger. After checking all the buildings in the Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon lineage had completely integrated into the Dragon Palace. From then on, the ancestral dragon lineage had completely disappeared. The strength and foundation of the Dragon Palace had received a huge increase. Take the level 3 masters of the universe as an example. There were already 175 of them. 175? What kind of concept was that? Just a few of them could wipe out a high-level race. As for those who were comparable to a true universe dominator, there were 3 of them excluding Wang Xian. Bei Shuang, Xiao Yu and Fan Qinglan. 1 frost divine dragon and 2 bone dragons. As for the Water Touch King, he was currently absorbing the energy of the Supreme Water Demon King. He should be able to recover soon. After he recovered, the Dragon Palace would have a universe ruler level space beast. Currently, the power of the Dragon Palace was extremely terrifying. However, it was still much weaker than a pinnacle race, even the weakest pinnacle race. According to the information on the universe AI, the weakest pinnacle race had a few hundred universe ruler level warriors. No one knew the exact number. In the following time, the 6 million disciples of the ancestral dragon bloodline started to turn into pinnacle dragon species. The number of the Dragon Palace's army was expanding rapidly. 2 years was very short in the inner part of the heaven-opening primal continent. 2 years was enough for a large number of experts from the inner part of the continent to come. Some pinnacle races and experts from the invincible region could also come. The auction of the Dragon Palace caused a huge commotion. The auction of a connate true treasure, such a level of treasure, was something that even universe masters from peak races coveted, especially the experts from the peak races of light and darkness. At the same time, it attracted a large number of experts from the invincible region. Among them, there were many old monsters on the level of the Old Scholar and the Supreme Water Demon King. When there was still a month before the auction, there were already experts who came to the surroundings of the River of Eternity. It seems that there will be many experts from different races coming this time. I wonder how many experts from the peak races who are masters of the universe will come. Wang Xian stood in the Dragon Palace. With a wave of his arm, everything in the River of Eternity was displayed in front of him. This was the investigative power of the Dragon Palace. Could cover the entire River of Eternity. It will definitely attract many masters of the universe to come. There are also many masters from the invincible zone. Prime Minister Gui smiled and said, "Currently, our auction venue has been set up. Dragon Palace, do you want to bring out some of our special treasures for auction?" The special treasures mentioned by Prime Minister Gui were the fruits on the ancestral tree. Soul-returning embryo fruit, endless embryo fruit, nirvana thunder embryo fruit, ordinary embryo fruit, and so on. These fruits, especially those of the soul-returning embryo level, were definitely extremely valuable. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and swept his gaze across the fruits on the ancestral tree. Let's decide based on the number of strong cultivators who are coming. If there are more strong cultivators coming this time, we can sell one soul-returning embryo fruit. He thought for a moment and replied, "The fruits were very precious, but selling one wouldn't be a problem." After all, although these life-saving treasures were precious, powerful high-level races and peak experts all had them. It wouldn't be a problem for the Dragon Palace to sell one. Of course, if the outside world knew that the Dragon Palace had thousands of fruits, even peak races would disregard the rules and directly destroy the Dragon Palace. Treasures of this level were too precious. Also, let me inform you that if any powerhouse wishes to sell an item for auction, you can entrust it to us for auction. We will take a 5% commission. Wang Xian spoke to Prime Minister Gui. There might be many powerhouses coming this time. Many of these powerhouses had useless treasures. If they wanted to auction, the Dragon Palace could provide them. Of course, the Dragon Palace could also earn a large amount of commission. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded and immediately flew out. Wang. Soon, at the side of the Dragon Palace, there was a huge auction site. Around the site, Sky Array and the others had set up a large number of arrays. The harvest this time had increased the number of Level 3 Universe Dominators to 15. 15 Level 3 Universe Dominators with Level 3 combat strength could set up a formation that could trap and kill a true Universe Dominator. The auction of the Dragon Palace had to be guaranteed this time. It was to intimidate those who didn't know the difference between life and death. In addition, Wang Xian was prepared to have 100 Level 3 Universe Dominators from the Dragon Palace to guard the surroundings when the auction began. This was also to prevent accidents from happening. At the same time, it was also a deterrent to other forces. A line of words was suspended above the auction. The general meaning was that the Dragon Palace would be taking over the business of the auction. Around the River of Everlast, some of the powerhouses from the forces that were closer to the Dragon Palace had arrived ahead of time. Their eyes flickered slightly when they saw this message. However, they weren't too surprised. It was normal for the Dragon Palace to accept the auction. Whoosh, 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 buzz, 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 boom, boom, boom. As the Dragon Palace's auction approached, more and more experts arrived around the heavenly river. Some experts rushed over at a terrifying and strange speed. Some experts were majestic and gave off boundless might as they directly crossed over. There were also some high-level races that directly rode enormous flying vehicles. However, when the great disciples of these high-level races arrived, they were all very low-key. They floated in the sky above the Milky Way and looked around with curiosity. Many powerful high-level races have come. They are the Star Soul race. This race has many universe masters with level 3 combat power. Once, their race obtained a powerful meteorite, which caused over 100 great beings of their race to undergo a mutation. It is said that there are no less than 30 universe masters with level 3 combat power. That's Cold Light Sword God from the Cold Light 19 provinces. I didn't expect him to be here as well. He is a powerful existence with an innate supreme treasure. He is definitely an extremely terrifying existence below the peak races of our inner continent. I heard that he has taken in a disciple. Look over there quickly. That should be the experts from the invincible region, right? The baleful aura from their bodies is so strong. There are 2 great beings from the Star Soul race who came from the invincible region. They are all terrifyingly powerful. Now that so many great beings from the invincible region are here, I'm afraid that the great beings from the pinnacle races will come as well, right? The discussions in the surroundings continued. The first to arrive was a group of high-level races. However, all the great beings and disciples knew that there would be great beings from the pinnacle races coming as well. An innate supreme treasure was enough to attract the strong warriors from the peak races. It was enough to attract the masters of the universe. After all, an innate supreme treasure was extremely precious to the masters of the universe. There are many strong warriors coming this time. Tell the strong warriors of the Dragon Palace to pay attention and activate the formation. At this moment, Wuxia, who was in the Dragon Palace, glanced around and ordered Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. The auction of the Dragon Palace was getting closer and closer, and there were more and more experts. At the very least, the Dragon Palace had to be on guard. The experts from the peak races would not break the rules, but there would be other experts as well, especially those old freaks from the invincible zone. There was no room for failure in this auction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, a terrifying energy soared into the sky from the auction ground beside the Dragon Palace. Dragon pillars appeared out of thin air around them, and on top of the dragon pillars there were divine dragons spiraling around. They stood there lifelike. A pair of ice-cold dragon eyes scanned the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, huge devil dragon cannons were aimed at the surroundings of the auction from the west gate. Each of the 18 demonic dragon cannons contained a terrifying power. Just one look at them would make one's heart palpitate. Eh? Hiss, what's this? When the array formation of the Dragon Palace and the demonic dragon cannons were raised, all the experts and disciples of the forces that had arrived looked over in shock. When they sensed the great terror on the dragon pillars, when they saw the dark and deep magic dragon cannon that made people's hearts palpitate, their bodies couldn't help but tense up. Hiss, what array formation is this? Why does it give people such a terrifying feeling? This array formation should be able to easily kill me. At a place in the heavenly river, the pupils of a group of old monsters who had rushed over from the invincible region slightly shrank when they saw the array formation that had suddenly risen up. An old monster widened his eyes and couldn't help but growl in a low voice. The formation that rose up from the auction beside the Dragon Palace could instantly kill him. As expected of an existence that can kill the Old Scholar, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the Black Tower Magus. Just this formation alone can contend against universe overlords. An old magus from the invincible region glanced at the formation and commented, "This Dragon Palace is indeed not simple. With 18 terrifying war weapons, 5 or 6 universe overlords with stage 3 battle strength can easily be killed. The former Dragon God clan. It seems that this Dragon King must have obtained a powerful Dragon God inheritance. They might be able to become a pinnacle race again." Some of the old monsters from the invincible region were discussing. In the surrounding area, the experts from the other high-level races could faintly hear the discussion. Their faces were also filled with shock. The Dragon Palace is truly invincible. They haven't even sent out any experts yet. Just their array formations and war weapons alone can easily destroy us. No race below the pinnacle is invincible. On the side of the Star Soul race, an old monster who had just returned from the invincible region couldn't help but speak out. The surrounding experts of the Star Soul race silently nodded their heads. The Dragon Palace could easily annihilate them. Even existences at the level of the Star Soul race were so shocked, not to mention the other races. All of them looked on with faces full of shock. A great being from a pinnacle race is here. As the auction drew closer and closer, the great disciples from the pinnacle races appeared. The first to appear was the great being from the ELF race. The great disciples from the Elf race arrived, and the leader of the team was Life Sonic Arrow. Other than him, a great being at the Universe Ruler realm, the rest were all existences below the Universe Ruler realm. The ELF race mainly focused on the wood attribute. The innate true treasures auctioned this time were not of much use to the ELF race. Therefore, only one powerful warrior had come to lead the team, but more than 1,000 disciples of the Elf race had come. Welcome, Lord Life Sonic Arrow. The Elf race had a benefactor, Wuxia, who personally came to welcome him. He cupped his hands at Life Sonic Arrow. You don't have to be so polite, Dragon King. With your current strength, I'm afraid you aren't weaker than me. You might surpass me soon. The sound of Life Arrow smiled at Wuxia and said, Greetings, Dragon King. The elf disciples around the sound of Life Arrow cupped their hands at Wuxia and greeted him. Firstly, Wuxia's strength was terrifying enough. Of course, the main reason was because of the accompanying elves. The status of the accompanying elves in the elf clan was very high. Ordinary disciples would have to address them as Sir when they met. As the owner of the accompanying elves, Wuxia, they would naturally treat him with respect. Everyone, please come in. Wuxia smiled and led them into the Dragon Palace. With the arrival of the ELF race, more and more experts from the other peak races came one after another. The Divine Tiger race, the Demon race, the Nether race, and the experts from the Celestial Nation. The Divine Tiger race had all kinds of attributes. As for the Demons and the Nether race, they mainly cultivated the Darkness attribute. The disciples of the experts from the Celestial Nation also had all kinds of attributes. The experts and disciples from the 4 peak races flew over without hiding anything. Wuxia brought Prime Minister Gue to welcome them personally. Wuxia still had to be polite to the top races. Moreover, these top races all had powerhouses who were masters of the universe. Such powerhouses would be respected wherever they went. Among the 2 powerhouses, even Wuxia could not sense their actual strength. Life Sound Arrow also cupped his hands to show his respect to these 2 powerhouses. Clearly, their strength was much stronger than Life Sound Arrow's. The powerhouses from the top races entered the reception room of the auction one after another. This was an eye-opener for the powerhouses' disciples from the high-level races around. Dragon King, we detected that there are powerhouses hiding in the surroundings. They are very strong. There was only 1 day left before the auction started. Prime Minister Gui reported to Wuxia after reading the information from the Dragon Palace. Can you find out who the powerhouses are? Wuxia asked. We sent the powerhouses to take a look. They should be from the Angel Clan. The other powerhouses should be some of the top powerhouses in the Invincible Zone. They are comparable to the Old Scholar, the Tai Shui Demon King, and the rest. Prime Minister Gue replied. Some of the powerhouses had already arrived. However, they didn't want to see the road, so they hid in the surroundings. How many top-notch experts are there now? Wuxia asked him. There should be around 35 experts from various peak races, including some old monsters from the Invincible Zone. I wonder if there are more experts hiding in the surroundings. Prime Minister Gui reported. Wuxia nodded his head slightly. 35 experts with at least level 4 combat strength, the ruler of the universe, was already a huge number. One must know that many masters represented not only himself but also his family and friends. It could be a circle of masters from their peak races. I can sell 3 soul-returning embryo fruits. I can't sell any more. Wuxia thought to himself. Treasures of this level were too precious. If he took too many of them, it might attract the covetous eyes of the masters. Wuxia, my father and grandfather are here. I need to go and welcome them. At this moment, Ling Honggu flew over and said to Wuxia, Oh, are you here? Let's go together. Wuxia was slightly taken aback. Then he said with a smile on his face, "All right." Ling Honggu nodded with a smile. The two of them moved and flew out. This is... When he and Ling Honggu flew out, his gaze focused slightly and landed on the old man beside the spirit demon king. The old man was extremely tall and sturdy. At this moment, his aura was restrained. However, Wang Xian could tell at a glance that he was an expert at the level of a universe dominator. Furthermore, his strength was also higher than the sound of life arrow. As for the exact level, he couldn't tell. While Wang Xian was sizing him up, the old man was also sizing up Wang Xian. Not bad, not bad. Dragon King, right? He's very strong and has great potential. The old man smiled at Wang Xian and commented, "Sir, I'm impressed." Wang Xian cupped his hands and looked at Ling Honggu at the side. He didn't expect Ling Honggu to have such a terrifying grandfather. This person should be an expert of the skeleton race. Among the peak races in a one-on-one situation, it was best not to provoke the skeleton race. Because you did not know whether it was a 1v1 or 1v99999999999. There was a well-known thing in the universe that was not to engage in a 1v1 PK with the skeleton race. Because they might summon an army of skeletons. Even if the angels of the angel race could summon an army of angels, one had to consider how many armies the Skeleton King had. The Skeleton King, who was above the level of a universe dominator, would definitely have his own skeleton army. Spirit Demon King, this way please. Wang Xian extended his hand and gestured for them to enter the Dragon Palace. That's an expert from the Skeleton Clan. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace not only has a good relationship with the Elf Clan, but he also has a good relationship with a king from the Skeleton Clan. Which king from the Skeleton Clan is this? His strength is much stronger than mine. In the surrounding area, the experts from the peak races looked over with sparkling eyes. Wang Xian brought the Spirit Demon King and the rest to the Dragon King's palace. After inviting them to a banquet, they chatted for a while. They also had a brief understanding of the grandfather of the Spirit Red Bone. He was a king of the Skeleton Clan. With the relationship between the Spirit Red Bone and his grandfather, the grandfather of the Spirit Red Bone was very polite to Wang Xian and even admired him very much. After all, it was all thanks to Wang Xian that the Spirit Red Bone was able to reach this stage. The auction is about to begin. Lord Sound of Life Arrow, Lord Black Vulture King. Everyone, let's head over. The auction was about to begin. Wang Xian called out to his grandfather, the Black Vulture King, and the Sound of Life Arrow as they flew towards the auction venue. All right, all right. The Sound of Life Arrow smiled and nodded his head. These few days, Wang Xian had treated the elves very well. Putting everything else aside, he took out 2 soul-returning embryo fruits and gifted them to the Sound of Life Arrow. However, the Sound of Life Arrow didn't take advantage of him. He traded some extremely precious fruits and spiritual herbs with it. Of course, although the treasures that the Sound of Life Arrow took out were precious, in terms of rarity, the soul-returning embryo fruit was naturally incomparable. As for Red Spirit Bone's grandfather, he took out the darkness attribute innate true treasure in his hand and sold it to him at a low price. Ling Honggu's grandfather rejected him. He said that if he wanted it, he would bid for it. Wang Xian smiled at this and didn't continue to be polite. The resources in Wang Xian's hands were enough for him to level up. If it wasn't enough, there was still an auction to be held. After the auction, he would break through directly. Buzz, 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 roar, roar, roar. When Wang Xian and the rest flew toward the auction venue, divine dragons, berserk dragon species, halberd dragon guard, and imperial dragon species flew out from the dragon palace. 20 pure-blooded divine dragons, led by Bei Shuang. Other than them were Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Yasha, and the rest of the peak-tier close combat dragon species. Each of them exuded the combat strength of a level 3 universe dominator. There were a total of 100 level 3 universe overlords, and every one of them had a terrifying aura. In the surrounding area, some peak-tier race warriors looked over in surprise, their eyes shining. 20 pure-blooded dragons, and the rest are all peak-tier races. This dragon palace really lives up to its name. Amazing, that should be the frost dragon. It's much easier for mutated pure-blooded dragons to break through the shackles of a ruler. It seems that the Dragon Palace really has the possibility to step into the peak-tier race. The Dragon Palace's current strength is comparable to a Dragon King who wasn't weak at the peak of the Divine Dragon clan. There are a lot of peak-level dragon species. I heard that they even have a thorn dragon species. That's a terrifying existence. The experts from the 5 or 6 peak-level species looked on in shock. As for the peak-level disciples who hadn't broken through to the ruler realm, they were even more shocked. This is the power of Dragon Palace? 100 universe masters with level 3 combat power, hiss, so terrifying. This power is too terrifying, so powerful. Is Dragon Palace really so powerful? How can Dragon Palace develop so quickly? 1,000 years ago, they were forced by the 100 City Alliance to seal and suppress Dragon Palace. Now they are so terrifying. This power is practically invincible among the high-level races. Just the power displayed by the Dragon Palace and this array is almost invincible. The great beings of the pinnacle races were slightly shocked. And the great beings of the high-level races' disciples were incomparably shocked. Ever since the Dragon Palace had destroyed the 3 supreme water demon emperors of the invincible region, and only used 10 minutes to destroy 71 universe rulers with level 3 combat power, the universe AI. Many powerful disciples called the Dragon Palace invincible among the high-level races. Now it seemed that they were truly invincible. Who below the peak could compete with them? Especially since the Dragon King had the strength to kill the old monsters of the invincible region and the Dragon Palace had the Frost Dragon, even the technological world couldn't be the Dragon Palace's match, right? The Dragon Palace is invincible. The Dragon King is invincible. Some of the powerful beings of the high-level races couldn't help but exclaim. With the strength displayed by the Dragon Palace, the Frost Dragon God, the red-clothed woman, the old scholar of the Monster King and the Black Tower's wizard, it's normal for them to be killed. This Dragon King's strength should be top-notch in our invincible region. He might be stronger than the Monster King and the others, but to be invincible, I'm afraid he's still a little lacking. An expert from the invincible zone heard the comments of the disciples of some high-level races and analyzed the situation indifferently. It's impossible to be invincible below the peak. If we're talking about invincible people, there should be a few crazy old monsters in our invincible zone who are truly invincible. An illusory figure of the Netherworld race replied. The strength displayed by the Dragon Palace was very strong. This force could completely destroy the 3 top-level experts of the invincible zone. This also made them conclude that 2 years ago, the old scholar, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the Black Tower Magus were killed by the Dragon Palace. They didn't think that it was the Dragon King who killed them all. The experts of the invincible zone didn't agree with the Dragon King's invincibility, because the invincible zone had a terrifying existence. Is the invincible zone really as powerful as they say? Some of the high-level race disciples heard their conversation and looked over with puzzled faces. Welcome to the territory of the Dragon Palace, experts from all races. This is a small auction in the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Wuxia and the rest had already arrived at the front of the auction venue and sat down. Prime Minister Gui walked onto the stage and said with a smile on his face. Also, the 8 experts who are hiding around the River of Eternity, please enter our auction venue. This is an auction, not the outside world. Prime Minister Gui glanced around and continued with a smile. Oh! In the front, a few universe ruler-level great beings from pinnacle races raised their eyebrows and looked around. So. After Prime Minister Gui finished speaking, some great beings hiding around didn't continue to hide anything and flew straight over. On the far right, 5 angels flew over. 3 angels of light and 2 fallen angels. In front of them were the Dark Clan's skeleton figures. Their eyes were flashing with red light as they scanned their surroundings. Their eyes landed on the Black Vulture King, and there was a hint of respect in their eyes. Greetings, Black Vulture King. The 2 skeletons bowed respectfully. The skeleton clan was a peak race. Although they were the kings and there were many wars between the kings, the strong ones would always be respected. Well, the Black Vulture King glanced around and replied calmly. The Angel Clan. I didn't expect that the Angel Clan would come. They are not on good terms with the Dragon Palace. Almost all the subsidiary races of the Angel Clan have been wiped out by the Dragon Palace. The Angel Clan is relatively close to this place. Besides, they naturally need the innate supreme treasures of light and darkness attributes this time. It's not strange for them to come here. After all, the so-called subsidiary races are nothing to the Angel Clan. Those two lords should be masters of the universe of the Skeleton Clan. They actually paid their respects to the elder beside the Dragon King. Is that elder an even more powerful existence of the Skeleton Clan? That red-clothed woman seems to have a very good relationship with him. Isn't this red-clothed woman from the Dragon Palace? The sudden appearance of the experts of the angel race and the skeleton race caused the surrounding experts and disciples of the high-level races to discuss in shock. They all looked on with reverence. Boom! On the left side, a figure flew over. His body was filled with an extremely chaotic aura. His entire figure was like a bomb that was about to explode. His body strangely had two types of energy, metal and blue. There was a pair of horns on top of his head, a golden horn and a blue horn. He entered the auction and quietly floated there. His eyes were closed and he did not look at anything. Oh, isn't this a restriction? It's a restriction. It really is him. The blue and golden horns are him. This. I didn't expect this person to come. Hiss, he won't go crazy here, will he? His arrival seemed to attract more attention than the great beings from the skeleton race and the angel race. The great beings from the invincible region looked over with shock in their eyes. This figure with the blue and golden horns and closed eyes was called Forbidden. This was the only word, but all the great beings in the invincible region knew how terrifying he was. A crazy demon. An old crazy demon. It was said that he was born from the fusion of the flesh and blood of the space beasts and universe masters at the beginning of the invincible region. He had a lifespan of more than 10 billion years, and his level was still at the pinnacle of universe knights. But his power was not something Tai Shui Demon Emperor and the others could compare to. He was one of the crazy demons in the invincible region. Because when he fought, he would lose his mind and become a mad demon. Secondly, some people guessed that if he was imprisoned for a year, he might not be able to control his mind for half a year and become a terrifying fighting machine. The experts of the invincible zone discussed, but the experts of the peak races only glanced at him and ignored him. They didn't take the experts of the invincible zone seriously, and they even looked down on them, because these were all people who couldn't break through and had gone astray. Hee. Since everyone is here, let the auction begin. Prime Minister Gue saw them coming out and said, "For this auction, the innate supreme treasures that our Dragon Palace has brought out. You can place your bids with 5 elements innate spirit treasures instead of medicinal pills, divine herbs, divine fruits, and the like." The Dragon Palace's auction this time was mainly for medicinal pills, divine herbs, and 5 elements innate spiritual treasures. Therefore, they could use innate spiritual treasures to bid. When the auction started, there was nothing much to say about this auction. As long as you had enough treasures, you could bid for what you needed. The items that the Dragon Palace took out this time were very large. Apart from a few innate spiritual treasures, there were also hundreds of darkness and light elements innate spiritual treasures. There were also 3 soul-returning fruits and all sorts of strange treasures. Other than that, there were also some items that were auctioned by experts from high-level races. The total number of items auctioned was over 1,000. With over 1,000 items, the speed of the auction was very fast. In order to prevent those experts from the peak races from auctioning the items, the high-level races did not dare to make a move. Hence, they could hide their identities in this auction. The auction officially began. One by one, the treasures were auctioned off. Wuxia sat there and watched with a smile on his face. One by one, the items were auctioned off. Half a day later, the auction for the innate treasures began. The first innate treasure was of the darkness attribute. The competition was very intense. Not only did the powerhouses from the top-tier races make a move, there were also the powerhouses from the higher-tier races making a move in secret. The high-level races couldn't be underestimated. Many of them had accumulated over tens of billions of years. A universe master of a pinnacle race might not be able to compete with them. However, The first innate true treasure was obtained by a great being of the dark race. The second innate true treasure was light elemental. And this one was finally obtained by a great being of the immortal empire. The third innate true treasure was of the metal element. When this innate true treasure came out, the mad demon seal of the invincible region was used. This mad demon from the invincible region had a lot of resources. The more great beings they killed, the more they gained. Even ordinary pinnacle race great beings didn't have as many treasures as him. Unfortunately, when he attacked, he met a great being from the godly tiger race. This great being's power was above Universe Master Level 1. When he made his move, the mad demon seal of invincible region was defeated. Wang. When this metal elemental innate true treasure was bid for by the great being of the godly tiger race, an intense energy fluctuation came from the back. A trash who can't even control his mind is useless no matter how powerful he is. The Black Vulture King glanced at the restriction behind him and commented with disdain. Wang Xian looked over curiously. He was very curious about the crazy demon of the invincible region. Such an existence was stronger than the Tai Shui Demon King and the rest. There were two reasons for such a strong person to become a crazy demon. One was that he had not broken through for a long time and the passage of time had changed his mind. The second reason was that they would think of ways to improve their strength after not breaking through for a long period of time. After their strength had increased, they did not have a corresponding realm to match with each other. It was easy for them to lose control, which meant that they could not control themselves. This was the reason why they were crazy. They had become stronger, but they were also crazy. With such an existence, it would be even more difficult for them to break through. Wang Xian sized up this old crazy demon called Ban with curiosity. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with him. Although he was very strong, he couldn't kill the Supreme Water Demon King in an instant. However, he didn't even manage to get an item, yet the energy in his body was already emitting such a huge fluctuation. One could imagine how serious the situation was. After the metal elemental innate treasure was obtained by the godly tiger clan's experts, there weren't many items left. Finally, there were 3 soul-returning embryo fruits. These fruits had a fatal attraction to any great being's disciples. After all, these were treasures that were equivalent to having one more life. To some great being's disciples, these were even more important than innate true treasures. Of course, the value of soul-returning embryo was much lower than that of innate true treasures. The 3 soul-returning embryo fruits were auctioned off by the experts one by one, and the auction ended successfully. The auction ends here. Friends who have auctioned off the items can contact us to collect the items. As Prime Minister Gue spoke, some of the experts around him left immediately. Wang Xian, I'm going to leave with my father, Wang, and grandfather. Let's meet again in 1,000 years. By then, I'll have reached the realm of the ruler of the universe. Ling Honggu bade farewell to Wang Xian directly. All right, then I'll see you in 1,000 years. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at her. Haha, little brother Dragon King, I have high hopes for you. When the day comes when Honggu makes a breakthrough, I'll invite you over to witness Honggu's breakthrough together. I'll also bring you to see our skeleton domain. The Black Vulture King laughed heartily as he spoke to Wang Xian. All right, I will see you in 1,000 years. Wang Xian nodded and agreed. Farewell. The Spirit Demon King cupped his hands. They returned to their divine kingdom and disappeared. Wang Xian cupped his hands at them as well. In the surrounding area, most of the experts from the peak races had disappeared. They either returned to their divine kingdoms or returned to their races through special items. Boom. What are you doing? However, at this moment, a terrifying aura swept across the surroundings. Following that, an urgent voice sounded. Ha! The sudden change of events stunned Wang Xian. He immediately looked ahead. In front of them, a middle-aged man with a terrifying longsword in his hand stared ahead with a grave expression. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a young man and a young girl. They were looking at the figure in front of them with some fear. In front of them, there was an old mad demon from the invincible region with blue and golden horns, Ban. At this moment, he opened one of his eyes strangely. However, his eyes were filled with madness. Around the middle-aged man and the others, there was a blue light barrier that enveloped them. Clearly, this blue light barrier could prevent the middle-aged man and the others from escaping. What? This cold light sword god. That's the mad demon expert from the invincible zone. What is that mad demon expert doing? Why is he attacking cold light sword god? What happened? The sudden turn of events shocked everyone around, and they all looked over. Is it a spar or something? Cold light sword god is very powerful. He once swept through an entire region with a single sword strike, and with a connate cardinal treasure in his hand, he is nearly invincible. His reputation is very well known. Some experts from the high-level races looked over and said in astonishment, "Give me the innate true treasure in your hand within 3 seconds." At this moment, the opened eye was jumping crazily as if it was suppressing the violence in its body. It said in an extremely low voice, he wanted the innate true treasure in cold light sword god's hand. An innate true treasure of water attribute. Huh? Forbidden to take that great being's innate true treasure. That water element innate true treasure long sword? And it has already sealed the other party. It seems like forbidden to bid for that metal element innate true treasure didn't succeed. So he's a little unwilling. So he wants that great being's water element innate true treasure. That guy is really unlucky. That expert with the innate true treasure should not be an expert from the invincible zone. Now he is really unlucky. In front of the Dragon Palace auction venue, some old monsters from the invincible zone who had not left saw this scene. They paused for a moment and looked over in astonishment. That expert from the invincible zone actually wants to snatch the innate true treasure of cold light sword god. The cold light sword god is very strong. He has an innate supreme treasure and wants to snatch the cold light sword god's innate supreme treasure in a one-on-one situation. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Some of the strong disciples from the high-level races whispered to each other. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze landed on the mad demon from the invincible zone. You want me to give you the cold light innate supreme treasure? Wishful thinking. I have never seen such an arrogant fellow. Even the mad demon from the invincible region won't be able to snatch my treasure. Cold light sword god stared at the mad demon restriction with an embarrassed expression. Having cultivated to his realm, he naturally knew about the invincible region and the mad demon from the invincible region. However, it was impossible for him to give him his innate supreme treasure directly. How could he give his own innate true treasure, which was something that even universe masters of pinnacle races would fight for? With the innate true treasure in his hand, he believed that even if he was no match for mad demon from invincible region, he could still defend against him. Wang. However, as soon as cold light sword god finished speaking, a terrifying energy rushed toward him. Mad devilish seal didn't hesitate at all. His entire body was enveloped by blue and golden light, and behind him, the illusory image of a space beast appeared. This space beast had 2 enormous horns, and it seemed as if it was about to break through the horizon. The sudden attack of mad devilish seal caused cold light sword god's expression to change drastically. Scram. One sword to illuminate the 9 regions. Cold light sword god's face was ice cold as he roared and directly used his law projection. A dazzling sword light slashed directly at the mad devil seal. Pong! However, the mad devil seal didn't dodge at all. It went straight for the sword light. The astral beast phantom behind him completely surrounded his body. The sword light landed in front of him and was easily blocked. The mad devil seal continued to charge at frostlight sword god. What? Cold light sword god's face changed drastically when he saw this scene, and his eyes were filled with fear. 10,000 swords return. Defend. He waved his arm, and the cold light innate true treasure floated above his head, forming a terrifying defense. This defense relied on the powerful power of the innate true treasure. Pooh! But in the next moment, cold light sword god's body flew backward, and blood and flesh spurted out of his mouth. Master! Behind him, a man and a woman who were protected by the energy saw the scene, and their faces changed drastically as they shouted loudly. They quickly flew to the front of cold light sword god, their faces filled with worry. What? Is this? That old monster from the invincible region has such terrifying strength. With a connate cardinal treasure in his hand, The incomparably powerful cold light sword god can't even withstand a single move. How? How is this possible? Is this the strength of a top-tier expert from the invincible zone? This is too strong. They're not even on the same level. Frost Light Sword God has a connate cardinal treasure, yet he can't even withstand a single move from him? Not good. Frost Light Sword God might be killed. The sudden battle had defeated Frost Light Sword God in a single move. This scene shocked the disciples of the high-level races in the inner continent. Cold Light Sword God was defeated in one move? From the looks of it, killing him was a piece of cake. Was this the strength of a top-level old monster in the invincible zone? You were courting death. Seeing Cold Light Sword God being injured and sent flying away, Crazy Demon Forbidden opened his eyes, which were full of coldness. He spat out 2 words calmly and prepared to charge out again. This is the territory of the Dragon Palace. If you dare to make a move again, you will stay here forever. Seeing that the inhibition of madness was about to continue attacking, Wuxia spoke directly. What a joke. This was the territory of the Dragon Palace, the territory of the Dragon Palace. This was the venue for the auction of the Dragon Palace. In the end, you were here to snatch treasures and even wanted to kill people. Are you looking down on the Dragon Palace? Every race had a powerful and imposing presence. Even if it was the gentle elf race, as long as the other races dared to step in, they would be killed immediately. The Dragon Palace was not a peak race, but no one dared to be impudent here either. The mad demon from the invincible zone? The power of the Dragon Palace could instantly kill him. Wuxia's words made the mad demon prohibition's attack stance pause slightly. He looked at Wuxia with a crazed gaze. At this moment, all the experts of the Dragon Palace were staring at him. Their eyes were filled with coldness. As long as he dared to continue attacking, he would die here. There was no doubt about that. The old monster of the invincible region, the mad demon prohibition, was very strong? It was indeed very strong. However, there were 100 level 3 universe dominators of the Dragon Palace around him. Not to mention the terrifying Array Formation and Northern Frost. As long as he dared to move, he would be instantly killed. One of the eyes of the Hex stared at Wuxia. His pupils were beating nonstop and his eyes were filled with brutality. 3 seconds. Get out of here. Wuxia stared at him and continued to speak indifferently. The Dragon King has spoken. Phew, the Dragon King has spoken. This time, the Cold Light Sword God is saved. There are so many experts from the Dragon Palace here, and that old monster from the invincible zone doesn't dare to make a move. How domineering. The Dragon Palace already has a trace of pride among the peak races. After all, this is the domain of the Dragon Palace. In fact, other experts can be impudent here. The Dragon Palace will not allow such a thing to happen. The Dragon King's strength is invincible among those below the level of the Universe Dominator. Although the experts of this invincible domain are terrifying, they are not a match for the Dragon King. The Dragon King also has an innate supreme treasure in his hands, and there might be more than one of them. When the disciples of the high-level races heard Wuxia's words, they looked at him with a hint of respect and admiration in their eyes. The current Dragon Palace and the current Dragon King all had a faint sense of invincibility. When some of the old freaks in the invincible zone saw this, their eyes sparkled. Dragon Palace's Dragon King? Hee, all right. I'm invincible below the ruler of the universe. If there's a chance, let's have a spar. One of the eyes of the mad demon restriction twitched crazily. A ferocious look appeared on his face and the aura on his body was completely retracted. Spar. When Wuxia heard his words, he pondered for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Let's do it in 2 years. I'll go to the invincible zone and sweep the area. He said faintly. 2 years later, I shall go to the invincible zone and sweep across. When Wuxia said this, everyone around was stunned and filled with astonishment. The one eye of the madness restriction that was filled with madness was also stunned for a moment. Around them, the experts from the invincible zone pursed their lips and stared at Wuxia with sparkling eyes. They were going to sweep across the invincible region? What arrogance! In the invincible region, there were 4,000 to 5,000 experts at the peak of the Universe Night Realm. Other than these experts, there were also a large number of desolate beasts and even space beasts. These desolate beasts and space beasts were able to survive in the invincible region. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, the Dragon King was going to sweep across them? How strong was his confidence? There were quite a number of top-tier experts in the invincible zone, and there were more than a dozen crazy existences. No one dared to confidently say that they were going to wipe out the entire invincible zone, especially those below the universe ruler realm. The Dragon King is so confident. He is actually going to wipe out the invincible zone. Is he going to walk the path of invincibility? The Dragon King is too fierce. But I think that the Dragon King can really wipe out all the experts in the invincible zone. Some of the strong disciples around were discussing in slight shock. Their eyes were sparkling. Ha ha ha. Wipe out the invincible zone? Then I shall wait for Dragon King's arrival in the invincible zone. 2 years later. I hope that Dragon King won't disappoint me. The mad demon restriction suppressed the brutality in his heart. He laughed maniacally and flew into the distance. Hee hee. Wuxia looked at his figure and smiled faintly. He was going to sweep across the invincible zone, not for the so-called invincible zone. He could also sense the strength of the mad demon prohibition. It was indeed very strong, much stronger than the old scholar, the Taishui Demon King, and the rest. However, Wuxia felt that the strength of the mad demon prohibition could at most be comparable to the combined strength of the old scholar, the Taishui Demon King, and the Black Tower's wizards. Wuxia could suppress him, but it would be difficult to kill him. However, the gains from this auction were enough for him to make a breakthrough in the 5 elements grinding and his strength. After his breakthrough, he was confident that he could fight against a level 2 master of the universe. As for those at the level of the mad demon restriction, he could easily destroy them. When the time came, he would enter the invincible zone, kill some reckless fellows, kill some powerful desolate beasts, and obtain some resources. After this upgrade, Wuxia would need even more resources if he wanted to upgrade again. And the invincible zone was a good place to obtain huge resources. When the time came, he would sweep it clean. I'm looking forward to Dragon King going to the invincible zone. However, our invincible zone is not as simple as you think. Dragon King. At the side, a top-notch expert from the invincible zone smiled and said to Wuxia. He moved and left immediately. This expert didn't think that Wuxia had the ability to sweep the invincible zone. Forget about sweeping the invincible zone, he might not even be a match for those powerful mad demons. 2 years later, I will head to the invincible zone as scheduled to experience it. Wuxia replied with a smile. Thank you, Dragon King. At this moment, at the front, Sword God of Cold Light treated his injuries and cupped his hands toward Wuxia to express his gratitude. In the territory of the Dragon Palace, we will not allow arrogant people to exist. Wuxia waved his hand and said calmly, Everyone, you can return to your divine kingdom directly. I believe it will be safer here. Prime Minister Gui reminded. Wuxia moved his body and flew into the Dragon Palace. Next, it was time for him to increase his strength. When he arrived at the Dragon King's palace, Wuxia moved his palm and a large amount of resources appeared in his hands. At the same time, innate spiritual treasures with 5 elements attributes appeared at the side one after another. The 5 elements millstone appeared above the innate spiritual treasure and began to absorb it rapidly. Meanwhile, Wuxia also began to swallow pills one by one to improve himself. When Wuxia was making a breakthrough, news about this auction spread rapidly on the universe's AI. The arrival of a group of experts from the top races. The arrival of the experts from the invincible zone. The auction of all kinds of precious treasures. An auction of such level was definitely unprecedented among the high-level races. A powerful innate treasure and a rare life-saving fruit. Similarly, the strength of the Dragon Palace caused quite a stir again. Naturally, the news of Wuxia going to sweep the invincible zone in 2 years' time was also spread with praises. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace said that he would sweep the invincible zone in 2 years' time. This is simply too domineering. The invincible zone. The Dragon King's disciples are all Frost Divine dragons. The Dragon King's own strength is definitely abnormally terrifying. It's not impossible for him to sweep the invincible zone. It's not that easy to sweep the invincible zone. The top-notch experts of the Invincible Zone are also very terrifying. The Frost Light Sword God who has an innate treasure can't withstand an attack from an old monster of the Invincible Zone. He's too strong. If Dragon King can sweep through the Invincible Zone, then he'll be truly invincible. In the future, it's almost 100% certain that the Dragon Palace will break through to the peak race. On the universe's AI, countless experts and disciples were discussing. And the news that the Dragon Palace's Dragon King was going to sweep through the Invincible Zone quickly spread to the Invincible Zone. Some experts of the Invincible Zone scoffed at the Dragon Palace's Dragon King's words. This Dragon King is arrogant. Who dares to say that he's invincible in the Invincible Zone and wants to sweep across our Invincible Zone? I'm afraid that he won't be able to get out once he comes in. This time, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has provoked the Mad Demon Prohibition. When he comes in, the Mad Demon Prohibition will come and kill him. If not for the many experts of the Dragon Palace there, the Mad Demon Prohibition might have fought with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Some of the old freaks from the Invincible Zone were conversing with each other. An existence like the devil was not afraid of any experts of the same level. They would not put the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in their eyes. As for the idea of sweeping across the Invincible Zone, they were a little disdainful. They were certain that no one below the level of a universe overlord could sweep across the Invincible Zone. Naturally, the Dragon King could not do it, no matter how the AI discussed it or how the Invincible Zone disdained it. In the Dragon King Palace, the aura of Wuxia and the aura of the Five Elements Millstone were getting stronger and stronger. Wuxia and the Five Elements Millstone were not far from a breakthrough. Especially Wuxia. Crack, crack, crack. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the 7th level of a Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the 7th level of a Universe Knight. You have comprehended the law form, Shadow Dragon Substitute. Time passed day by day. 10 days later, an extremely terrifying dragon's might and crisp sounds came from within Wang Xian's dragon body. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Waves of terrifying aura surged out from his body. He had broken through. Wang Xian had broken through. He was a level 7 Universe Knight, but he had the strength to fight against a level 4 Universe Overlord. In other words, among the top races, Wang Xian was at the level of an archangel. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin Yang, Wind Thunder, 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Universe Knight Level 7. The 9th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin, 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Ability, rule the water race below their own level. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Ability. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, 8 Heavenly Dragon Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Ability. Octagonal Dragon Pillar, 8 Dragon Avatars. Lofty Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Divine Tail Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Avatars. Control Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light, Dark Wind and Thunder. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Innate. Members of Dragon Palace. 796-0450. After a breakthrough in his strength, Wang Xian looked at his attributes and revealed a smile. After this breakthrough, he had obtained a relatively powerful law aspect. Shadow Dragon Avatar. This was a life-saving method that could withstand fatal attacks. After a breakthrough, a real master of the universe at level 1 could be killed instantly by Wang Xian if he was not careful. With the help of the Inoriginator Sacred Wings, his speed could reach the level of a master of the universe at level 2. It would not be a problem for him to fight against 3 masters at level 1. With the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, he would be even more powerful. Next, I have to upgrade the 5 Elements Millstone. Wang Xian looked at the 5 Elements Millstone. which was absorbing the innate spiritual treasure, and a smile appeared on his face. After the breakthrough of the 5 elements millstone, his strength would be even more terrifying. At that time, he wanted to see if there was anyone in the invincible zone who could fight against him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to help the 5 elements millstone breakthrough. Instead, he came to the front of the ancestral tree. His body moved and 2 nether spirit avatars appeared beside him. After his breakthrough, the nether spirit avatars had also completed their breakthrough. The nether spirit avatars had also received an upgrade not long ago. In the past, he could only have 2 nether spirit avatars, but after this upgrade, he sensed that he could add 2 more. In other words, if he obtained another nether spirit, he could nurture 2 more. By then, he would have 4 nether spirit avatars. I should be able to get nether spirit avatars in the invincible zone that I haven't nurtured yet. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. After checking the current situation of the universe's AI, he began to assist the 5 elements millstone to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Based on the current speed, the 5 elements millstone should take 2 months to complete its evolution. Time passed day by day and the universe's AI was abuzz with discussion. After discussing the strength of the Dragon Palace, they discussed the Dragon King's next move to sweep across the invincible zone. There were all kinds of speculations. That Dragon Palace's Dragon King is going to step into the invincible zone. This is an opportunity. We don't have to wait for him to break through before we make a move. At the same time, on the Ocean Dragon Island in the mountain and sea, the Green River Phoenix looked at the 3rd prince with a twinkle in her eyes. This is indeed an opportunity. Now that the Dragon Palace has basically unified the divine dragon bloodline, we must kill their leader, the Dragon King. If he goes to the invincible zone, we can make use of this opportunity. Otherwise, we might have to wait for 100 trillion, or even 10 billion years. The 3rd prince nodded, his eyes shining. All their previous plans had failed. The only way now was to destroy the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace. Only then could they subdue him. This time, the 2 of us will make arrangements together. We must kill the Dragon King, the Green River Phoenix said to the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince nodded heavily. This time, he wanted to destroy the Dragon King. He couldn't afford to lose. Do your best. That Dragon King is a bit strange. The Green River Water Phoenix added another sentence. Don't worry. As long as he enters the invincible zone, I can send people into the invincible zone to make a move. I still don't believe that he is a match for our Angel Legion. However, that guy is indeed strange. You have to be prepared, Green River. The 3rd prince nodded his head. Okay. Xinjiang Water Phoenix nodded her head. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King had displayed their formidable strength one after another, they already knew that the Dragon King was a little strange. If they were to make a move again this time, they had to be fully prepared. They had to kill him immediately. With their abilities, they could do it. Boom. Wang Xian didn't know that the 3rd prince and the Green River Water Phoenix were plotting to kill him. In fact, he didn't expect that the 2 powerhouses from the Angel Clan would be plotting to kill him. 2 months passed very quickly. On this day, a powerful dragon's might rose in the Dragon King's palace. Roar! 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 Dragon roars sounded one after another. In the middle of the Dragon King's palace, a gigantic millstone was floating there. On top of the millstone, 5 dragon heads were emitting a terrifying pressure. I've made a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at the 5 elements millstone in front of him and smiled. After the 5 elements millstone had made a breakthrough, his strength would reach its strongest state. Even if he were to face more than a dozen level 1 masters of the universe at the same time, he would be able to handle them with ease. An existence at the level 2 realm of the universe dominator would be able to fight against them. After all, his speed was not inferior to a powerhouse at the 2nd level of the universe dominator. Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian shouted softly. I'm here. Prime Minister Gue entered and greeted respectfully. I'm preparing to head to the invincible region. I'll leave the matters of the Dragon Palace to you. Wang Xian instructed him. Dragon King, do you want some powerhouses of the Dragon Palace to follow you? Prime Minister Gue asked. There's no need. I can go there myself. Wang Xian shook his head. His current strength was not something that the leaders could compare to. Bringing them there would not be of much help to him. After giving some instructions, he flew out without hesitation. His target was the Invincible Zone. The Invincible Zone was very far from the Dragon Palace. It would take him more than a year to get there. Wang Xian's speed was very fast. He was at the second level of the Universe Dominator. He could fly in the crack in the void. He had plenty of time to reach the Invincible Zone in 2 years. This time, he didn't keep a low profile when he went to the Invincible Zone. I'm already on the way to the Invincible Zone. When he came to a city to rest, Wang Xian sent a message through the Universal AI. As the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the message he sent naturally attracted a lot of attention. The reason why Wang Xian sent this message was to inform the experts of the Invincible Zone. The reason why he entered the Invincible Zone this time was for resources. It was to kill some desolate beasts and space beasts. Of course, his statement was also to tell some fellows who were courting death. If they wanted to fuck me, Wang Xian would be able to kill them with peace of mind. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He is already on his way to the Invincible Zone. When Wang Xian released this news, he easily teleported to another city. However, this news caused quite a stir in the universe's AI. Hiss, the Dragon King is really fierce. He said that he would reach the Invincible Zone in 2 years, and he is already on his way. Is he preparing to walk his own invincible road? If the Dragon King can really sweep the entire Invincible Zone, then the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace will be invincible below the Universe Dominator. The Dragon King is so fierce, so strong, so domineering. He is my idol for life. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the Dragon King can sweep the entire Invincible Zone. If he can't do it, then it will be a huge loss of face. The Dragon King is very strong, but some crazy demons in the Invincible Zone are also very terrifying. The disciples of the countless races discussed and were slightly excited. Many people even said that this was the invincible path of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It was also the invincible path of the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon King could really sweep across the Invincible Zone, then he would undoubtedly be invincible below the peak of the race. Some experts favored the Dragon King, while others didn't. But no matter what, this action of the Dragon King was very respectable. Who dared to say that they could sweep the Invincible Zone? Even a real level 1 universe overlord powerhouse would not dare to say that, right? In the past few years, due to Wang Xian and the large number of Invincible Zone powerhouses appearing in the inner continent, everyone had a better understanding of the Invincible Zone. In the Invincible Zone, there were some powerhouses who could fight against universe overlords. They were absolutely terrifying. There were also some terrifying mad demons who would fight to the death. However, there seemed to be only about 10 known mad demons. Arrogant and presumptuous. You want to sweep the entire Invincible Zone alone? I'm afraid that within the Invincible Zone, dozens of experts working together can destroy the Dragon King. Dozens? That's looking down on the Dragon King too much. I think that a dozen or so strong old monsters can destroy the Dragon King. A monster like the Supreme Water Demon King could be killed by a dozen old monsters. Although the Dragon King is stronger than the Supreme Water Demon King, how strong can he be? I heard that the Forbidden Madness has a grudge with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I'm afraid that the Forbidden Madness will have a big fight with the Dragon King this time. By then, we'll be able to understand the Dragon King's strength. While the experts of the inner continent of the heaven-opening desolation were discussing, some old monsters of the Invincible Zone also received the news. They scoffed at this. Many old monsters agreed with the Dragon King's strength. However, if you were arrogant enough to sweep across the Invincible Zone, that would be too arrogant. Once you entered and were besieged, even the old mad devil would be killed. There were no ordinary people who could stay in the Invincible Zone. If you provoked the public, you would die without knowing how. Hee, are you here? At the same time, in a domain of the Invincible Zone, there was an ocean here, and there were many huge ocean mountains. At the top of one of the mountains, the Mad Demon Restriction looked at the news on the Universe AI with a smile. Not long ago, he wanted to kill Cold Light Sword God in the Dragon Palace's domain to obtain a water elemental innate supreme treasure. He knew that this was his fault, but if the Dragon Palace's Dragon King dared to stop him, then the Dragon King was his enemy. If he didn't kill him, he would feel indignant. So, the Dragon King had to die. Invincible below the universe ruler realm. Then let me test your strength. I want to see if you die or you die invincible. Hee hee. The Mad Hex let out a chuckle. He stood up slowly and flew straight towards the entrance of the invincible zone. The entrance of the invincible zone was very, very big. The probability of bumping into it at the entrance was not very high. However, the Mad Hex still rushed over. If he could bump into it, he would fight it out. If he did not bump into it, he would wait for the news from the Dragon King. His thoughts were not strange to a mad demon-like existence. When the Mad Demon Prohibition arrived at the entrance of the invincible zone, there was still half a year left before the 2-year period that Wang Xian mentioned. He floated in the void crack and sat cross-legged in silence while waiting. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian was rushing over to the invincible zone, while the Mad Demon Prohibition was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the entrance while waiting. The Mad Demon Prohibition would be the first enemy that Wang Xian would be able to defeat in the invincible zone. What's that? The Mad Demon Prohibition was located in the middle of the entrance. It was neither eye-catching nor eye-catching. It was also eye-catching. For months later, the 5 experts of the Phoenix clan entered the invincible zone and happened to see the Mad Demon Prohibition sitting cross-legged in the void. When they saw this figure, they were slightly stunned. The 5 experts of the Phoenix clan all frequented the invincible zone. They had also stayed in the invincible zone for tens of millions of years, and one of them had made a name for himself in the invincible zone. His strength was not weaker than the supreme water monster king. They quickly recognized the existence in the center of the invincible zone. Mad Demon Seal, it's him. Why is he here? A fire phoenix looked at the Mad Demon Seal sitting cross-legged in surprise, her eyes shining. Is he waiting for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? I heard that the Dragon King stopped the Mad Demon Seal from snatching the innate treasure of an expert in the territory of the Dragon Palace, and he didn't give the Mad Demon Seal any face. Now that he knows that the Dragon King is here, he wants to take revenge. It's very possible. This kind of mad demon will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once they are displeased, they will kill. He should be waiting here for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This is going to be a good show. The strength of the Mad Devil Prohibition alone should be comparable to the combined strength of the Grand Aquatic Demon King, the Black Tower Wizard, and the Old Scholar. Although he isn't very strong among the Mad Demons, he isn't something that top-tier experts can compare to. The 5 experts of the Phoenix clan discussed. They looked at each other and immediately spread the news. They flew to the side but didn't leave. Instead, they waited here. The Mad Hex had obviously sensed their arrival, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation. Some experts have spread the news that the Mad Hex is waiting for the arrival of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace at the entrance of the Invincible region. The Mad Demon Seal is going to challenge the Dragon King? This is going to be interesting. He's one of the truly terrifying experts in the Invincible Zone. Haha. This is going to be interesting. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is going to sweep across the Invincible Zone. Now, the first thing he's going to face is the Mad Demon Seal. I wonder who's stronger. If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is defeated by the Mad Demon Seal, it would be a huge embarrassment. He would be beaten back by an expert before he could even enter the Invincible Zone. Soon, some of the experts in the Invincible Zone received the news. Those who were closer immediately rushed over. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian rushed towards the Invincible Zone. At the entrance of the Invincible Zone, more than 100 old monsters from the Invincible Zone were gathered there. In the middle, the Mad Restriction sat cross-legged without moving. Due to the short period of time, there were not many old monsters gathered here. Moreover, many old monsters rarely paid attention to the matters of the universe's AI. Therefore, to be able to gather over 100 old monsters from the Invincible region in such a short amount of time, it was already quite a number. I wonder when that Dragon King will come. TSK, if this is a fight, it will be interesting. Yeah, I wonder who will be the victor. The Dragon Palace's Dragon King is definitely not weak, not to mention the mad restriction. However, I feel that if it's really a life and death battle, the Dragon Palace's Dragon King might not dare to. Haha, I think so too. If it's really a life and death battle, the Mad Demon Prohibition will definitely not care whether you die or I live. His battle experience is definitely not something that the Dragon King can compare to. If it's an evenly matched match, the Dragon King should not dare to fight with the Mad Demon Prohibition. Around them, some old monsters from the Invincible Zone were discussing. Their eyes were sparkling as they watched. We're here. At the same time, in front of the Invincible Zone, Wang Xian was looking at the huge and deep entrance. His eyes were sparkling. That was the entrance to the Invincible Zone. It led to a huge void rift domain. This was a battlefield from the past. It was the battlefield between the powerhouses and the space beasts. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the inside. Ha! When he arrived at the entrance, he immediately sensed that there were some powerhouses floating in the void at the entrance. They didn't move at all. They were just floating there. Floating at the entrance? This was a little strange. Are they waiting for me? Or, Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the few locations. The other party hadn't sensed him yet. He was still standing there quietly. The Tai Chi dragon disc on Wang Xian's body rotated slightly as he flew into the area. Ha! When Wang Xian started to approach the Invincible Zone, the old monsters who were closer to him also noticed Wang Xian's figure. A powerhouse has entered. Is it the Dragon King? Some of the old monsters looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. He has dragon might on him. It should be the Dragon King. This should be the Dragon King. It should be him. As Wang Xian got closer and closer to them, the senses of some old monsters became clearer and clearer. Among this group of old monsters, there were some disciples from the peak races. Naturally, they could recognize him by his aura. Oh? Is this to welcome me? Hee. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and sensed dozens of old monsters from the Invincible Zone. A smile appeared on his face. He slowly shifted his gaze to the center. There, a familiar figure was sitting cross-legged in the void. This figure had obviously sensed Wang Xian's arrival. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a surge of violence surged into his surroundings. What kind of gaze was that? Crazy, bloodthirsty, numb, and sinister. His defeated pupils were only a tiny bit black. He looked like a devil. He stared at Wang Xian as his pupils continued to enlarge. Gradually, a blood-red color appeared in his pupils. Crazy demon seal. His eyes were not ordinary eyes, but forbidden pupils. This pair of eyes were completely open. As long as he locked onto a target, he would emit a surge of energy to attack it. He could not control this pair of eyes. Hence, it was known as the mad restriction. When he was not fighting, he would either open one of his eyes or close it. For a powerhouse of such a realm, even if he closed his eyes, it would not affect him at all. When Wang Xian and the mad restriction looked at each other, he immediately felt a wave of energy attacking him. An illusion seemed to have appeared in front of his eyes. In his hallucination, there was a monster trying to kill him. Buzz. The Tai Chi dragon plate around Wang Xian rotated slightly and neutralized the attack of the forbidden spell of madness. The backlash of the Tai Chi dragon plate was counterattacking the forbidden spell of madness. Buzz. At this moment, the forbidden spell of madness stood up immediately. The terrifying aura of the water and metal attributes on its body rushed out in all directions without any concealment. A sea appeared out of thin air in the surroundings. In the sea, a golden mountain stood tall. The prohibition of madness stood on the golden mountain. The two horns on its head emitted a glow and its body grew to a size of 1,000,000 meters. A violent aura surged towards Wang Xian. You can't enter the Invincible Zone. The face of the prohibition of madness slowly turned ferocious as it spoke to Wang Xian in a sinister manner. Hee, I didn't expect you to wait for me at the entrance. You really seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Wang Xian stared at him and sensed his aura. A cold smile appeared on his face. The invincible region is my territory. The eyes of the Devil's Bane were throbbing non-stop. The black spots in his eyes slowly turned blood red. Boom! Just as he finished his sentence, a terrifying space beast flew out from his eyes. This space beast had an incomparably huge white pupil. It looked extremely terrifying. It attacked Wang Xian directly. Haha! Your territory? With trash like you, I will kill you today. Wang Xian looked at him with disdain when he saw him attacking. Whoosh! In the next moment, the incorporeal holy wings appeared behind him. Wang Xian used the speed of a level 2 universe dominator to meet the space beast. What the fuck? They're fighting just like that? They're fighting right away. The aura of the mad demon prohibition is so terrifying. Even a level 1 universe dominator wouldn't be a match for it, right? The battle has begun. It seems that the mad demon prohibition wants to kill the Dragon King. When the old monsters of the invincible region saw the mad demon prohibition and the Dragon King fighting right away, they were astonished. This was indeed a mad demon. Boom! Wang Xian flapped the Primulus Saint wings. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. The 5 elements revolved on it and smashed toward the void beast formed from energy. Boom! The destructive power of the 5 elements millstone covered the void beast and caused it to collapse rapidly. Ha! The eyes of the inhibition of madness, who was standing on top of the golden mountain, narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. He opened his arms. Boom! 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 Numerous golden mountains were flowing in the surroundings. The phantom images of the giant beasts gradually appeared on the golden mountains. Roar! 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 They roared and dozens of gigantic golden mountains smashed toward Wang Xian in unison. 5 elements, innate technique. Wang Xian moved his body and flew to the center of the 5 elements millstone. He took a light step. The 5 elements millstone had a breakthrough. Similar to the Tai Chi dragon plate, it not only increased one's strength but also possessed terrifying abilities. Compared to the improvement of the Tai Chi dragon plate, the improvement of the 5 elements millstone was even stronger. After all, the 5 elements millstone was the fusion of 5 attributes, which was better than the fusion of light and darkness. After the 5 elements millstone broke through, it possessed 2 terrifying abilities. First, innate technique. Innate technique. After the 5 elements millstone broke through, it could condense a large number of innate numinous treasure phantoms. These innate numinous treasure phantoms were the innate numinous treasures that the 5 elements millstone devoured. From the start till now, the 5 elements millstone had devoured at least 3,000 innate numinous treasures. More than 3,000 innate spiritual treasures. This was an extremely huge number. More than 3,000 innate spiritual treasures attacking at the same time. What kind of concept was this? This move could instantly kill an existence at the first level of the universe dominator. As for the second move, it was even more powerful. 5 elements disc destruction. 5 elements disc destruction. This was the ability of the second move. As for how powerful it was, Wang Xian had never used it before. However, when Wang Xian used the innate technique, the 5 elements millstone beneath his feet trembled slightly. The illusory images of the innate spiritual treasures floated around him. There were 5 types of attributes and all sorts of them. Blades, spears, clubs, halberds, and whips. More than 3,000 illusory images of the innate spiritual treasures gathered. With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian headed straight for the dozens of gold mountains. Boom! 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 The next moment, the sounds of collision and explosion rang out. Wang Xian stepped on the 5 elements grinding mill. His body circled around the Tai Chi dragon disc. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and charged straight for the mad demon prohibition. Boom! 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 The attacks of innate spiritual treasures broke through the gold mountains one by one. More than 1,000 innate spiritual treasures disappeared. The remaining 2,000 of them continued to attack the mad demon prohibition. So powerful! At this moment, the expression of the mad demon prohibition changed slightly. When he saw Wang Xian, who was right in front of him, the forbidden pupils kept jumping. Come into my world! The black dots in his pupils started to expand rapidly and eventually covered his entire pupil. Wang Xian, who was rushing over, felt the scene around him changing rapidly. He was completely in the middle of the ocean. The huge waves around him were churning. In the ocean, There were shadows swimming rapidly. Wang Xian sensed that there was a space beast behind him that seemed to be trying to devour him. Everything seemed to be an illusion, but it was also extremely real. Is it a special space or an illusion? Wang Xian's dragon eyes scanned his surroundings. Energy was surging in his body. Move! He let out a low growl and the energy that had been destroyed rushed towards his surroundings. Crack! 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 Splash! In an instant, the energy that had been destroyed swept across. The seawater started to collapse. The shadows in the sea and the space beasts behind them all collapsed. Everything was clear in front of Wang Xian. In front of him, the mad demon Prohibition was floating there. There were some bloody marks in his pupils. These bloody marks were extremely clear. Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, you can die. Wang Xian stared at the mad demon Prohibition coldly. Crash! As soon as he finished his sentence, his figure instantly appeared beside the mad demon Prohibition. His arm turned into a dragon claw and clawed directly at his head. What a fast speed! What a strong strength! The heart of the mad demon Prohibition pounded violently. His pupils stared at Wang Xian's figure as he retreated backward. Too slow. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claws and said with disdain, "Roar, roar, roar! Get lost!" When the Prohibition of Madness saw the scene, he suddenly opened his mouth crazily and roared loudly. His expression was extremely ferocious. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all reason. The golden horn released a beam of golden light that shot to the sky and attacked Wang Xian. Buzz! The Tai Chi dragon disc around Wang Xian's body revolved as energy gathered on his arm. He continued to claw at the head of the mad demon Prohibition. Bang! The attack of the mad demon Prohibition landed on Wang Xian's dragon claw and was blocked by the dragon claw. The backlash of the Tai Chi dragon disc landed on his golden horn instantly. Bang! Another loud sound was heard. A large amount of blood oozed out from the position of his golden horn. The blue horn immediately emitted a luster and formed a powerful defense around it. Bang! 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 However, at this moment, the innate spiritual treasure phantom of the innate technique smashed toward the blue defense. The strength displayed by the mad demon Prohibition could at most be comparable to a 5 elements millstone. However, once Wang Xian controlled the 5 elements millstone, he could easily suppress it. Not to mention, Wang Xian still had the Tai Chi dragon plate and the incipient saint wings. Under such circumstances, the mad demon restriction had no way of resisting at all. The defense of the water element was easily broken by Wang Xian. His dragon claws clawed at the huge golden horn. Roar, roar, roar! The mad demon restriction hurriedly retreated backward, trying to escape. Roar, roar, roar! However, the next moment he let out an intense scream. The entire golden horn was grabbed off by Wang Xian and detached from his head. However, although he was screaming in pain, his body kept retreating and was sent flying backward. At the same time, his pupils became even deeper as if there was a special space inside. In the space, an extremely terrifying space beast tore out from within. Eh? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. Hiss? This Dragon King is so strong. He actually tore off a horn of the mad demon Prohibition in such a short period of time. This Dragon King's strength is so terrifying. The mad demon Prohibition is actually not a match for the Dragon King at all. How is this possible? How can the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace have such a deep foundation? The Dragon King's speed is so terrifying, and what a powerful treasure. The forbidden spell of madness is at a disadvantage in an instant. However, the forbidden eye of the forbidden spell of madness has been completely opened. Legend has it that he has absorbed a powerful space beast into his forbidden eye. This space beast can boost his energy and can also be summoned. What a terrifying aftershock from the battle. I feel that as long as we get close, this aftershock will be able to kill us. The Dragon King's strength is much stronger than we imagined. No wonder the old scholar, the Taishui Demon King, and the Black Tower's wizards were killed by him. When the 100-old monsters of the Invincible region saw the battle between Wang Xian and the Mad Demon Seal, their faces were filled with shock. They were extremely shocked by the Dragon King's terrifying combat strength. His opponent was the Mad Demon Seal, yet he was suppressed in an instant and even tore off one of his golden horns. This strength was too terrifying. No wonder the Dragon King dared to unleash the ability to sweep across the invincible region. This strength. The eyes of the group of old freaks flickered as they watched. This galactic behemoth? Wuxia stared at the galactic behemoth that flew out from the hull of the Mad Demon Prohibition. It had a body size of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and was like a tortoise. Its body was filled with a thick and heavy aura. Roar! The Mad Demon Prohibition stood in the sky above the galactic behemoth. With a wave of his arm, an incomparably huge golden cudgel appeared in his hand. It was a cudgel of the innate treasure level. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill you. He roared crazily as the space beast beneath him charged straight at Wuxia. Ha, this is your trump card? In that case, you can die now. Wuxia sneered as his dragon eyes flickered. Dragon eyes locked onto all corners. Dragon eye lock on all corners. A large number of chains appeared around Wuxia. The chains covered the entire area. Dragon eye lock on all corners could seal off an entire space and prevent other experts from escaping. The entire space was instantly sealed off by him. However, the Mad Demon restriction did not care about the surrounding blockade at all. His mad eyes locked onto Wuxia and attacked him. Riding on the space beast, the innate supreme treasure in his hand emitted a terrifying aura. The body of the Mad Demon Prohibition was filled with brutality and madness. The fighting spirit in his body had reached its peak. An indomitable will to die made one's heart tremble. Awe! He roared crazily. With both hands holding the innate supreme treasure, he attacked Wuxia. Die! Wuxia's gaze swept across the space beast and the Mad Demon Prohibition. His eyes were flashing coldly. The strength of the space beast under him was at most comparable to 2 to 3 level 3 experts who were masters of the universe. This was nothing to Wuxia. Crash! Wuxia flapped his incorporeal holy wings, and his speed instantly reached its peak. The Mad Demon Prohibition, which was attacking Wuxia, stopped breathing for a moment. Its pair of forbidden eyes scanned the surroundings crazily. Forbidden shadow. When he realized that he couldn't see Wuxia's figure at all, his eyes were blood red. Behind him, a terrifying shadow slowly formed. The entire shadow was blood red and contained a strange energy. Boom. However, at this moment, Wuxia's figure appeared behind him. The 5 elements grinding mill was attacking him directly. Buzz. The strange figure that had just appeared formed a powerful defense. When the 5 elements millstone hit it, the figure trembled violently and started to turn illusory. Ha! When Wuxia saw the scene, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure disappeared again. Scram! The Mad Demon Prohibition could not keep up with Wuxia's speed. Although the 5 elements millstone's attack was blocked by the figure behind him, he could not lock onto Wuxia's figure at all. The innate supreme treasure in his hand swept across and attacked indiscriminately. Buzz. However, faced with the attack of the Ward of Madness, Wuxia completely ignored it and charged straight in. The defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate allowed him to break through the attack of the Ward of Madness. With the 5 elements millstone in his hand, he smashed it toward the top of his head again. All kinds of powerful innate supreme treasures surrounded the entire 5 elements millstone. Roar! When the Mad Demon Prohibition saw the scene, he let out a roar and his expression changed drastically. Boom! The 5 elements millstone smashed onto his body. The energy that was destroyed was attacking his physical body. Crash! Wuxia moved and instantly appeared behind him. His dragon claws clawed at his chest. Roar! 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 A miserable cry came out from his mouth. The space beast beneath him trembled slightly as it felt the terrifying energy. The earth elemental energy on its body charged towards Wuxia. You're courting death. Wuxia let out a soft cry. The Tai Chi dragon disc around his body condensed into a dragon head and attacked the space beast below. Awoo! Awoo! The space beast let out a miserable cry. Die, die, die. The Mad Demon restriction, which was severely injured by Wuxia, kept roaring. However, His attacks were completely useless against Wang Xian and the five elements. What's going on in this battle? Has the Dragon King completely sealed off the Mad Demon restriction? The Dragon King's strength is somewhat heaven-defying. I feel that the Mad Demon restriction is no match for the Dragon King. He's completely suppressed. He's too strong. The Dragon King is simply too strong. If it were us, we would be instantly killed. The Dragon King won't kill the Mad Hex, right? If that's the case, then the invincible zone would be shaken. It shouldn't be. If you want to kill the Mad Hex, you have to have at least 3 experts who can contend against the Mad Hex. Can the Dragon King do it? At this moment, the dragon I locked onto the battlefield. All the old monsters of the invincible zone looked in with surprise. The strength that the Dragon King displayed completely shocked them. The seal is going to disappear. At this moment, they found that the dragon I locked onto the battlefield was slowly disappearing. The scene inside slowly appeared. This is. However, when the scene inside appeared, everyone's pupils contracted slightly. In the middle, only Wang Xian's figure was floating there. He was holding a metal innate treasure in his hand. After that, there was nothing else. The figure of the Mad Demon restriction had disappeared. Even his aura had completely disappeared. Whether it was dead or alive, one could tell from the innate supreme treasure in the Dragon King's hands. That was the innate supreme treasure of the Mad Demon Prohibition. The Mad Demon Prohibition. Dead. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and held the innate supreme treasure in his hands. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Where is the nest of the Taishui Demon King? His gaze landed on an old monster from the invincible region and asked indifferently. The old monster's heart tightened when Wang Xian asked him for directions. He immediately pointed in a direction. Sir Dragon King, we should be able to reach it by flying in that direction. The invincible zone is very big, and it might take a long time to fly. Wang Xian looked in the direction he pointed and nodded his head slightly. Do you know the places where there are more desolate beasts and space behemoths in the invincible zone? He glanced at the old monsters around him and asked. The desolate beasts and space behemoths are in the depths of the Bloody Sea and the meteorite barbaric zone. The old monster who replied earlier continued. All right, spread the word that I, the Dragon King, have entered the invincible zone. If you want to see the experts of the invincible zone, you can come to me directly if you have the guts. Wang Xian said indifferently. After that, he flew straight into the depths. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is so powerful. He actually asked us to spread the word. Even the Mad Demon restriction has been killed by the Dragon King. In a one-on-one situation, unless there are other old Mad Demons, the rest, even if they are top-notch experts, are no match for the Dragon King. After killing the Mad Demon restriction, the Dragon King's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the invincible zone. He might even be invincible. In our invincible zone, there's probably no one who can kill him one-on-one. Unless we work together, the Dragon King can really sweep through. The old monsters of the invincible zone were discussing in shock. They had just stepped into their invincible zone and easily killed the Mad Demon Seal, which made them feel shocked. After all, the Mad Demon Seal was the strongest old Mad Demon in their invincible zone. This strength is so strong. At the entrance of the invincible region, the 5 experts of the Phoenix clan looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. They had received the order to go back and come here again to carry out the mission of a lord of the Phoenix clan. The mission to kill the Dragon King. However, the strength displayed by the Dragon King had shocked them. The power of the Mad Devil Prohibition is already much more powerful than ordinary level 1 masters of the universe, and the Dragon King is able to kill him. If we want to kill him, we need at least 50 experts of the invincible region to join hands. Our Phoenix clan has about 100 experts in the invincible region, but at most, we can contact half of them. If we want to kill this Dragon King, it will be a bit troublesome. I don't know how the Dragon King offended our lord. With the Dragon King's strength, we will probably lose some experts if we kill him. The 5 members of the Phoenix clan discussed telepathically. They looked at the rapidly disappearing figure with a slightly solemn expression. The Dragon King must have gone to destroy the nest of the Supreme Water Demon King. In the nest of the Supreme Water Demon King, there are still 10 descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King who have the combat strength of a level 3 universe dominator. In the surrounding area, the old monster who replied to Wang Xian spoke. His gaze was filled with respect as he looked in the direction where the figure disappeared. Everyone was clear about the enmity between the Supreme Water Demon King and the Dragon Palace. It was expected that the Dragon King would head to the nest of the Supreme Water Demon King. After all, the Supreme Water Demon King still had many descendants. Since the Supreme Water Demon King wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King would definitely not let the descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King off. The Supreme Water Demon King might not have perished. He might be recovering in his lair. An old monster glanced at him and said indifferently. Some of the old monsters from the Invincible region nodded slightly. Although the Supreme Water Demon King was killed, it was very likely that he had a life-saving treasure. He might not have completely perished yet. In fact, the Supreme Water Demon King was not completely dead yet. He could sense it when Wang Xian killed him. The only ones who were truly dead were the Old Scholar and the Black Tower's Magus. The Supreme Water Demon King was not dead. However, although he was not dead, his current strength was at most at the first or second level of a Universe Knight. He might even be at the level of a Divine Emperor. Although life-saving treasures could protect one's life, they could not protect one's cultivation base. It was just like the soul-returning embryo fruit. The soul-returning embryo fruit could resurrect one. However, after being resurrected, one's strength was very weak and was about the same as when one was just born. Wang Xian quickly flew in the direction of the nest of the Tai Shui Demon King. In the Invincible Zone, he could not find a map on the universe's AI. As for the nest of the Tai Shui Demon King, Wang Xian could only ask for directions and search for it himself. Wang Xian did not fly very fast. As he flew, he sized up his surroundings. As a powerful battlefield, there were many wonders here after more than 10 billion years of development. Occasionally, one could see some universe god kingdoms that were so dilapidated that they did not have much energy. From the dilapidated buildings, one could see the glory of these god kingdoms. Just as Wang Xian was flying in the Invincible Zone, the news of him stepping into the Invincible Zone and easily killing the Forbidden Spell of Madness quickly spread throughout the Invincible Zone. The Forbidden Spell of Madness was a level of strength that far surpassed the Black Tower's Magi, the Old Scholar, the Supreme Water Demon King, and the other two. Some people even speculated that the strength of the Forbidden Spell of Madness alone was enough to fight against the combined strength of the three Magi of the Black Tower. However, such an expert had clashed with the Dragon King and was preparing to fight him at the entrance. In the end, he was killed in a short period of time. This news spread to the other experts of the Invincible region and caused a huge sensation. Fuck! Is this true? The Mad Hex was killed by the Dragon King. Not only killed, there are more than 100 experts present. The Dragon King easily suppressed the Mad Hex. He's simply too powerful. The Dragon King's strength is heaven-defying. With his strength, how can he be so rational when his cultivation level has yet to catch up? Does he have some sort of treasure? Even the Mad Demon Seal was killed. In the Invincible Zone, there shouldn't be more than 5 opponents of the Dragon King in a one-on-one situation. This includes a group of space behemoths and desolate beasts. The old monsters of the Invincible Zone were discussing in shock. However, while they were discussing, the experts of the other races in the heaven-opening desolate continent also received the news. Many of the experts in the Invincible Zone had sent the news to the AI. Once it was uploaded to the AI, the disciples of the experts who paid attention to it would naturally receive such arrogance. 666. The Dragon King is awesome. The Dragon King is invincible. Is that crazy Hex the guy who tried to snatch the Cold Light Sword God back in the Dragon Palace's territory? He actually blocked the Dragon King at the entrance of the Invincible Zone and was easily killed, ha ha. The Dragon King is too fierce, isn't he? That crazy Hex is the most terrifying old crazy demon in the Invincible Zone, and he was easily killed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King is invincible. The Dragon King is going to sweep the entire Invincible Zone. Invincible talent, so terrifying. He's really strong. I worship him. This is too fierce. The invincible zone is nothing in front of the Dragon King. I wonder how long it will take for the Dragon King to sweep the entire invincible zone. In the outside world, the powerful disciples of countless races were discussing animatedly. This time, the entire universe witnessed the Dragon King's power and terror. The Dragon King had also proven his formidable strength. The Dragon King's strength is somewhat troublesome. At the same time, at a location within the invincible region in a palace of light. In the middle of a large hall, more than 20 angels gathered together. They frowned slightly as they looked at the other experts and some information on the universe's AI. With more than 20 of us, even if we join forces and summon our own angel army, it would still be difficult to kill a crazy demon, right? An angel's gaze swept across his companions, his brows furrowed tightly. With our strength and the army of angels given to us by the third prince, it shouldn't be a problem to kill the Dragon King. However, we will suffer a lot of losses. An angel's gaze flickered. There's nothing we can do about the losses. We have no choice but to obey the orders of the third prince. We have to find the Dragon King and kill him. An angel stood up and said, "Don't be so anxious. I think we can create some trouble for the Dragon King when we find him." An old-looking angel narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh." The other angels looked at him. "Spread the word that the Dragon King has a treasure that can stabilize his mind," the old angel said with a smile. The eyes of the other angels lit up. "Haha, good. Spread the news. In addition, let's contact the fallen angels. With their help, we will have an easier time," the angels said with laughter. A treasure that could stabilize one's mind was relatively rare, and it was not useful to many experts. However, such a treasure would definitely have a fatal attraction to some experts in the invincible zone. Especially to those crazy demons. The third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix didn't get their men to work together. Because in their opinion, since the Dragon King had entered the invincible territory, they could kill him with their own hands. The other party was just a guarantee. In fact, killing a Dragon King in the invincible territory, if they still needed to work together, it would be too embarrassing. Even if the Dragon King was a bit of a monster. Take the third prince for example, he directly gave his subordinates an angel army. This army had 500 universe masters with level 3 combat strength. With such strength, how could they not kill the Dragon King? In fact, the dozens of angels in the invincible region all had a powerful angel army given to them by the third prince. Each of them had 30 to 40 level 3 universe dominators. With this strength and this number, they could easily kill even a mad demon. The only difference was that the strength that the Dragon King had displayed was a little terrifying. If he could easily kill the mad demon restriction, they wouldn't be able to stop him if he dragged some angels with him before he died. Therefore, they were prepared to give the Dragon King some trouble. A treasure that could stabilize one's mind was extremely attractive to many experts in the invincible zone. If some experts knew that the Dragon King had such a treasure, they would definitely have ideas. And now that the Dragon King had displayed such strength and still dared to have ideas about him, he must be a top-tier mad devil in the invincible zone or an alliance. No matter which one it was, as long as someone attacked the Dragon King, it would definitely not be easy. Moreover, in the invincible zone there was another characteristic. The depths of the invincible zone could not be returned to one's own divine kingdom in an instant, because this place belonged to a void crack. If one wanted to return, one needed to break the restriction of the void crack. This restriction was not so easy to break. At the very least, it was very difficult to break even an expert who was at level 1 or 2, the ruler of the universe. Of course, if one was strong enough, he could still return to his divine kingdom in an instant. Therefore, they were not worried that the Dragon King would leave the invincible zone. Let's go. The group of angels looked at each other and flew out immediately, in the direction of the Taishui Demon King's lair. At the same time, news was spreading rapidly in the invincible zone. Wang Xian didn't know that the conspiracy against him in the invincible zone had begun. However, even if he knew, he would be happier. What was he doing here? He was here to look for resources. The reason why he came here in such a high-profile manner was to kill some people who were courting death and obtain their resources. One had to know that killing any one of them here could increase the combat strength of a level 3 universe dominator in the Dragon Palace. Why not? Wang Xian was also very confident in his own strength. He wasn't in his peak state when he killed the demon seal of madness. He hadn't summoned the accompanying spirit yet. Similarly, he hadn't summoned the 2 nether spirit avatars yet. During the battle, he didn't even rely on the power of the Tai Chi dragon disc. He flew slowly in the invincible region, and time passed day by day. The news of the Dragon King entering the invincible region had also spread throughout the invincible region. Those who had some information channels had all received this news, and at this moment it was located in the nest of the Tai Shui Demon King. The Tai Shui Demon Emperor occupied a territory due to his powerful strength. There were many disciples in his race, and among them were 10 universe masters with level 3 combat power. In the center of the Tai Shui Demon Emperor's nest, a god country was quietly floating there. Around this god country there were 10 god countries guarding it. Within the god countries guarded by 10 god countries, a very old-looking figure was sitting cross-legged on a throne. The figure's aura was extremely weak, as if he was going to age at any moment. Below, 10 universe masters with level 3 combat power stood there respectfully. Even the mad demon seal was killed by that Dragon King. The old figure's body trembled slightly and his expression was extremely unsightly. Father, according to the information we received, that Dragon King is flying towards us. Since he dares to come, we brothers will make sure he never returns. We will take revenge for you, Father. An old man in the middle said with a cold face. That's right. With the defense of our Tai Shui domain, as long as the Dragon King dares to come, the 10 of us will join hands and use the attacks from the domain to absolutely destroy the Dragon King. Another old man beside him said with a face full of killing intent. It's useless. The Dragon King is very terrifying, especially his defense. The frail old man on the throne was the Supreme Water Demon King. He had personally witnessed the Dragon King's strength. Facing the Dragon King, he couldn't even break through his opponent's defense. Father, don't we have a chance? Hearing the Supreme Water Demon King's words, the descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King said with slight dissatisfaction. With the combined strength of 10 of them and the power of the Supreme Water Domain, the Mad Demon could easily contend against them. Wait for my orders. The Supreme Water Demon King's expression changed as he ordered. At the same time, he took out the Universe AI and sent a message. When the Supreme Water Demon King's son heard his words, he didn't dare to have any objections and waited respectfully. The Supreme Water Demon King looked at the Universe AI and waited quietly for a reply. Go to the Huang River Phoenix. After half an hour, the Supreme Water Demon King raised his head. That Dragon King, he won't be able to leave the invincible region. Without us taking action, there will naturally be someone to destroy him. Oh, it's Father. The descendants of the Supreme Water Demon King were slightly stunned and immediately replied. The Huangshui Phoenix was the name of a domain. It was a domain occupied by the Phoenix race's water elemental Phoenix. It was also a treasure land left behind by a water elemental universe overlord. Very quickly, the disciples of the entire Supreme Water Demon King race began to move. The Grand Aquatic Demon King was the only clan in the Invincible Zone and also the only unusual creature. They left with such a big movement, which attracted the attention of many powerful people. They should be running away from that Dragon King. Has the son of the Grand Aquatic Demon King started to run away? Although the Grand Aquatic Demon King is dead, the 10 guys among his sons are also very powerful. When they join hands, they are not weaker than their father. However, the Dragon King is even more terrifying, so they still ran away. Some experts spread the news that the Dragon King has a treasure that can stabilize his intelligence. Is it true? This is very attractive to many experts. I don't know if it's true or not, but the temptation of this treasure is too strong. For many experts, it is a life-saving treasure. I think many experts are tempted. The commotion in the Water Demon King's domain caused many experts to discuss. At the same time, another piece of news quickly spread in the Invincible Domain. We're almost there. Wang Xian had been in the Invincible Zone for more than 2 months. He had some understanding of the situation in the Invincible Zone. There was a huge crack in the void in the Invincible Zone. There was a huge amount of energy gathered in it. There were all sorts of strange things that did not belong to the outside world. Of course, some places were also empty. After 2 months of flying, he had arrived in front of the territory of the Water Demon King. Looking at the buildings that remained here, there was no longer any life in them. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The Water Demon King and his children had escaped. Wang Xian opened the universe's artificial intelligence to take a look. There was no information on the universe's artificial intelligence. After all, there were too few creatures in the invincible zone. Moreover, those who stayed here were all old monsters. They rarely gossiped. Let's escape then. Let's continue to fly deeper. First, let's hunt some desolate beasts and space beasts. Wang Xian mumbled. This time, after entering this place, hunting desolate beasts and space beasts was his main target. This time, he didn't fly at a leisurely pace. Instead, he shuttled rapidly. He maintained the speed of a level 1 master of the universe. Even if he didn't reach his maximum speed, he was still keeping his speed as a trump card. However, even so, his speed was still extremely fast. Time flew by quickly once again. Wang Xian rarely met other creatures while flying in the invincible zone. Hey, there seems to be a gathering place ahead. After flying for half a month, a territory of buildings appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. There was a black tortoise-shaped mountain peak floating around in all directions. Black tortoise, the image of the black tortoise, the peak race. Is this the gathering place of the old monsters of the black tortoise race? Wang Xian guessed. There were many places where the experts of the invincible zone gathered. These places where the old monsters of the invincible zone could gather were also places where the divine kingdoms of the masters of the universe who had died in battle were gathered. This was because their divine kingdoms had been summoned over. After they died, they stayed here and formed a land of treasures. However, the position in front was obviously occupied by an old monster from a peak race. In the invincible zone, the old monsters from the peak race also had their own advantages. They would not kill each other. Instead, they would form an alliance. Wang Xian flew forward and planned to go around this area. There was no need to provoke the gathering place of the old monsters of the black tortoise race in the invincible zone. Someone is flying over here with a huge amount of dragon power. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian was about to go around this area, he was in this area. Lying on top of a pagoda and absorbing energy, Xuanwu opened his eyes and looked ahead. His eyes flickered slightly. It should be that Dragon King. Rumor has it that he has a treasure that can stabilize his mind. Is it true or false? Whether it's true or false, let's go and ask. At this moment, 2 other voices of communication came from the entire territory of the dilapidated divine kingdom. Xuanwu, who was lying on top of the pagoda, moved and flew straight ahead. At the same time, 6 old monsters of the Xuanwu clan flew towards Wang Xian from other locations. Wang Xian, who was flying, suddenly sensed the movements of the Xuanwu territory. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over immediately. In his line of sight, 7 Xuanwu were flying towards Wang Xian. Each of them had a powerful aura. However, in Wang Xian's eyes, they were a little weak. May I ask if you are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? One of the black tortoise looked at Wang Xian and asked directly. That's right. Wang Xian looked at them and stopped in midair. His eyes sparkled as he replied. If the 7 black tortoise had malicious intentions, he didn't mind killing them all. In the invincible zone, killing them wouldn't be a problem. It's rumored that you have a treasure that can stabilize one's mind. Can you sell some to us? We are willing to pay a high price to buy them. One of the black tortoise opened his mouth and asked. His eyes were twinkling as he sized up Wang Xian. A treasure that can stabilize one's mind? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. Who said that I have a treasure that can stabilize one's mind? Dragon King doesn't have one? Many experts in the invincible region have spread this news. A treasure that can stabilize one's mind is extremely useful to many experts in the invincible region. That Xuanwu stared at Wang Xian, trying to determine if his words were true or false. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Someone actually said that he had such a treasure? What was this? His eyes flickered slightly. However, Wang Xian did indeed have a treasure that could stabilize his mind. The fruit of the womb. The fruit of the womb could activate the spiritual intelligence of living beings. This was a fruit that grew from a branch of a universe knight. This fruit had always been of little value to Wang Xian. It didn't have much of an effect. Currently, there were thousands of such fruits on the ancestral tree of the Dragon Palace. Taking the fruit could awaken one's intelligence, and it could also stabilize one's mind. It was very useful for universe knights. And in the invincible region, there was no being above the level of a universe knight. Yes, there is, he answered, and a fruit appeared in his palm. Ha! The moment the Tachibana fruit appeared, the eyes of the 7 Xuanwu experts lit up. Their eyes were filled with a fiery aura. If you want to exchange for it, you can take out enough treasures, Wang Xian said with a smile. Another 10 Tachibana fruits floated in front of him. He wanted to see how strong the other party's willpower was. If it wasn't possible, it would be even better. Of course, this was also because Wang Xian was more principled. If it were anyone else who possessed his strength, they might have killed the experts of the Xuanwu clan as resources. Wang Xian couldn't do such a thing. Dragon King, what treasures do you wish to exchange for? The 7 Xuanwu experts suppressed the greed in their hearts and asked Wang Xian. 5 innate spiritual treasures, or 10 times more than the divine fruits of the same level. Wang Xian said with a smile. He was asking for too much. 5 innate spiritual treasures? Dragon King, your price is too high. This is merely a fruit at the peak of the universe night realm. His words made the 7 black tortoises breathing slow. This was a robbery. A fruit at the peak of the universe night realm was less than 1/10 of the value of an innate spiritual treasure. Now he needed 5 to exchange for 1 fruit. Although this fruit was more precious and had a great effect on the experts of the invincible region, this was too much of a scam. It's up to you whether you want to exchange or not, Wang Xian replied with a smile. All right, let's exchange. The 7 black tortoises looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and nodded their heads. They were all old freaks with 4 to 5 innate spiritual treasures in their hands. Some even had more than a dozen of them. It was still possible to exchange for 1. Most importantly, this fruit was too important to some experts, comparable to their lives. Hee. Wang Xian didn't expect the 7 black tortoise to really trade with him. 1 ordinary embryo fruit in exchange for 5 innate spiritual treasures. This was definitely a huge profit. It was a completely unfair trade. This could also be seen how important the ordinary embryo fruit was to some of the experts in the invincible region. Some of the old monsters in the invincible region had become stronger, but their realms had yet to break through. This would cause their state of mind to be unable to control their own strength. A treasure that could stabilize one's state of mind and strengthen one's state of mind was far more important than what Wang Xian had imagined. This was also the reason why the Angel clan had deliberately announced that the Dragon King possessed a treasure that could stabilize one's state of mind. If you guys still wish to continue the transaction, you can look for me on the Universal AI. After the transaction was completed, Wang Xian said to them with a smile on his face. All right. The 7 black tortoise experts squeezed out a smile and nodded their heads. Wang Xian nodded his head and continued flying forward. This Dragon King is asking for too much. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. There's nothing we can do about it. As they watched Wang Xian's figure leave, the 7 black tortoise experts shook their heads helplessly. The other party didn't force them to sell the fruit. However, this fruit is of great use to us. The energy of this fruit can enhance our intelligence. It is even more important to the top experts of the invincible region. A black tortoise expert sized up the fruits in his hand. His eyes were sparkling. For top experts, 1 fruit is not enough. It would be best if there are more than 10 of them, or even more. One of the experts beside him hesitated for a moment and carefully stored the fruit. The price is too high. Spread the news that the Dragon King has a mind-stabilizing spiritual fruit. One of the black tortoise experts curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said indifferently. The other black tortoise experts nodded with a smile and a twinkle in their eyes. In any case, there were already experts in the invincible region who spread the news that the Dragon King had a mind-stabilizing spiritual treasure. It was no big deal for them to spread the news again. They were also prepared to spread the news about the price. As for whether the other experts in the invincible zone wanted to buy it or snatch it, they couldn't care less. Their actions were also an expression of their dissatisfaction towards Wuxia. The price was too high. There might not be anyone who would carry out the transaction. Instead, they would carry out snatching. Wuxia flew towards the depths of the invincible zone. The 7 black tortoise experts had already spread the news to the experts they were familiar with. Furthermore, it was passed to the circle of the powerhouses from the other peak races in the invincible zone. However, when the news that the Dragon King had a treasure that could stabilize his mind was confirmed, it caused quite a number of people to be shocked. However, when they saw the price that the Dragon King was selling, their faces turned black. A divine fruit of the peak level of a universe knight actually requires 5 innate spiritual treasures to exchange for it. Isn't this too underhanded? This is too much. This is indeed too much. This level of fruit, the more we can get, the better. For those top-tier warriors, we need at least a dozen or so, exchanging for 60 to 70 upper sky spiritual treasures. This price is too expensive for top-tier warriors. Looks like Dragon Palace Dragon King has a lot of these god fruits. If he had more, wouldn't he be able to make crazy demons who have lost their minds recover? In the invincible zone, some experts were discussing among themselves. The divine fruits that could stabilize one's mind and improve one's state of mind were very useful to many experts, especially for top-tier or even crazy demon-level existences. If a crazy demon could get a lot of divine fruits, he might even have a chance to get out of his current state and regain his mind. The experts were speculating. This news was spreading little by little in the invincible zone. A bunch of old monsters from the peak races were the first to receive this news. After that, it was spread to other places. Wuxia continued to fly deeper into the invincible zone. He would need to fly for about a year to reach the end of the invincible zone's diameter. I didn't expect the Dragon King to really have a treasure that can stabilize his mind. He even made a trade. To offer such a high price, the Dragon King is simply courting death. In the void of the invincible zone, the eyes of more than a dozen old monsters from the Angel clan lit up when they received the news. They had just casually fabricated a lie, but the lie turned out to be the truth. That was a great benefit to them. The Dragon King had the divine fruit that could stabilize his mind, and the price was so high. In the invincible region, there were many experts who didn't want to pay such a high price. If they captured the Dragon King and even killed him, wouldn't all the treasures belong to them? Of course, in the invincible region, there weren't many who could kill the Dragon King in a one-on-one. The Dragon King was indeed very strong. He could kill the mad demon Prohibition. However, he couldn't resist the combined efforts of the old monsters. He couldn't resist the trump cards of the old monsters. Next, I might have to be a little more careful. At the same time, Wuxia, who was flying in the invincible zone, muttered to himself with a smile on his face. He reckoned that he had revealed the treasure that he had in his hands to stabilize his mind. Similarly, he had deliberately sold it at a high price. When the time came, he could kill anyone who came to snatch the treasure. However, Wuxia had already revealed a little of his strength. He had to be careful next. He had to prevent the sneak attacks of some old monsters. He continued flying forward. A month later, there was an area left behind by the dilapidated kingdom of God. This was an area that was filled with flames. The entire area was completely engulfed in flames. In the middle of the flames, there were numerous gigantic meteorites. These meteorites were also emitting high temperatures. The energy of the fire attribute is very active. This is a treasured land. There should be some old monsters from the invincible zone cultivating and surviving here. Wuxia looked ahead. His eyes were sparkling. He didn't stop and flew straight ahead. There are experts who came to our area. Their bodies are emitting the pressure of the divine dragon. We can confirm that the purebred divine dragon is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In the invincible zone, the location of some of the experts could be known in advance once someone entered. Wuxia didn't hide anything and was immediately discovered. More than a dozen demons in this area immediately emerged from the gigantic meteorites. This area was called the Sea of Demons. From the name, one could tell that this was the position occupied by the old demons from the peak race. Demons were mainly of the fire and darkness attributes. More than a dozen demons could immediately tell from Wang Xian's aura that he was the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This Dragon King has a treasure that can stabilize his mind. The price for it is very high. Furthermore, with his strength, we won't be able to kill him even if we join forces. More than 10 demons immediately communicated with each other. Their pairs of demon eyes stared greedily at Wang Xian's figure. Let's not make a move first. Check the direction he is heading towards. We are familiar with the invincible zone, one of the demons said while his eyes flickered. Wang Xian flew past the sea of demons and nothing happened. This made him raise his eyebrows. He didn't stay any longer and continued to fly deeper into the sea. He was going to hunt some desolate beasts and space beasts when he entered the deeper part of the sea. There were many desolate beasts and space beasts in the invincible region. Among them, there were thousands of level 3 masters of the universe. Let's follow the trail and follow behind. More than 10 demons sent a voice transmission when they saw Wang Xian leaving. Their demonic eyes shone with a blood-red luster. Without any hesitation, they flew directly in the direction where Wang Xian disappeared. Every peak race had their own terrifying aspects. The strength of demons lay in their physical bodies, demonic eyes, and demonic wings. Their eyes possessed powerful abilities. Although Wang Xian's figure had disappeared, they could still trace him through the traces. This Dragon King's speed is too fast. We can't keep up with him at all. We might lose him in a few days. After flying for more than 10 minutes, a demon frowned slightly and said, "His speed is comparable to a real master of the universe. We need to borrow other treasures. Let's go get on the ship. In addition, to prevent accidents, we have to make some plans." A demon waved his arm and a dark ship appeared in front of them. The ship had a huge sail with demon wings painted on it. This was a true treasure at the level of a Khanate true treasure. A true treasure that could help with speed. Sitting on the demon ship and injecting energy, it could burst out with great speed. Okay. A dozen demons immediately flew onto the ship. Contact the other circles in Invincible region and see if they are interested. If I remember correctly, if we continue to fly deeper, we should be able to meet an area occupied by an old monster of the skeleton race, right? Contact them, a demon said. Wang. At this time, the demon ship started to move and the demon wings on the sail started to flutter strangely. The devil ship instantly erupted with a speed that wasn't any slower than a universe ruler realm warrior. The traces of the Dragon King over here are very heavy. Let's lower our speed. Don't be discovered. A few hours later, a devil's blood-red eyes stared ahead, speaking to the devil ship's master. All right. The devil nodded, lowering his speed slightly. The Dragon King hasn't changed his direction. 3 days later, he should be able to reach the territory occupied by the old monsters of the Skeleton Clan. The old monsters of the Skeleton Clan are willing to take action. At the same time, the top-tier experts of our invincible territory, the Star Barbarian Skeleton leader of the Skeleton Clan, will also take action. When the time comes, they will ask us to split it 50-50. Okay, we agree. In order to prevent accidents, let the Skeleton Clan's experts welcome us. The position in front of us can no longer be returned to the Divine Kingdom in an instant. At this moment, a few old demons beside them were conversing. More than a dozen demons had already made their plans. At the same time, in a faraway place in front of them, in the void, 3 incomparably huge space beast skeletons were floating. These 3 space beast skeletons no longer had any energy on them, but their huge bodies covered a huge area. Especially one of the space behemoths. Although its black skin had lost its energy, it still retained it and covered a large area. This was a treasure land, occupied by the old monsters of the skeleton race. At this time, 7 to 8 skeletons quickly flew out from under the cover of a space behemoth skeleton in the center. The ghostly flames in their eyes were dancing, and their bodies were emitting a dark aura. Chirp, chirp. Soon, an incomparably huge skeleton bird appeared below the 8 powerhouses of the skeleton race. The skeleton bird carried them and disappeared in an instant. In the void of the invincible zone, Wang Xian was shuttling back and forth rapidly. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were sparkling, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the invincible zone, there were people who claimed that they had a treasure that could stabilize their minds. He added fuel to the fire by making this matter public and even quoted an extremely high price for the transaction. This kind of behavior was simply courting death in the eyes of some old monsters in the invincible zone. This kind of behavior was extremely dangerous. Wang Xian also knew that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, after the transaction with the Xuanwu clan was completed, he had been vigilant in his surroundings. When he was flying, he would have one of his nether spirit avatars hide behind him and blend into the space meteorite. He would monitor the back. Furthermore, whenever he encountered a complicated terrain in front of him, he would have another nether spirit avatars check it out. If he was on his guard, the chances of him ambushing him would be reduced by more than half. However, at this moment, the nether spirit avatars behind him sent a message. A dark ship was following his tracks. On the dark ship, the ghost avatar saw the silhouette of a demon. A dark ship. A demon. This made Wang Xian instantly recall that when he passed by that area, there was no movement from that area. It wasn't that there was no movement, but that the demon was following behind him. It was definitely not a good thing for them to follow behind him so sneakily. They must be following me to consume the fruit of the womb. They didn't make any trade with me, so they must be trying to snatch it from me. The demons have a strong tracking ability. Furthermore, they didn't make a move immediately. Do they feel that they don't have the ability, or do they want me to go deeper? It would be very difficult or even impossible for them to break through this void crack and return to their divine kingdom. Or are they waiting for someone? Are they collaborating with other experts? Wang Xian analyzed but didn't make a move immediately. He stopped in the void and moved his body. Another nether spirit clone flew forward. He lowered his speed to the level of a level 3 overlord in the universe. In this way, the nether spirit clone could maintain a certain distance from him. With this method, Wang Xian continued to fly. The Dragon King's speed has decreased. We have to slow down. At the back, the demon controlling the demon ship stared ahead and suddenly spoke, causing the speed of the demon ship to drop drastically. The rest of the demons nodded and observed their surroundings carefully. Time passed little by little. The skeleton race experts in front were closing in quickly. Behind them, more than a dozen old monsters of the demon race were maintaining a certain speed as they followed behind. There are skeleton race experts in front and there are demon race experts behind. Interesting. They really want to snatch the treasure. They are going to join forces to attack. 2 days later, the nether spirit avatar in front returned immediately after seeing the skeleton race experts in front. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. It was time to reap the rewards. It was time to reap the rewards. Wang Xian floated in the void and did not continue flying. He stood there indifferently, sensing the situation around him. It was already difficult for him to return to his cosmos god nation in the surrounding void. He needed 5 to 6 seconds to open the void crack and exit. The reason for this was due to the space behemoths. The space behemoths did not have their own cosmos god country. It could be said that their own bodies were their own god countries and the source of their energy. Hence, they could not escape immediately, and some space behemoths had special abilities and special spaces. For example, the Kuan domain of the Kuan could not escape back to their own god countries within the Kun domain. In the invincible domain, there were remnants of the special substance of the space behemoths that had fallen during the Great War. Perfect. If those guys want to escape, they can only rely on flying. Wang Xian smiled. He swept his gaze across the front and back and turned his body sideways. Then the Dragon King has stopped. Then the Dragon King has stopped. Has he stopped? Did he discover us? However, the Star Barbarian Skeleton and the rest of the Skeleton Clan are only a minute away from us. That Dragon King cannot escape. Brother Aslai Shan, control your demon ship and speed up. At the back, when Wang Xian stopped, the 15 demons saw something through their eyes and immediately shouted, "We have contacted the leader of the Star Barbarian Skeletons and the rest. They are about to meet us." It is difficult for us to break through space and escape back to our divine kingdom. The Dragon King is dead. The Dragon King is too arrogant and arrogant. Forget it. We can only blame him for having the treasure in his hands. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill him easily. There are 15 of us, including the Star Barbarian Skeleton Leader and the other 8, especially the Star Barbarian Skeleton Leader. The skeleton army under his command is very terrifying. With our strength, with Big Brother Asli Shan and the Star Barbarian Skeleton Leader, it shouldn't be a problem for us to kill the Dragon King. The eyes of the demons shone as they said confidently. If they joined hands, it would be very terrifying. The other side had the unrivaled territory's top-tier old monster, the Star Barbarian Skeleton Leader, and they also had the powerful Asli Mountain Demons. There were more than 20 unrivaled territory experts and 2 peak race experts. It was easy to kill an old monster. Although the Dragon King could easily kill the Mad Hex, they also had the strength to kill the Dragon King. One had to know that they were joining forces with the Skeleton Clan. The Skeleton Clan's Skeleton Sea tactic could easily exhaust the experts to death, coupled with the fact that they were attacking from the side. They didn't know how they would lose this battle. We've seen the Dragon King. They haven't escaped yet. They're really confident. They're actually waiting for us. Very soon, the demon from Mount Asli, who was controlling the demon ship, saw the figure floating in the void in front of them. Excitement burst out from his demon eyes. He's here. Wuxia, who was standing in the void, swept his gaze to the left. His gaze swept across the 15 demons on the demon ship, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shifted his gaze to the right. There, an incomparably huge skeleton bird was flying. In the sky above the skeleton bird, 8 skeletons were standing there quietly. One of the skeletons was holding a huge black sword and was standing in the middle. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, huh? What a coincidence. The demon from Mount Asli controlled the demon ship and slowly stopped in the air. He was sizing up Wuxia with a smile on his face. What a coincidence. Wuxia looked at Mount Asli, who had the wings of the demon. It was extremely sturdy and had a deep aura. A faint smile appeared on his face. Chirp, chirp. On the right side, the skeleton bird stopped in midair and let out a cry. The 8 skeleton experts on it did not make a move. I heard that the Dragon King has the divine fruits to stabilize his mind. I wonder if you can give all of them to us. The blood-red light in the eyes of the demon from Mount Asli slowly seeped out. His entire body slowly expanded. The aura of the demon spread out in all directions. The 14 demons in the surroundings moved their bodies and flew to the side. They flapped their gigantic demon wings and slowly surrounded them. Hee, I heard that the heads of the demons are pretty good decorations. I can exchange the divine fruits for your heads. Wuxia replied with a smile when he heard Mount Asli's words. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like we have to take it ourselves? Asli Shan flapped his demonic wings when he heard his words. His eyes revealed a sinister look as he laughed sinisterly. Asli Shan, you guys are talking too much nonsense. I still want another divine dragon skeleton. The leader of the Star Barbarians, who was standing in the middle of the skull bird on the right side, said flatly. Walla-lala. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 skeletons beside him immediately flew around. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared in front of everyone. Behind them, countless skeletons appeared out of thin air behind them. With a glance, there was not a single editor in sight. The strongest skeletons were the flying skeleton birds, the skeleton beasts lying on the ground, and the skeleton mages holding magic staffs that looked sinister and strange. These skeleton mages were burning with black hellfire. The Hellfire Corps and the Skeleton Navy Corps were the symbols of the skeleton race. Hellfire represented long range and the Skeleton Sea represented close combat. They were all using human sea tactics. Behind each skeleton old monster, the army had a range of over 100 million kilometers, especially the skeleton army of the Central Star Barbarian Skeleton Leader. One glance couldn't even see the end of it. The 10 skeletons around him, each of their auras were no weaker than an ordinary universe ruler level 3 warrior. Even after witnessing the skeleton race's 15 powerful demons, their eyes were filled with shock. It was one of the top battle rules of the clan. Never engage in a 1v1 battle with a skeleton. At the same level, the probability of the skeleton clan being invincible was higher. They really came prepared. Skeleton C demon very good. I will take the head of the demon. Skeleton C, I will destroy it. Wang Xian looked at the skeleton C on his right and his eyes sparkled. This was the first time he was facing an expert from the skeleton race. It was really a tactic of using a sea of people. It was overwhelming in terms of numbers. The combined strength of these guys was much stronger than the Mad Demon prohibition. However, there was one thing. Unless they attacked at the same time, otherwise, arrogant, TSK, TSK, TSK. Today, I will bury your Dragon King in the invincible zone. The group of demons stared at Wang Xian coldly. Waves of demonic wind formed behind him. Boom, 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 boom. Demonic wind formed on the left side, and a terrifying dark storm enveloped the entire space. 15 demonic experts, each of them containing a powerful aura. Demonic ship. The Aslai mountain demon let out a low growl, and with a wave of his hand, the demonic ship floated in the storm and rapidly expanded. The demon ship, which was originally 1,000 meters in size, seemed to have expanded by tens of thousands of times in the face of the wind. The entire ship was emitting a dark luster. The demon wings on the sails seemed to have survived as they flapped slightly. A terrifying energy was brewing. Kill! On the right side, the star barbarian skeleton leader slowly raised the giant sword in his hand and let out a cold sound. Roar! Crack! Kill! 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 In an instant, countless skeleton armies behind him let out roars. Kill! 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 The other 7 skeleton experts also let out a furious roar. Demonic wind. Engulf. The 15 demons from Mount Aslai let out a furious roar as the terrifying demonic wind swept towards Wang Xian. The demonic ship in the middle was emitting a deep and heart-palpitating luster as it locked onto Wang Xian. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the demonic wind that was attacking him first. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. The combined strength of the surrounding demons and skeletons was definitely stronger than the Mad Demon prohibition. However, to Wang Xian, the Mad Demon prohibition was even harder to deal with. This was because the attack of the forbidden spell of madness was able to break through the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate without Wang Xian's blessing. However, if they wanted to break through the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, they would need the combined attack of most of the demons and skeletons. Once the attacks were scattered or launched one after another, it would be impossible to break through the defense of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. It was the same for the skeleton army. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was very different from ordinary innate defensive treasures. It had its own life force and was formed by Wang Xian's light and darkness avatars. It didn't need to be controlled or consumed to be able to erupt with terrifying strength. Unlike other innate treasures, it didn't need to be controlled. All of you will die. Crash! Wang Xian moved his body and the incipient Saint Wings appeared behind him. In an instant, he attacked the 15 demons. His speed was at its maximum. Other than the demon from Mount Aslai who could clearly see Wang Xian's speed, it was difficult to see the rest. Bang! Wang Xian, who was flying, held the 5 elements millstone in his hand and took the lead to meet the demon's ship. The 5 elements millstone grew bigger and smashed towards the demon ship. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. The entire Tai Chi Dragon Disc was sent flying backward. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc circled around his body. Wang Xian completely ignored the attack of the demon wind and locked onto the demons one by one. What? At this moment, the demon from Mount Aslai spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack from the innate treasure, the demon's ship, had struck his body, causing him to be injured. However, he was even more shocked by Wang Xian's terrifying speed. The demon's wind was, after all, one of the powerful means of the 15 demons. Even if this attack was not their best, it could still be ranked among the best. Coupled with his demon's ship, he would have to use all his strength to block even the Mad Demon restriction. However, what about the Dragon King? He would fly over, ignore the devil's wind, and send the demon ship flying? No matter how strong he was, in their calculations, the Dragon King would have to resist there. Once he resisted, the skeleton sea of the skeleton clan would be able to instantly surround the Dragon King. Then They would use the skeleton C tactic to continuously surround and attack from the side. They were very confident that they could exhaust him to death. One had to know that meticulously was comparable to the old scholar Tai Shui Monster King's level. As for the star barbarian skeleton leader from the skeleton clan, his strength was close to the mad demon level. Even if he was not a match for the mad demon restriction, he was not too afraid of it. What terrifying speed! This is bad. This Dragon King is trying to break them one by one. This is bad. The Sly Mountain Demon's expression changed drastically. Leader of the Star Barbarian Skeletons, make your move. We cannot be broken one by one. He quickly shouted at the leader of the Star Barbarian Skeletons opposite him. Kill! When the leader of the Star Barbarian Skeletons saw Wuxia making his move and seeing his terrifying speed, the ghostly fire in his pupils kept jumping. Immediately he let out a loud roar. He held the huge black sword in his hand and flew over directly. Crack, 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 kill. At the side, the other 7 skeleton experts followed from the left and right and charged over. The entire skeleton Navy Corps followed behind them. In my opinion, you guys are worse off than that crazy demon seal. You're courting death. Wuxia flapped his incorporeal holy wings and locked onto a demon. He flew over at a terrifying speed. With Wuxia's speed, he wasn't afraid of being besieged the most. Furthermore, they had yet to form a siege formation. They were simply courting death. Oh no, the Dragon King's target is me. Demon Nightmare, control. Nightmare Starry Sky kill. The expression of the skeleton powerhouse who was attacked by Wuxia changed drastically. A blood-red energy surged towards Wuxia from his demon eyes. Flash. However, Wuxia did not dodge at all. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around his body, and his arms turned into dragon claws. Not good, support the Blackstone flame. The pupils of the other 14 demons contracted. They flapped their demonic wings, and weapons appeared in their hands one after another. They slashed in Wuxia's direction at the same time. However, in Wuxia's eyes, their speed was too slow. The strength of this group of old demons from the Invincible region was at most comparable to 3 to 4 ordinary level 3 masters of the universe. It would be easy for them to fight against a level 1 master of the universe together. However, Wuxia was in existence who could fight against a level 2 master of the universe. Especially when it came to speed, he was a level and a half higher than them. Under his speed, the demons couldn't keep up at all. The energy on the dragon claw churned and the destructive force of the 5 elements was applied to the arm, crushing the demon nightmare directly. Boom! The dragon claw swept across and the demon was caught in his hand. Roar! 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 The 5 elements millstone flew out from Wuxia's body. It emitted the roar of the divine dragon and headed straight for the demon. Bang! One move, instant kill. The first one. Wuxia smiled faintly. His pair of dragon eyes stared at the next demon as he charged straight for the demon. With the activation of the Inoriginator Holy Wings, he disappeared once again. Oh no, let's join forces to defend. Hold on, hold on. When the demon from Mount Aslai saw one of his comrades being killed, his expression changed drastically as he roared loudly. Demon protection. Demon wings. Protect yourself. Demon Lotus. The 14 demons roared furiously as they closed in quickly. Layers of defense rose up. Break! Wuxia held the 5 elements millstone in his hand. He circulated his energy and condensed it into a destructive sword that attacked the defense. Crack! Crack! The destructive sword landed and all the defense collapsed immediately. Crash! Wuxia flapped his incorporeal holy wings and his body swayed. In an instant, he transformed into the body of a divine dragon and attacked. It's over. When Wuxia transformed into the body of the divine dragon and attacked them, the eyes of a Sly Mountain and the rest of the demons were filled with fear. The strength of the Dragon King was far beyond their imagination. This strength is at the level of a universe knight? How is this possible? It's 1 level higher than those crazy old demons. It's simply unbelievable. The Sly Mountain demon couldn't help but roar in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. Pinnacle Universe Knight. How strong could he be? The crazy demon level in their eyes was already at the pinnacle of the universe. Even the other pinnacle races, those mutated beings, weren't as monstrous as the Dragon King before them. He ignored the attacks of the 15 powerhouses. He easily killed one of their companions. This strength made their bodies tremble. Roar! Wuxia let out a wild roar. The 5 elements millstone fused into his body and his dragon tail swept out. The current Wuxia had the innate supreme treasure, dragon eyes, in his pupils. A water elemental innate supreme treasure had also fused into his body. With the 2 innate supreme treasures and the current Wuxia, he had almost unleashed 90% of his trump cards. The Tai Chi dragon disc, the 5 elements grinding mill, and the speed of the incorporeal holy wings. At present, other than the accompanying elf and the netherworld ghost avatar, Wuxia had taken out everything else. It was even stronger than when he used the mad demon restriction back then. The main reason was to prevent the 15 demons from joining hands with the 8 powerhouses of the skeleton clan. Before the other party could react, he had to destroy the powerhouses of the demon clan. Once they were destroyed, the 8 powerhouses of the skeleton clan would not be able to survive either. Boom! Defend! The dragon tail swept over and the remaining 14 demons roared in terror and despair. The energy defense that they emitted was blocked. They could only use their physical bodies to defend themselves. The demonic wings protected their bodies and blocked the attacks. Boom! However, Wuxia's sweep landed on the 5 demons first. The destructive power and the terrifying power of the divine dragon caused the auras of the 5 demons to disappear instantly. Blood Shielan? Our ancestors have descended into the protection of the demons. When the demons at the back saw their 5 companions being killed instantly, their hearts tightened and they roared with all their might. Bang! 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 A few loud bangs rang out consecutively. It was useless. Their defense was completely useless. Wuxia's own attacks had the support of the 5 elements grinding. Even a level 2 master of the universe had to put up a full-strength resistance. They couldn't even reach the level 1 masters of the universe. How could they resist? 4 loud bangs rang out consecutively. Another 4 demons were killed. The demon called a Sly Mountain didn't fight head-on. The moment Wuxia stopped attacking the other demons, he escaped from the range of the dragon tail. The other demons also fled in a hurry. They could not resist. At this moment, they understood that the gap was too big. The Dragon King was not someone they could surround and kill, even if there were powerhouses from the skeleton race. Even if they surrounded the Dragon King, he understood now that he would definitely not be able to kill the Dragon King. Instead, he would be killed instead. However, it was too late. Kill! At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Wuxia instantly sensed a powerful attack coming towards him. Oh! Sensing this attack, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This attack was very powerful. Some of it was much stronger than those of the Supreme Water Demon King's level. He turned his dragon head and saw an attack coming towards him. A sword attack from the leader of the Star Barbarians was charging towards him with a surge of energy. Amidst the traces of the sword, ferocious and terrifying skeletons emerged from the sword ray. The terrifying sword ray was over 100 million kilometers long. Over 100 million kilometers, more than 1 billion skeletons emerged from the sword ray. They attacked Wuxia in unison. This attack was very strange and terrifying. The reinforcements from the leader of the Star Barbarian Skeleton are here. The leader of the Star Barbarian Skeleton is so strong. He is much stronger than we expected. Good, good, good. At the front, the remaining 5 demon powerhouses saw the attack from the leader of the Star Barbarian Skeleton, and their eyes lit up with hope. Magnificent dragon horns. Wuxia looked at the sword radiance and the dragon horns emitted a radiance. Boom. A 9-colored radiance and 2 extremely resplendent dragon horns surrounded by the phantom of a divine dragon. They went straight for the sword radiance. Boom. 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 The dragon horns collided with the sword radiance and the skeleton that emerged from the sword radiance collapsed rapidly. You guys from the skeleton clan, don't be anxious. After I kill the guys from the demon clan, it will be your turn, Wuxia said calmly. He flapped his incipient saint wings and lightning flashed on them. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Xian ignored the skeleton race experts who were charging at him. He continued to attack the remaining 5 demons. No, 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 no. Leader of the Star Barbarian skeleton race, save us. Once we are killed, it will be difficult for you guys to escape. One of the demons felt that death was enveloping him. He shouted at the skeleton race experts with a terrified expression. They were completely no match for the skeleton clan. The only thing they could count on now was the skeleton clan's experts. It's too late. Do you think that I don't know that you bunch of death-seeking fellows have been following me from behind? Wang Xian said with a face full of mockery. His dragon claws clawed at the demon. Ah! The miserable shriek was instantly heard. Wang Xian didn't have the slightest fluctuation as he continued to lock onto the next demon. Run, run, run. At this moment, the remaining 4 skeletons roared with despair on their faces. They had completely lost their will to fight and turned around to escape. The demon's body trembled violently. With a wave of his arm, the demon's ship appeared in front of him. He sat on it and tried his best to escape into the distance. Crash. Wang Xian flapped his wings violently and the 5 elements millstone appeared in the middle of his 2 wings. Under the flapping of the Primalist Saint wings, the 5 elements millstone attacked the demon of Asriel Mountain at an extremely terrifying speed. Hellfire burn. Behind Wang Xian, the leader of the Star Barbarian skeletons and the rest saw the scene. The ghostly fire in the hole was throbbing nonstop as if they had encountered something terrifying. The leader of the Star Barbarian skeletons roared and brandished the huge sword in his hand in front of him. The other 7 skeletons also unleashed powerful attacks that were aimed at Wang Xian. Buzz. Wang Xian's body trembled as waves of energy surged into the Tai Chi dragon plate. The shadow of the Tai Chi dragon plate was behind him, blocking the attacks of the hellfire and the rest. Bang! In front of him, the demons of Mount Asli who were fleeing felt a great sense of terror. The massive 5 elements millstone collided with the demon ship once again. The difference was that this time, he felt a terrifying suction force coming from behind him. He felt as if the ship was spinning in circles. The 5 elements millstone began to revolve. Buzz! Buzz! The 5 elements grinding mill was operating as a terrifying energy tore apart the entire demon ship. An innate treasure was not something that Wang Xian could destroy with his strength. However, the energy from the destruction of the 5 elements surged into the demon ship and corroded it. The demon from Mount Asli, who was on the demon ship, trembled violently as a look of despair appeared in his eyes. Run! He let out a crazy roar and abandoned the demon ship, fleeing into the distance. Roar! However, the moment he fled, 5 divine dragons drilled out of the 5 elements millstone and attacked him. The strength of the 5 elements millstone was comparable to an ordinary mad demon in the invincible region. And a mad demon could kill the demon of Mount Asli. Faced with the attack of the 5 elements millstone, there was no way for him to dodge. No, no, no. A desperate roar was heard. At this moment, the demon from the Asraya mountain had completely collapsed. Roar! Roar! The 5 divine dragons bit his body and pulled him directly to the top of the 5 elements millstone. Crash! At the side, Wang Xian was swaying his huge dragon body. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings and killed all the other demons easily. They had no way of resisting at all. Oh no, leader! That Dragon King is very strong. Oh no, the 15 demons of the demon race were killed so easily. Leader, this Dragon King is not someone we can deal with. Once they die, we will not be their match. At this moment, the 8 skeleton race experts at the back saw this scene. Their ghostly flames were jumping violently and were filled with fear. They were prepared to join forces with the 15 demons to deal with the Dragon King, forcing him to take out the treasure that could stabilize his mind. In the end, the 15 demons were easily killed by the Dragon King. Although these 15 demons were not as strong as them, they were not much weaker than them. However, they were easily killed by the Dragon King. The strength of the Dragon King's battle line also shocked them. Run! The Star Barbarian skeleton leader saw this scene and the ghost fire in his eyes kept jumping. He didn't hesitate and ordered immediately. Run! The Dragon King's strength wasn't their match. The Star Barbarian skeleton leader thought that he could fight against a mad demon with the 7 skeleton warriors. But the Dragon King in front of him was even more terrifying than a mad demon. This went against their understanding. How could a Universe Knight level powerhouse be able to unleash such terrifying combat strength? Whoosh! 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 The leader of the Star Barbarian skeleton's mind was racing, but his movements were not slow. He was running away quickly. Since you are here, don't even think about escaping. All of you can stay here. Wuxia noticed the 8 skeleton powerhouses who were trying to escape. His eyes revealed a cold expression. Whoosh! He flapped his primoless holy wings and chased after them at a speed that was several times faster than theirs. Leader, that Dragon King's speed is very fast. He can easily catch up to us. One of the skeleton experts could not help but take a glance at the back. In an instant, he shouted in horror, "Skeleton army, defend!" The leader of the Star Barbarian skeleton could sense that the Dragon King was getting closer and closer to them. He shouted loudly, "Skeleton army kill! My minions kill!" The other 7 skeleton experts immediately ordered their subordinates to attack Wuxia. Crack! 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 Roar! Roar! The rest of the skeletons did not dare to resist the order given by the skeleton experts. Flames danced in their eyes as they stared at the sky. With their strength, they could not lock onto Wuxia at all. However, with the control of the 8 skeleton experts, they immediately launched their attacks upwards. Boom! 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 Hellfire burn! In an instant, the endless skeletons launched their attacks, covering the entire area. The densely packed attacks caused the entire space to change color. More ants could kill an elephant. When all kinds of energy were gathered together, the power was extremely terrifying. However, there was still a huge gap between Wuxia and the skeleton navy. Let's take the skeleton navy corps and test out the strongest attack of the 5 elements millstone. Wuxia flapped his wings. The Tai Chi dragon coiling around him blocked the densely packed attacks. He waved his dragon claws and the 5 elements millstone flew over immediately. Wuxia opened his dragon head, and a surge of energy from the 5 elements surged into the 5 elements millstone. At the same time, the 5 elements millstone began to spin. As it spun, it grew larger and larger. The divine dragon on the 5 elements millstone began to turn illusory and gradually turned into a grayish, destructive color. At this moment, the 5 elements millstone seemed to have undergone a transformation and turned into a terrifying world-destroying millstone. A force that made one's heart palpitate and despair fell forward. What kind of attack is this? Feeling the power from the 5 elements millstone, the Star Barbarian skeleton leader's body trembled. At this moment, the 5 elements millstone had already reached a size of over 100 million kilometers. It was far larger than a universe planet. The entire millstone was filled with destructive power. 1. The 5 elements millstone quickly revolved. The destructive power was heading towards the skeleton army. Roar! Countless skeletons in the skeleton army raised their heads and looked at the world-destroying millstone in the sky in horror. Boom! As the 5 elements millstone's attack landed, it was accompanied by a terrifying impact. The 5 elements millstone was like a meat grinder, and all the skeletons within its range were rapidly collapsing. Their bodies were turned into pieces, completely turning into dried-up bones. The terrifying attack had caused half of the skeleton army and countless skeleton soldiers to die. Hiss, run, run. This Dragon King isn't someone we can deal with. Run. The 8 skeleton experts were completely terrified when they saw the scene, and they didn't have the slightest desire to fight. The skeleton's strongest technique was their skeleton army. It was their enormous sea of skeletons. The powerhouses of the skeleton clan were confident that they could fight against 2 or even 3 powerhouses of the same level because they relied on their skeleton army. However, half of the skeleton army of the 8 powerhouses had been destroyed by the Dragon King's attack. Such a powerful ability was simply not at the level of a Universe Knight's attack. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. He is indeed very strong. Wuxia looked at the power of the 5 elements annihilation plate. His eyes sparkled. He flapped his incipient holy wings and quickly chased after the 8 skeleton experts. Without the skeleton army, the skeleton experts were not very strong among those of the same level. Wang Xian locked onto the leader of the Star Barbarian skeleton with a huge black sword in his hand. His dragon claws clawed at it directly. Get lost! The leader of the Star Barbarian skeletons sensed that Wang Xian was attacking him. He slashed with his huge sword. As the sword ray was slashed out, countless skeletons seemed to emerge from the sword ray and lunged at Wang Xian. Buzz! Wang Xian's dragon horn glowed and easily destroyed the sword ray. His speed instantly increased and his dragon claws appeared above his head. Bang! The dragon claw clawed downwards. The leader of the Star Barbarians raised his head and looked up. The ghost fire in his eyes was extremely dim. We shouldn't have come to hunt the Dragon King. His heart was filled with regret. However, regret was useless. Bang! A terrifying energy attacked his life fire and destroyed all of his life force. Leader of the Star Barbarians. The other 7 skeletons shouted in despair when they saw this. It's your turn. However, at this moment, a calm voice was heard. Destruction had arrived. This was not a battle of the same level. It was much easier than when he was fighting against the ban on madness. However, he had performed soul capture on the other skeletons. Due to the huge difference in strength, he had successfully performed soul capture and obtained a lot of information. Roar! At the side, on the 5 elements grinding mill, the 5 elements divine dragons intertwined together and spewed out a long river of destruction, extinguishing the life flames of the other skeleton armies. All the skeletons were destroyed. The demons and skeletons that surrounded and killed Wang Xian were all dead. Hee. The harvest this time is not bad. Wang Xian, who was floating in the void, swept his gaze across the surrounding void and revealed a smile. The energy contained in each of the 15 demons he killed was 2 to 3 times, or even 3 to 4 times, that of an ordinary level 3 universe dominator. The energy contained in the highest demon of Mountesly was more than 10 times that of an ordinary expert of the same level. As for the 8 skeleton experts among their skeleton army, there were 30 skeleton subordinates of a level 3 universe dominator. Adding on their corpses, this harvest alone was enough to increase the Dragon King by 70 to 80 level 3 universe dominator experts. This harvest is too great. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. This trip to the invincible zone was the right one. This was only the beginning. One had to know that there were thousands of desolate beasts and space beasts in the invincible zone. If they were all eliminated, it would be extremely terrifying for the improvement of the Dragon Palace. After collecting all the corpses, he swept his gaze across the 2 innate treasures in front of him. One was the demon ship. The other was a huge sword. Wang Xian took the huge sword and waved it gently. Within the sword ray that he waved out, skeletons came out one by one. These skulls were no different from the real ones. This was an extremely powerful innate treasure. Similarly, the demon ship was also extremely useful. After putting away the 2 innate treasures, Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and flew deeper into the depths with a smile on his face. No one knew about the battle here. No one knew that the 15 powerful demons and 8 powerful skulls had been killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In other parts of the invincible zone, some powerhouses were still plotting whether they should take action against the Dragon King and snatch the treasures in his hands. There were also powerhouses who had joined forces to snatch the treasures. They were searching for Wang Xian in the invincible zone. The depths of the invincible zone is where the desolate beast space behemoth lives. It is also a place where the powerhouses of the invincible zone experience life and death experiences. After Wang Xian killed 23 experts, he continued to fly in the invincible zone. He looked ahead and his eyes were shining. The old monsters of the invincible zone not only fought against the experts of other races, but they would also fight against a group of desolate beasts and space beasts. Once the desolate beasts and space beasts were killed, the corpses of the desolate beasts and space beasts would be a huge treasure to any expert, especially the space behemoth's corpse. There were treasures everywhere. If he could kill more than 1,000 desolate beasts or space behemoths, the enhancement to the Dragon Palace would be terrifying. As he continued flying forward, he did not encounter any special treasure lands in the next few days. After flying for half a month, he had completely entered the deepest part of the invincible zone. Forest? The deepest part of the invincible zone is a forest. There is a long river, a river of starlight. At the deepest part, the scene in front of him was not as desolate as it was outside. Instead, it was a dense forest. A long river ran through the entire zone, as though it was a dividing line. And at the limits of one's vision, one could see large amounts of meteorites. The entire space was filled with vitality. The survival of the desolate beasts and the space behemoths both like to build their own nests and create their own environment. Wuxia thought to himself as he continued to fly forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the long river. The entire river was more than 100 million kilometers wide. But the length could not be seen. It was a complete boundary. He did not enter the opposite side of the river immediately. Instead, he flew upwards along the river. This was because he had obtained a piece of information from the memories of the few skeletons. On this long river there was a trading ground. Trading was an essential thing between the strong. Naturally, there was a trading ground. However, this trading ground did not have any rules. If they were to meet a fight, it was normal. Other than the trading ground on this long river, there was another interesting thing. In this long river, there was a crazy demon floating along the long river. He was known as the water ghost. When he went crazy, he would suffer from his crazy attacks without asking who the other party was. More than 100 experts had died at his hands. He also had his moments of clarity. When he was clear-headed, he would sometimes appear at the trading ground. In addition, at the edge of the river, there was a treasure ground. These treasure grounds gathered powerful circles. That circle was called the Demon Breaker. Sometimes, the desolate beasts or the space beasts across the long river would attack the experts here and kill the other old monsters in the invincible zone. Wuxia decided to go to the location of the trading venue to take a look and see the situation there. If there weren't many experts in the trading venue, he didn't mind revealing the treasures in his hands to see if there were any fellows who were seeking death to ambush him. He continued flying upwards. A few days later, a slightly dilapidated meteorite that looked like a continent appeared in his line of sight. The continent was only about 10 million kilometers in area. There were experts moving about on it. Wuxia flew over and sized up his surroundings. Some of the experts also noticed Wuxia's arrival and sized him up as well. Wuxia ignored them and arrived at the center of the continent in a flash. In the center of the continent was an area covered by a formation. There were many figures moving around in the area covered by the formation. There were skeletons, humans, demonic beasts, and so on. There were more than 1,000 of them. However, the strength of these humans and demonic beasts were not strong. Their strength was at the level of a level 2 overlord in the universe. They were the messengers of these powerhouses. They could also be the service providers. Or maybe there were some treasures here, and these people were in charge of sending messages and carrying out transactions. According to the memories I obtained, many of these messengers are clones of the old monsters in the invincible zone. There are no rules in the invincible zone. Through this method, they can ensure their own safety. Wuxia looked at the trading venue with his eyes glowing. He hesitated for a moment before flying down. There was an array formation covering the area below. When he landed, he could easily enter it. However, when he entered, he felt a powerful force suppressing him. It was suppressing his strength. This suppressive force made him unable to unleash even 1/10 of his strength. This array formation was left behind on this piece of land. Its function was to protect and suppress. If the outside world wanted to break through this formation, even a madman wouldn't be able to do so. As for the suppressive force, no powerhouse would be able to unleash even 1/10 of his strength. This was a perfect trading location. When Wuxia entered, he didn't attract the attention of too many powerhouses inside. The entire trading location was very small, only covering an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. There weren't many experts walking around here. There was a signboard around each of the experts, and on it were the items that were being traded. Wuxia took a glance. There were many items that were being traded, including the corpses of the space behemoths. He saw all kinds of divine herbs and treasures, innate spiritual treasures, goo worms, strange items, and even forbidden techniques. There are even nether spirit avatars? Wang Xian saw a signboard beside an illusory figure with the words "Deal with Nether Spirit" written on it. An ownerless bait Nether Spirit. Currently, with the improvement of the Dragon Palace and the Ancestral Tree, Wang Xian could have 2 more Nether Spirit avatars. As long as he obtained Nether Spirit avatars, he could quickly reach the same level as himself. Wang Xian's current combat strength did not rely on the 5 elements millstone, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, or the incorporeal sacred wings. He was also at the level of a true master of the universe at the first level. His Nether Spirit avatar also possessed such strength. Adding 1 more Nether Spirit avatar was equivalent to adding an ordinary master of the universe at the level of a first-level expert. This increase was not small. If he had all 4 of his Nether Spirit avatars, the strength he could unleash together would be even stronger than the 5 elements millstone. Wang Xian moved and arrived in front of the stall in an instant. At the side of the stall, an expert from the Hades tribe glanced at him without saying a word. 5 ordinary fruits to stabilize your mind in exchange for 2 Hades avatars. Tell your master whether you want to trade or not. Wang Xian said directly to the Hades tribe expert. Ha! A treasure to stabilize your mind? That underworld race expert was slightly stunned. He revealed a stunned expression. What divine fruit? I need to take a look. That underworld race expert stared at Wang Xian and asked immediately. Buzz. Wang Xian moved his palm and the soul-returning embryo fruit appeared in front of him. A fruit at the peak of the universe night level. Its aura can indeed stabilize your mind. However, it's too little to exchange for 2 underworld ghost avatars with 5 of them. The eyes of the expert from the Nether Spirit race lit up. He sized the fruit up carefully and said, Ask your master. If he wants to exchange, then so be it. If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. Wang Xian said indifferently. The eyes of the expert from the Nether Spirit race flickered. He slowly closed his eyes. Buzz. However, very soon, Wang Xian suddenly felt that the aura of the expert from the Nether Spirit race in front of him had changed. The aura of his body was rising rapidly, and his temperament had also undergone a huge change. A pair of deep eyes stared at Wang Xian. Then they slowly landed on the evergreen fruit in front of him. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The Hades expert in front of him asked with a hint of doubt. Oh? Yes. Wang Xian nodded and did not hide anything. He stared at him and asked, Do you want to make a deal? I want to make a deal. I want more ordinary fruits. The expert from the Netherworld race said immediately. More ordinary fruits. That depends on whether you can produce enough items. Wang Xian smiled and said, I only need 2 Netherworld ghosts. I don't want more. Dragon King, your price is too high. The expert from the Netherworld race said, Rare goods can be obtained. You don't have to accept them. Wang Xian replied indifferently. Give me 4 of them. The expert from the Netherworld race moved his palm, and 2 Netherworld ghosts and 10 innate spiritual treasures appeared in his hand. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this. With a move of his palm, 4 ordinary fruits appeared in his hand. The trade was completed. To Wang Xian, this trade was a bloody profit. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? The divine fruit to stabilize one's mind? At this moment, an expert at the side saw the transaction and could not help but growl in a low voice. That's right. Consume the eternal embryo fruit to stabilize one's mind. Your master wants to make a transaction. Take out the treasure and you should all know my transaction price. Right? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and said with a faint smile. As he spoke, an identical figure appeared beside him. One of the figures moved and left the place immediately. Wang Xian left a clone here to prevent a large number of powerhouses from attacking him. As for his original body, he could hide in other places. If it was a trade, the clone would complete it. If someone wanted to attack him, it didn't matter even if the clone died. The treasures of his clone could also be placed in the Divine Kingdom, which was also the Dragon Palace. This method was also used by many old monsters in this trading venue. There are still a few thousand pieces of the common embryo fruit ancestor tree. Currently, they are of no use to the Dragon Palace. If I can exchange them for a large batch of innate spiritual treasures and resources, It would be a huge benefit to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian flew out of this continent. Sensing that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him, he immediately sped up. Whoosh! He flew for half an hour and scanned his surroundings. Immediately, he flew towards the other side of the long river. When he arrived at the territory of the desolate beast, the space behemoth, he hid directly on top of a tree. Here, the trading ground was not too far away. Wang Xian hid on top of the tree and sensed everything that was happening in the trading ground. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is actually going to conduct a trade here. Tell Master immediately that a treasure that steadies one's mind is a life-saving item for our Master. Such a divine fruit is extremely tempting to even the mad demons. It is also extremely useful to our Master. At this moment, the arrival of Wang Xian at the trading ground had caused quite a stir. The aura of some of the powerhouses who were masters of the universe with level 2 combat strength changed instantly. It was obvious that they were occupied by the old monster's mind as he looked at Wang Xian's clone. This clone of Wang Xian possessed the combat strength of a master of the universe with level 3 combat strength. He sat cross-legged and wrote down the rules of the trade while scanning the surroundings with a smile on his face. That Dragon King has appeared in the trading area. I didn't expect that he would dare to appear in the trading area. Not only that, he has also publicly traded the divine fruits to stabilize his mind. Now, many old monsters in the invincible zone have received the news. I really didn't expect that Dragon King to be so unscrupulous. I heard that after his real body arrived, he left behind a clone and left. That Dragon King is still somewhat cautious. He isn't arrogant to the point of thinking that he is invincible. Let's go. We have the treasures given to us by the third prince. Through his clone, we can find his real body. In the invincible zone, the news of Wang Xian appearing in the trading ground immediately spread to the ears of the old monsters of the Angel clan. They all had their subordinates in the trading ground. The moment Wang Xian appeared, they naturally received reports from their subordinates. This gave them a pleasant surprise. They had been searching for the Dragon King during this period of time. However, the invincible zone was too big. Without any news or clues, it was difficult to find him. More than a dozen experts from the Angel clan flew towards the trading ground without any hesitation. It wasn't just the Angel clan. In a forest located in the invincible zone, 40 to 50 phoenixes flapped their beautiful wings and flew towards the trading ground. In addition, other experts who had received the news also immediately rushed towards the trading ground. Treasures that could stabilize one's mind were extremely useful to most of the experts in the invincible zone. In fact, all the top-tier old monsters of the invincible zone who had received the news all flew towards the trading ground. For some top-tier old monsters, they were very close to the mad demon. Once their strength continued to increase, they might not be able to keep up due to the increase in their strength. Once they could not keep up, they would become mad demons. Therefore, this resulted in a treasure that stabilized their minds, which was very important to them. When they obtained the treasure that could stabilize their minds through the trade of the Dragon King in the trading ground, many experts flew over. Whoosh! 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 In the trading ground, the old monsters of the invincible zone had left some treasures with their subordinates or avatars. When they wanted to come over, they could easily teleport over. Soon, figures appeared around the trading ground. In some places, more than a dozen figures instantly appeared in the surroundings. Their eyes scanned the surroundings full of vigilance. In the invincible zone, many people were opponents and all of them were enemies. There were no rules here. If you wanted to live here, you had to be careful. After all, there were many powerhouses of the peak races gathered here, and many of these powerhouses were extremely strange. The assassination of the Nether race, the strangeness of the Magus race, the skeleton sea of the skeleton race. Enter. Some of the experts moved and immediately flew towards the trading ground. The trading ground was a place left behind since the formation of the invincible zone. Once they entered, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, this did not mean that they could not fight here. Hence, they were still extremely careful when they entered. However, the trading area was very small. As soon as they entered, they could see Wang Xian's avatar inside. A signboard stood there, and everyone could see it clearly. One soul-returning embryo fruit in exchange for 5 innate spiritual treasures. That's the Dragon King. His aura is very weak. It's an avatar. A divine tiger stared at Wang Xian, and his eyes were sparkling. I heard that this fruit is at the peak of the venerable realm. This is a huge demand. An old man moved and arrived in front of Wang Xian's clone. Dragon King, can you show us one of the soul-returning embryo fruits? He asked Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian moved his palm and a fruit appeared in front of him. The aura of the soul-returning embryo fruit dispersed in the surroundings. All the experts could feel it easily. A fruit at the peak of the venerable realm. Your price is too expensive. The old man looked at Wang Xian and said, such an expensive price might offend some people. Why not make some friends by being cheaper? Offend people? If you can't afford it, get lost. Don't lose your life because of a fruit. Wang Xian looked at the old man in front of him and replied calmly. His words made the old man's face darken instantly. His expression changed and he snorted softly. Hee, if you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, then get lost. This price will not change. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and said expressionlessly, this Dragon King is so arrogant. There's no other way. He clearly marked the price. It's up to you whether you want to trade or not. Some of the powerhouses frowned slightly when they heard his words. I want a longevity fruit. At this moment, a figure wearing a bamboo hat and completely shrouded in green energy walked over and took out 5 innate spiritual treasures. Wang Xian moved his palm and traded with each other. The first transaction was completed. This made him secretly happy. This was a pleasant surprise. When he came here, he didn't expect that taking the ordinary embryo fruit would have such a use. The innate spiritual treasures that he exchanged for no longer needed to be devoured by the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's 5 elements millstone. This was because the enhancement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's 5 elements millstone would probably require some unique treasures to be enhanced. These treasures were similar to the 12th grade water lotus. Of course, if Wang Xian had a way to melt the innate supreme treasures, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 elements millstone could also absorb the innate supreme treasures to improve themselves. However, the innate supreme treasures were extremely sturdy. It would be extremely difficult to destroy them. Therefore, these innate supreme treasures could be given to the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. Although the divine dragon didn't need to use weapons such as knives, spears, clubs, and the like, some special innate supreme treasures could still improve the strength of the divine dragon. Secondly, the innate spiritual treasures could be melted and could help the divine dragon nurture the dragon pearl. These innate spiritual treasures were all prepared for the experts of the Dragon Palace. The old monsters in the invincible zone were all extremely powerful existences that had lived for a long time and had many treasures in their hands. Innate supreme treasures were rare, but there were still many in the universe of innate spiritual treasures. This was because some innate numinous treasures could be forged later in life. Dragon King, I want 2 serval fruits. The first transaction was completed, and soon, an expert from the Divine Tiger Clan came over. He took out the resources and spoke to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw this, he immediately took out 2 serval fruits. In the invincible region, most of the old monsters were still in awe of Wang Xian. After all, the Supreme Water Demon King, the Old Scholar, the Black Tower's Magi, and even the Mad Demon Restriction had all died at the hands of Wang Xian. In the entire invincible region, there were probably no more than 3 people who could defeat this Dragon King in a one-on-one fight. In fact, there were none. Some old monsters who did not have a team or influence could only conduct transactions if they wanted to stabilize their minds and treasures. Moreover, to many old monsters, some of the treasures in their hands were useless to them. How is the effect of this so-called normal fetus fruits? In the trading area, the expert of the Divine Tiger Clan who had bought 2 normal fetus fruits walked to the side. Beside him, there were more than 10 experts of the Divine Tiger Clan. When they saw him swallow a normal fetus fruit, they couldn't help but ask, "It's useful, very useful. I can clearly find that my mind is much clearer." The expert from the Divine Tiger Clan sensed the changes in his body and couldn't help but let out a glow. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed the second pill. The effect is not bad. At least it has a significant effect on me. However, I estimate that the stronger one is, the lower the effect. I can only consume it in large quantities. The expert from the Divine Tiger clan continued to speak. Let's go and trade some. The other experts from the Divine Tiger clan nodded their heads and walked towards Wuxia's clone. Dragon King, we want 30 pieces. Do you have any? More than a dozen experts from the Divine Tiger clan walked over and spoke directly. Forget about 30 pieces. We even have 300 pieces. Wuxia smiled faintly and spoke to them. Ha! Upon hearing Wuxia's words, the more than 10 experts of the Divine Tiger clan were slightly shocked. With a move of their palms, all the trading treasures appeared in front of them. We bought so many at one go. Can you give us one? An expert of the Divine Tiger clan could not help but speak up. If you buy 100, I can give you one. 30 is too little. Wuxia rejected immediately. This caused the Divine Tigers to frown slightly and did not say anything. Wuxia took out 30 normal birth fruits and stored more than 108 spiritual treasures into the Dragon Palace. Did you hear what the Dragon King said? He can take out 300 of them too. A fruit at the peak of the universe night level. A divine fruit of this level is not precious to a peak race. However, divine fruits with this effect are very rare. For the Dragon King to be able to take out so many normal birth fruits, it must be because of a powerful divine tree in the Dragon Palace. This divine tree must have produced a large number of normal birth fruits. That should be the case. To be able to take out 300 of them, it seems that the Dragon King should be able to obtain the longevity fruits very quickly. He has made a huge profit this time. He has so many longevity fruits in his hands and is selling them at such an expensive price. This is simply robbing him of his money. In the surrounding area, when the experts heard Wuxia's words, their faces were burning with excitement and helplessness. The price was too high. However, since that was the case, there were also quite a number of experts who immediately walked towards Wuxia to carry out the trade. In just a short day, Wuxia had traded more than 300 viviparous fruits. TSK. The old monsters of the invincible zone are really worth quite a lot. Wuxia, who was hiding on a tree, looked at the day's harvest with a slightly excited expression. This was more than 1,508 spiritual treasures. This harvest was simply too crazy. However, the number of fruits he sold was less than 1/10. Master, this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has been trading for a day. I calculated that he should have traded more than 340 fruits. He should still have a lot of them with him. As time passed, more and more old monsters arrived. Their subordinates reported the situation. When they heard that there were more than 400 fruits, their breathing became extremely hot. How many of these fruits does the Dragon King have? Some old monsters couldn't help but think in their hearts. As time went by, the trade continued. Although there weren't as many as at the beginning, there were still old monsters coming over to trade at all times. This caused more and more experts to gather around the trading ground. In a short period of time, there were more than 1,000. Almost 700 fruits have been traded. This is crazy. How much does the Dragon King have in stock? When it was close to the third day, some old monsters couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 3 days was very short for them. But in these 3 days, they witnessed the trade of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This was simply violence. They had made a crazy profit. Madam Witch! Madam Witch! At this moment, an extremely respectful voice suddenly sounded. When the surrounding old monsters heard this address, their expressions changed slightly and they hurriedly looked behind them. Behind them, an old woman holding a magic staff walked over. The old woman's face was full of dense tattoos, and her exposed skin was also full of tattoos. She was only about 1.5 meters tall and looked stooped. However, the old monsters around her were filled with wariness and fear when they saw her. Some of the old monsters even directly hid far away. Old Witch, he actually came. She actually came as well. An expert from the Black Tortoise tribe looked at this figure walking over and his pupils slightly contracted as he said solemnly. The Old Witch ignored all the experts around her and walked straight into the trading ground. He looked at Wang Xian and walked straight towards him. Lady Witch! Lady Witch! Some of the old monsters from the invincible zone saw her and quickly made way for her. The arrival of the old witch instantly attracted Wang Xian's attention. As he looked at this figure, information about her appeared in his mind. The old witch, an old monster of the wizard clan. She used to be an extremely terrifying mad demon. However, a long time ago, she used a special method to suppress her mind and made her stop being a mad demon. However, her strength was definitely on the level of a mad demon. It was much stronger than the mad demon restriction. Furthermore, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest wizard in the invincible region. He was also known as the Old Witch. 10. The Old Witch walked to Wang Xian and spoke to him. 58 spiritual treasures flew over. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and put them away. He immediately passed 10 serval fruits to the Old Witch. The Old Witch looked at the serval fruits and felt the aura they emitted. Her expression changed. He opened his palm. The tattoo on his palm shimmered and the serval fruits disappeared. The Old Witch did not leave. She continued to stand there as if she was waiting. Good. However, 10 seconds later, a creepy and eerie voice came out of the Old Witch's mouth. A strange look appeared in her turbid eyes. She stared at Wang Xian and held the magic wand in her hand tightly. 100 fruits. Give me 100 fruits. She spoke in a strange voice as she stared at Wang Xian with a burning gaze. The aura on the Old Witch's body had also changed. Waves of energy were dissipating in the surroundings. What's the situation? The Old Witch wants 100 fruits of the womb for the Dragon King. Do you want to trade or not? The sudden change made everyone slightly shocked. Some of the old monsters hurriedly retreated and stared at her. If you want it, trade with the item. Wang Xian looked at the change in the Old Witch in front of him. His eyes flickered as he spoke calmly. I don't have enough resources on hand. Give me 100 pills. If I can solve the problems in my body, if I can make a breakthrough, I will compensate you. The Old Witch stared at Wang Xian and spoke after hearing his words. Free prostitution? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a mocking expression when he heard his words. Get lost if you don't have any items to trade. Don't disturb my business. Hiss this. The Dragon King doesn't give a damn about the Old Witch. He doesn't give her any face at all. Of course not. The Old Witch is very strong, but the Dragon King is definitely not weak either. When the old monsters around saw this sudden change, their eyes sparkled. Cough, cough. Dragon King, do you know that it's best not to provoke a wizard? Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't worry. I will make you obediently take all of the Changtai fruits on you. As the Old Witch spoke, the tattoo on her body seemed to have come to life as it spread towards Wang Xian's clone. Ha! Wang Xian looked over and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Old thing, you are courting death. Cough, cough, is that so? The Old Witch gave a sinister smile. The tattoo spread to Wang Xian's feet. Wang Xian immediately felt a terrifying force restraining him. In the trading ground, everyone's strength would be suppressed. However, this was only a clone of Wang Xian. His strength was not very strong. When faced with the Old Witch in front of him, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. Crackle, crackle. Wisps of lightning appeared around Wang Xian. The lightning attacked the Old Witch in front of him. Buzz. The Old Witch stood still and didn't move. The tattoo on her body glowed and blocked it easily. Cough, 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 cough. Dragon King, you are very strong. However, you left this clone here to leave your biggest weakness. If you don't give me all the fruits of the womb, I will destroy you and your dragon palace. As the Old Witch spoke, Wang Xian's clone, which was covered in tattoos, slowly melted and turned into flesh and blood. From his legs, it slowly condensed into a piece of flesh and blood. Wang Xian lowered his head and watched his clone being killed. He looked at the Old Witch calmly and said, You will die. As soon as he finished his sentence, his entire clone was melted into a meatball. Cough, cough, cough. I will die. The Old Witch smiled sinisterly, stretched out her hand to take the blood ball, and walked straight outside. The Old Witch actually destroyed the clone of the Dragon King. The Old Witch wants to use the clone of the Dragon King. and then cast a curse on its main body to make the Dragon King submit. The old witch is the strongest wizard in our invincible region. If she curses the Dragon King in her own lair, then the Dragon King will be cursed to death at all times. How can the Dragon King hide? The price of the fruit is too high. If the old witch wants to deal with the Dragon King will suffer. The old monsters in the invincible zone were shocked when they saw this scene. Another terrifying existence in their invincible zone. Another mad demon. The old witch attacked the Dragon King. And she even killed the Dragon King's clone. This made them extremely shocked. Some were astonished while others were cheering. The price of the Dragon King's normal fetus clothes had already caused many old monsters to be extremely displeased. The old witch held the meatball of Wang Xian's clone in her hand. A smile appeared on her old and tattooed face as she flew straight ahead. At this position, it was impossible to return to her divine kingdom in an instant unless one's strength had reached a certain level. Even the old witch couldn't do it. She wanted to return to her own nest and use the curse to kill the Dragon King and enslave him. HMPH, old thing, you're courting death. Then I'll grant your wish. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was hiding on the tree, was sensing everything. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. This old witch wanted to use the curse to make him submit to her. He had no chance to resist the long-distance curse. Furthermore, she would do all of this in her own lair. When the time came, even if Wang Xian could find her lair, the old witch would not be afraid. This was because in her own lair, she was confident that she could fight against 3 to 4 existences of the same level as her. The Dragon King could kill the Hex of Madness. However, in her own lair, she was confident that she could fight against the Dragon King. This was also the reason why she dared to kill Wang Xian's clone without any scruples. The lair of a wizard was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian could also guess the old witch's thoughts. Therefore, when the old witch made her move, he flew towards the direction of the trading ground. This time he unleashed his speed to the maximum. With the speed of a level 2 master of the universe, he could reach the trading ground within 10 minutes. This old witch has left the trading ground. I can't return to my divine kingdom in this space in an instant. I'll be able to catch up to you within 15 minutes, you old bastard. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. His clone was killed, but Wang Xian had left the power of lightning on the old witch. The void pursuit ability of the incorporeal holy wings. Now that Wang Xian's strength had improved, his ability to search for enemies in the void had also improved tremendously. With his current strength, she could not sense the power of lightning on the old witch's body at all. Whoosh! Wang Xian flapped the incipient holy wings and chased after her at a rapid speed. In front of the trading ground, the old witch was flying in a direction at the speed of a level 1 master of the universe. Obviously, that direction was in the direction of her lair. Behind her, the old monsters of the invincible zone didn't dare to follow an existence like the old witch. They could only watch her leave quickly, and what happened in the trading ground was also quickly spread. After all, in the past few days, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had wantonly sold treasures to stabilize his mind, attracting a large number of old monsters to rush over. There were still many old monsters on the way. Now that such a thing had happened, it naturally caused a huge sensation. 10 minutes was a very short time. If the old witch wanted to return to her lair, she would need a day at her speed. I can sense it, old thing. After 10 minutes, Wang Xian had already sensed the old witch's location. His dragon eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! He flapped his incipient saint wings and erupted at an extremely fast speed. The old witch's figure soon appeared in his line of sight. Roar! 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 Wang Xian instantly transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around his body and the 5 elements millstone floated above him. At this moment, Wang Xian unleashed most of his trump cards and strength to attack the old witch. What? The old witch, who was flying rapidly ahead, suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching her. Her pupils constricted slightly and she immediately looked behind her. In her line of sight, an incomparably terrifying divine dragon was attacking her. Seeing this terrifying divine dragon, the old witch's pupils slightly constricted, her face filled with shock. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. She let out a low roar, and the tattoo on her face directly flew out from her face, forming an incomparably powerful mask array in front of her. The mask-like formation emitted a strange energy, as if it wanted to suck everything into this strange mask. Old thing, you dare to kill my clone and deal with me. Today is the day you die. When Wang Xian saw the mask formation, he waved his dragon claw, and an illusory 5 elements millstone appeared in front of him. It charged straight at the mask formation. Boom! A terrifying collision was heard, and the mask formation was instantly destroyed by Wang Xian. Crash! Wang Xian flapped his incipient saint wings and continued to attack the old witch at a terrifying speed. Compared to Wang Xian, the old witch's speed was much slower. There were 2 types of wizards. One was the type of formation and the other was the type of body modification. The old witch had lived for a long time. Basically, she was involved in both types. However, she was still best at formations. Her body was only comparable to the top-notch experts in the invincible zone. This was already considered very powerful. However, from Wang Xian's point of view, she was much weaker. Wizards who specialized in formations were most afraid of close combat. They were most afraid of powerhouses who were good at speed. Wang Xian's speed was the old witch's greatest restraint. How did this Dragon King catch up to me so quickly? And how did he know my location? When the old witch saw Wang Xian charging towards her, her extremely old face revealed a look of fear. As a wizard, she would never leave any trace of her presence wherever she went. It was impossible for others to track her down. However, the Dragon King was able to lock onto her so quickly. This surprised and shocked her. 9 tentacles. Get lost. The old witch saw Wang Xian appearing in front of her in an instant. Her eyes were beating wildly as she roared sinisterly. This was because the tattoo on her face had disappeared. At this moment, it was as if her nose and mouth had all disappeared. She looked extremely horrifying. At the position behind her, 9 sticky tentacles suddenly emerged and swept towards Wang Xian. Ah! Miserable screams could be heard coming from the tentacles. Vaguely, one could see that there were snake-like dire beasts sealed on these tentacles. The strength unleashed by each tentacle was not weaker than a level 3 master of the universe. 9 dragon clones. Wang Xian flapped his wings and 9 clones appeared around his body. Each of the clones attacked one of the tentacles. Roar! Ah! The roars and screams resonated with each other. The 9 dragon clones bit the tentacles of the old witch. Ah! These 9 tentacles were a modification of the old witch's body. With just the strength of her body, there was a huge gap between her and Wang Xian's strength. Under the attack of the 9 dragon clones, the 9 tentacles started to break apart rapidly. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile as he clawed at the old witch's body with his dragon claws. Shadow formation. When the old witch saw that her 9 tentacles were easily broken, her expression changed drastically as she roared loudly. The tattoo on his body slowly detached from his body once again. His figure started to turn illusory. Ha! Wang Xian's gaze turned cold when he saw the old witch's body gradually disappearing in a strange manner. The mighty celestial dragon. He growled in a low voice. An incomparably huge divine dragon appeared in the sky. It locked onto the old witch's figure and attacked her directly. However, the old witch's somewhat illusory figure completely disappeared from Wang Xian's line of sight. When the mighty celestial dragon saw that the target of its attack had disappeared, it didn't stop. Instead, it changed its target and headed towards the void on the right. It attacked at a terrifying speed. Wang Xian also flapped his divine wings and chased after her. This old witch really has some ability. She can imprint the formation on her body and activate it instantly. The formation just now should be a void teleportation formation. It can teleport a very long distance in an instant. Wang Xian sensed the old witch's location through the power of void pursuit. Following the mighty heavenly dragon's attack, he flew straight to the right. The attack speed of the law aspect mighty heavenly dragon was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to following closely behind. According to his senses, the old witch was a minute away from him. This distance was already very far away. If Wang Xian didn't have the ability to search for enemies in the void, he would have been able to escape with this move. Damn Dragon King, you actually forced me to use up a large number of formations on my body. Once I return to the nest, I will make your life a living hell. In the far void on the right, the old witch growled with a ferocious face. She looked ahead and flew rapidly towards the nest. Her speed was still much slower than Wang Xian's. However, this was her limit. Roar! 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 Old witch, can you escape? 2 minutes later, a voice suddenly resonated in the void. What? When the old witch heard this voice, her pupils constricted slightly. She immediately looked behind her with a face full of shock. Boom! In her line of sight, the shadow formed by the energy that attacked her earlier was chasing after her rapidly. At the back, the Dragon King followed closely behind. How are you still able to lock onto my position? I have already placed your flesh and blood back into the divine kingdom. How are you still able to lock onto it? The old witch stared at Wang Xian and let out a sharp questioning voice. As a powerful magus, the most powerful thing was to eliminate traces. Wherever she went, there were no traces left behind. Under such circumstances, how could she still be locked onto? Old thing, I told you, you must die. Crash! Wang Xian flapped his incorporeal holy wings and instantly appeared in front of her. Roar! The mighty heavenly dragon also charged at the old witch. Eye of the void. Void interpretation formation. The old witch's expression changed slightly. At the spot behind her back, numerous tattoos surged into her pupils. The old witch was surrounded by a bubble. The mighty celestial dragon charged at her. However, when it reached in front of her and extended its dragon claws, the dragon claws went straight for her and did not touch her. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and raised his eyebrows slightly. This formation is similar to the yin-yang space of the Tai Chi dragon plate. However, this is just to let you live a little longer, Wang Xian said coldly. With a move, he came in front of the old witch and locked onto her coldly.